good afternoon, and welcome to day number 8 of Western Europe Tour 3. I'm super excited because we're halfway through week 3 now, halfway through our very last week, and I've got Lacoste and Kezu joining me. Lacoste, I'll start with you. I know you were pretty hyped as we were getting ready for the day, but how excited are you for what's going to play out today?
Very exciting. I'm just gonna make some random noises, and that's how excited I am. I mean, there's gonna be some really good games today, and like first, when you start the DPC first week, it's like kind of mad, you see these teams losing, winning, doesn't matter too much. But as you see it approaching towards the end, you're gonna have a clearer picture who's gonna be where, and you're like, oh shit, man, we have these teams that are not supposed to be there, and then you can start calculating where the teams are actually gonna go.
Yeah, and we can have a look at those leaderboards, talk about some of those calculations after we talk about what happened on Monday, because Kezu, that was a pretty interesting day. It started off with Liquid versus Tundra. This series was very enjoyable to watch. It went all 3 games as well, and the last one being quite a bit of a marathon, almost 60 minutes on that game number 3, but a lot of fun to watch, no doubt.
Almost, and Tundra, finally, they were able to do it. They were able to take down their nemesis of all time, which is Team Liquid. And they put up
380-something days since they last beat Liquid in a series.
Yeah, and like some minutes and some seconds. I'm sure T-Governor will be able to fill in the gaps later when he's back. But Tundra, they look really, really good this season. Like, I'm happy to just... I'm happy with what they bring to the table. This game, I would say they perhaps messed it up a little bit, but overall with how they're playing and what they're drafting, it looks good. Overall, Liquid, I mean, they're a great team, but I've been saying it every time, they look a little more shaky than they used to.
Yeah, gotta agree. But we see like a lot of these, I would say, newer heroes in action, especially coming out from Tundra, the Starquillo mid. It's only a matter of time when people are gonna start to copy what they are doing.
Yeah.
And Batrider played from position 4, looks really, really good, I would say. And in the next series, OG against Gaming Gladiators, Celery did play it as position 5, looked as good. So one thing I did immediately after like the series ended is I'm like, oh, you know what? I'm gonna play this Batrider as a position 4 to see how it's gonna go, at least in my own hands.
How did it go?
I went well. First couple of minutes, and then
if you can do it well, then I guess it's pretty good.
Yeah, that was one of the best things about Liquid Tundra games, is seeing what's being played in support. Obviously, we had the Dark Willow 9 in mid as well, but OG Gaming Gladiators, this one was a little bit quicker. And when I say a little bit, I mean significantly quicker, because it was a 2-0, and each game only really lasted about 26 minutes, Kezu.
Yeah, I think we have to speed up our talking points to make sure we get some here during the highlights, because I'm just gonna say it as it is. OG didn't stand a chance against Gaimin. These games were not competitive, so sadly for them, they are, what does this go right now? Like 1-4, I would like to say, on OG, so they're not doing well at all. They have to they have to fight in the next 2 series to, maybe fight to stay, or maybe for a potential tiebreaker. But I mean, it's just all Gaming Gladiators in these 2 games. I feel like they got what they wanted. Lacoste talked about the Celery Batrider, that looked good. You have Magnus, you have Void Spirit. I mean, I don't need to talk about these heroes, I think.
Yeah, Gaming Gladiators, they just pick strong meta stuff. Like, this is how they've been playing since they formed, pretty much. If there are heroes available that they play, they're gonna pick them. There's no reason to pick something different, and I do respect that. Sometimes you might think, why are they picking these boring heroes? Because they want to win, they want to get the DI. They're not here to entertain. It's not like, Celery says one time, you know what, guys, I'm playing this anti-mage position 5 just for the sheer entertainment of the Twitch viewers. Doesn't
the viewers
matter.
will love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they will love it.
Yeah, not very competitive game, as we said. OG will need to battle it out. At least, good thing for OG is they have, I would say, 2 series left, which are not, which could be potentially dubs for them. They play against Entity, they play against D1 Hustlers, so easier matchups than what they played. One of the reasons why they're, I would say, even sitting here in the bottom spot. And Quest against Team Secret, I think this series has been pretty wild as well. Like, especially the first game was a 70-minute game, so you didn't know where it's gonna go.
Yeah.
But
yeah, this
Yeah,
The
go ahead.
70-minute game was, I think, most entertaining because of how well Secret did in lanes, and they were getting pickups. Like, they were playing around this Legion commander so well, and then all of a sudden, Quest Esports like all come together as a 5 and team fight, and you're like, oh my god, this is what they were waiting for. They were just waiting for this timing, and they're gonna close this out. And then all of a sudden, there's an extra 50 minutes on top of this game, and it finally goes to the way of Secret, Kazu.
Yeah, the first game, they had a very good early game, then some slip-ups in the mid game, and then I would say they kind of brought it back once they understood what they had to do. Unluckily for them, the second game, it pretty much ends here at 23 minutes. Amar Beastmaster, them doing really well in lanes. And then I guess game 3, a pretty similar story. Amar gets a different hero, offlane anti-mage, and at this point, this game was actually already over. I had never seen a Medusa get dumpstered so hard in the first 15 minutes.
Look where she's standing in the network. Like, Spirit Breaker gonna take over in the next couple of minutes for the yeah, a bit of a rough one. He also went for Diffusal Blade on Anti-Mage, on Terror Blade as well, so that's a lot of mana burn. He did not get the chance to play the game on Medusa. If you look at this lineup, it's like Anti-Mage, Terror Blade, Void. It feels like you random these heroes, but it seems to be the thing in this patch. Like, even on the other side, on Team Secret, like, what are these heroes? You have Medusa. It feels like Mag is jungle, Medusa carry, Clinks is gonna be like, guys, double mid with Timber.
Yeah.
But like, I think we all have experienced these type of drafts, but at least in this meta, it really works out. It feels like you don't know if you're going to end up with, like, are these heroes 5 supports or they're 5 carries? In the end, you get, like, normal stuff. But, yeah, I do like the patch a lot. There's still undiscovered things, a lot of them. And looking forward to see what's next on the menu for someone that's going to be like, wow, how didn't we think of that before?
It was nice in that final game as well. Secret had moments of like life in them. I thought they might have been able to come back, but Medusa playing from behind is just way too tough, and it does unfortunately lead them with a scoreline of 1-5. So 6 of their series out of 7 played so far just put them on the bottom. But silver lining for them is OG and Hustlers also only have 1 series win and a few losses on their side. Entity sitting with 2, so still in the danger zone, not out of the woods just yet. But Quest Esports on the more positive side, they're sitting in the realm where they could be going to the Bali Major. Liquid Gaming Gladiators with 4 series wins, and Tundra being 5-0 does mean, Kazu, they are our first team guaranteed go to Bali.
Yeah, I mean, they've just shown with their gameplay, and I would say with how they view the patch, that they deserve to be there very well deservingly, right? 5-0 haven't dropped the series yet. The 2 teams that I'm looking at more so is it's going to be between Entity and Quest to battle it out for the remaining major slot, I would say. And these next series are just incredibly important for them.
Well, let's have a look at what series we're going to see today, because both those teams you mentioned are playing not against each other, though. Team Liquid and Quest will be the last one to close out the day. So if Quest do want to book themselves a ticket to Bali, they're going to have to come against the giants that are Team Liquid, sitting above them in the leaderboard. Tundra versus Gaming Gladiators. Tundra have had 2 back-to-back pretty dominant teams as their opponents, and it'll be very interesting to see what comes forth in this game in terms of drafts, meta, and then of course we're going to be starting off the day with Entity versus Hustlers, Lacoste.
Yeah, I mean, D1 Hustlers against Entity, we'll have to see if D1 Hustlers are going to show up strong in this series. Very important. I mean, every series is important. We've been saying that since the introduction of the DPC format with the leagues and everything, but it really does mean, like, it really matters in the end. Because, I don't know, if you look at some of the Entity's games, the one that they lost against Quest, I think could be the big one that's gonna, like, decide whether they go to the major or not. They might still, play in some tiebreaker scenario against Quest to go for that final major slot. But we'll have to see. And yeah, Tundra against GG. Tundra gonna go full force. Doesn't matter because they qualified to Bali Major. They're still gonna play for DPC points. Way too many points on the line here.
Yeah.
Yep. Because before we even started, sure, I was saying that this first series is pretty hype because both teams just being in a really weird and awkward position at the moment. Obviously, Hustlers about to be potentially relegated. Entity, like, we don't even know. They could sometimes just pull a rabbit out of a hat. Like, what can this team show up, and which sort of team are we going to see from Entity today?
definitely look better in the most recent series against Team Secret. It was one of their drafts and overall gameplay I liked the most, where I feel like they had a clear idea and it wasn't just like, oh, you're good on this hero, so I'll give you this. It was more like, okay, we see this opening, I want to have these heroes, and then they paired it nicely, and I think they played well, because a lot of the times you don't really know what you're gonna get with Entity. I also feel like that D1 Hustlers are a bit in a similar boat. They are incredibly inconsistent. Like when they lose hard, and when they have a good early game, they perform pretty well and they're gonna put up a fight. But I would prefer if you can go into a game without like flipping a coin and being like, okay, are we gonna be bad in the first 15 minutes, or can we actually get to play Dota?
What about that side of a coin it can land on? It doesn't need to be 50.
Haha. Damn, you got it.
Not an easy one to execute, though. But
that's a rough one.
We'll have to see. I'm going to give Entity just slight advantage in this one, I would say, before even seeing the draft, because this hero can step up when it really matters. Like, we've seen Entity play multiple rounds of tiebreakers in this tour, previous DPC tour as well. But, okay, D1 Hustlers, now they have a bigger chances of winning the game. Picking up Doom, this hero is insanely good in the right hands. Just this Vanguard, like if you couldn't disassemble Vanguard, a lot of these heroes from the offlane, I would say, would be different heroes, because you want to build into like mana boots. You become, what's the Vi Llama doing? He's
vibing.
He's ready. He's ready to go.
Roma.
Got some built up energy, you know. He's gonna try wear it down before he sits down for another 70-minute game. No.
Yeah. Look at the win rate on Doom, 69%. That's pretty cool. I mean, this hero is insane. Like, what it can do. Then I've seen people just like rushing Octarine Core immediately, then going back to Hand of Midas. So you like get extra gold from Devour because it's lower cooldown. Then you get to Midas, but yeah. So D1 Hustlers picking really strong meta heroes, opening up with Void Spirit. I like Void Spirit as a response to both Techies and Undying, because they don't provide you with any kind of lockdown. So you can easily roam around them. We've seen this hero pretty much one-shotting supports 20 minutes into the game, which is pretty insane to think about it.
It's kind of... I mean, their opening is good with Doom Void, but I feel like it's kind of lame that you can go into any game and you just pick Doom and Void Spirit on 8 against no matter what, and it's like, yeah, this opening is pretty good. Just because of how good the heroes are. But I would say Entity, they have some good heroes of their own. They have the Undying against the Doom in terms of laning. You have the Tombstone later, pretty annoying. Techies as well. Like, all these heroes kind of fit the bill of, they're just very good. And it's more about now, how do you build your draft from where you started?
Yeah, I remember the days when Doom had 0 armor. So you come into the lane, you receive full physical damage, sitting at 0, then we buffed it like 6 times. Now Devour also gives armor. Since the recent changes, suddenly you're like, well, there's no downside to picking this hero, because he's going to do well.
Entities turn to ban.
I do want to talk about the Undying a little bit more, because of the teams that we're seeing pick it up. Like, it's not that predominant. In my mind, the only teams that really stick out on picking it up are Entity and OG. But for Entity, like, where do they normally play it? Is there any potential for...
Yeah, that's a fishy. That's a fish boy.
But
He's
could it also be Toby? Because haven't we seen Toby play it once? I still haven't seen Toby.
So it was DM and one more. I don't know. I think you
Toby
may be correct.
It one time. Yeah. Didn't win that game.
Okay. I was going to say, like, do you think there's confidence in an offlane Undying, or is this very much, we need to see where the rest of the draft goes, and maybe they hold that flex a little bit and they pick up a mid laner and then a safe laner? Yeah,
like for now, the idea is definitely, we see Doom, we want Undying there, but if the draft shapes up in a way where maybe Undying 3 is really cool and you get some, I don't know, banger +5 pick, which is usually pretty hard to get later in the draft. I would say there's more like +4s where you can do that than 5s, but there's an option there. And one thing I want to see more, and Entity are one of the teams that have done it, you get the shard on Undying, or your team kills the Tormentor, and you zap someone in that gets doomed. You're like, kill this Tombstone, Doom, because it's like, joke's on you, Doom doesn't want to kill it. He has no attack speed.
Yeah, pretty much. I think this shard is very viable. It's just we don't see it in action. Undying pops up from time to time. I like what Entity did. They banned out Bloodseeker in the last banning phase and then immediately picked Pango because D1 Hustlers, they already showed Void Spirit. I don't like, in theory, this hero can be flexed, but you don't want to flex it because it's too good on a mid lane. So no need for them to ban a hero like, I would say, Puck. So he's still in the pool, and Pango doesn't really have a counter. It's one of the Stormstormer's better heroes overall. This hero can still do insane stuff after all these like small changes, small nerfs that happened to the hero. Still super popular, still really, really good at what he does. I can feel the nerfs in some of the games.
Yeah.
But then again, if the hero pops off, if he has like another hero to play with, it feels insanely strong.
Pango is still a very strong hero. Allows you to play through it as D1 Hustlers. Okay, actually they go for Void Lich, which is pretty solid. I do think you should be very prone to being counterpicked now in this stage. I would have liked if you did pick 2 supports, but they probably feel like, okay, we're gonna take this Void who might be able to be counterpicked, but we'll give him Lich in the lane to kind of cover it.
You know what's the counter to both Faceless Void and Doom? There's one hero. You have one guess, and you're gonna guess it correctly.
A hero against Faceless Void and Doom?
Yeah.
I feel like this is a meme question.
It's not a meme question. It's Wraith King. You think we're gonna see Wraith King in action? I mean, you counter both of these heroes, so you have to like you commit with the Doom, maybe with
this hero is underrated. I'm
Yeah,
100% win rate with Wraith King right now in like 4 games. I know it's a small sample size, but this hero is playable.
Do you not feel that Wraith King is a little bit of a weaker laner, that he can struggle a bit?
He is, I think he's a very specific hero where you need to really understand how to play like your level 1, 2, and 3. Like what you get like some early skeletons, you have Undying with you. I would say you can pressure a Doom for sure, because you pressure these heroes a lot before they get Vanguard. If they get like a 4-minute, 5-minute Vanguard, then yeah, you messed up.
There's one hero that I'm still looking on side of Entity. A lot of illusions, pretty much every single illusion hero has been banned. I do like Morphling for Entity. Like you can naturally build into Lincoln Sphere. Anti-carry, you have a really good hero to turn into. That's Faceless Void. Steal some of his stats. You don't have like necessarily a save inside Chronos if you like get caught. It can be tricky that you are picking it into Doom. It depends like how things are going in the game. But I know that China likes to do it, and from the games I've seen, it can work out nicely.
I think that could still be pretty good. I was just looking a little bit at what Hustlers are looking for here. I thought like maybe in the second phase, you know, maybe some Silencer looks cool into the Pango Techie's Undying, but of course they decided with something else with the Lich Void, which I don't think is too bad if they can get through the lane. A very good combo. Again, sick time dilation game, pretty good time walk game too. Not too much chain stun. The Roar now is a little bit annoying, but if you're D1 Hustlers, I feel like they might lean towards some either Spirit Breaker or some more team fight. Like SB, I feel like is a little susceptible. Because
I like SB a lot because 2 supports can't really do much to you. You'll get like the free charge onto them. Same goes for Pango. Very easily executed, I would say. The other one is Clinks potentially, because you can like eat Beastmaster's creep. You can kill the Tombstone as well.
I've seen that late matchup go pretty poorly between the Undying and Clinks last time I saw it.
That's true.
I was going to ask about like the potential issues of double melee, but look, we're about to see what Hustlers pick for themselves.
Okay.
It's Morana.
Another hero that can kill the Tombstone. In terms of lockdown, they don't have much, so looks like a really good Morana last pick. I'm not a big fan of Morana for being the last pick, but this time around, I can see the reasoning from D1 Hustlers. I think it's a good pick overall.
Yeah, it's I'll say for me, Morana falls more on the it's the casual type hero. It's you know it feels okay for your draft. You're gonna get some follow-ups done. If she has some purpose with, okay, I can kill the Tombstone, I can buy some items. Maybe you know you give some Moonlight Shadow to your Doom Void Spirit. So it's I feel like Morana never really breaks the game, but it's just a hero that feels pretty solid for you. So yeah, I can kind of see it for D1 Hustlers.
Entity did not touch their reserve time, by the way, before this last pick. Yes, they got all the time in the world to think about what they want for their last pick. Anything else that's still standing out? Doesn't matter. They pick it. Shadowfiend.
So
I've heard good things about Shadowfiend from the safe lane.
yeah,
That it deals well with some of these like tanky Vanguard buyers where you just raise him, like you triple raise him. You're gonna have lower HP because you're playing into Undying. Extra bit of a slow coming out from him with Tombstone potentially. Not the pick that I expected. I thought we're gonna see slightly more of a Shadowfiend coming into DPC because of the Vanguard. Like he's one of the heroes that can dish out some serious amount of magical damage early on. But again, you're playing into Faceless Void, into Doom. These are not type of the heroes that Shadowfiend likes to play into.
yeah. It's I had this hero in my mind because yeah, you have good early game and you're gonna have some Beast Aura and some Undying, but Void and like Faceless Void and Void Spirit are both pretty annoying heroes for you. They can kite you, can play longer team fights than you, they can commit on you with the Chrono. So I think for Watson, it's important that he is gonna stomp the lane, which he should, and that he gets to like tank up, kind of play on high tempos, stay top net worth all the time, with some auras coming out from Toby. Because I think if that ever changes, they might have just I feel they just ought to lose the game if they ever lose that status of Watson being top net worth.
Okay, so and you feel like Toby has to go off lane or build and very much fit into that meta, Kezu?
I do think so. Like you need to itemize so that you can play forward or that you help your Shadowfiend to stand his ground. Because if SF or Drow Rangers, any of these heroes, if they're forced to run away, you're gonna lose.
Yeah, I'm looking at like game post 35 minutes. If D1 Hustlers manage to survive long enough, I don't see them losing the game. Like late game team fights are gonna be in favor of D1 Hustlers. You'll have Doom with this low cooldown Doom, Refresher, Faceless Void, Entity. They need to close out this game relatively early on if they want to win it.
Okay, so Entity on a little bit of a timer. Maybe they'll be able to overrun the map and push Hustlers out. But it is game one here on our Wednesday of Western Europe. And our caster is going to be T-Panda and Fia.
Thank you so much, panel, and welcome indeed to Entity versus D1 Hustlers here at the caster desk. The storyline for both of these two teams mainly is the fight to still attend the major. So if the losing team, it's basically done for them at that point, pretty much, statistically looking, but both of them are definitely looking for that big W under their belts and contest for that fourth place, which is currently being held by Quest. I went to look at the Dota 2 Pro Tracker a bit about the Shadowfiend and Watson, and he just played it an hour ago with Beastmaster and his team, and they beat it in 23 minutes. So the panel, they're onto something about the timer here for Entity. They got to push hard.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a situation where if it goes into some late game situation, the map is completely even, the game can be hard, but it could be a completely different game. And the name of the game for Entity is going to be playing the tempo of the game, getting an Aegis on the Shadowfiend. That's what's going to be the deal breaker for most of these team fights. If Shadowfiend has an Aegis, all of a sudden this Chronosphere and this Doom are a lot less potent. And of course, we did see the other day the TA plus the Beastmaster and what it could do. Shadowfiend Beastmaster, similar story here. They can control the map really early with the auras. We're probably not going to see Helm of the Dominator, most likely for Toby, as he is playing into Doombringer, just going straight into those auras, and then of course we get that level 15 talent. Well, and Xantic here, gonna take a bit of damage.
Some early poke
and
here.
Skilling something he did not want to skill. I think that's the big thing.
That is actually pretty huge. You don't want to start off with Dissimulate on your Void Spirit in mid. You want to have either the Remnant or the Resonant Pulse for that. Range creep CS, but right now it just got a little bit harder. And Stormer, he's pretty happy with that, considering that the Pango matchup versus the Void, in terms of that early level, is going to be a bit easier for him.
I've definitely seen Void Spirits go 4-0-4 in a lot of games. Just most of the time you get 1 point in Dissimulate as an escape tool for the most part. And you go straight into those stats as you are a universal type hero. So this mid lane, definitely going to help Stormer out a lot here, burning that region out and also making him skill. Definitely his worst skill to get at level 1.
Yeah, for sure. He's gonna be pushing his advantage for sure in this mid lane. The last time we did cast Stormer playing that Wind Ranger in mid, he didn't have quite a lot of success with it. And now going back into the arms of a much more potent, much more capable mid laner. At least I wouldn't say Wind Ranger's that bad, but the numbers speak a different story. Maybe he can build that out. One big weakness I spy on the side of Dota 1 Hustlers is that they're very cooldown dependent. You've got this 145-second Doom, and then you have the 160-second Chronosphere. So you've really got to pick your battles.
And that's why I mentioned the Aegis is going to be super important. Doombringer, this hero's first phase, banned almost every game because he can get around those cooldowns simply by being an Octarine core buyer. And of course, that level 20 talent of minus 35-second Doom feels like it's always up at that point in the game as you skill later into the game here. But yeah, Chronosphere, there's not much you can do about that. The best thing you can do is potentially just buy a Refresh Orb so you can have a double Chronosphere.
Also, one interesting fact also coming. Well, I got a couple things I'm going to be dropping here and there, but it's
Some
a Toby
knowledge
versus
bombs
Shad, ex-Fike and GG members playing up against each other. It's always a big pleasure watching old teammates battling out against each other. It's probably not that much of a grudge match, but people who've been watching Division 2 and especially 2020, 21, 22, when these guys have been around trying to dominate the second tier level of Dota, now both pushed into Division 1. Entity's already been here for a while. Dota 1 Hustlers or D1 Hustlers finally making their way here. It's always fun to watch these two brawl against each other, and in the same lane too.
And speaking of that lane, though, it looks like for now Toby will be getting the advantage. And I think this is a matchup that you're pretty happy as Toby. You can skill these boars, as you see, he will pick them up. You don't have a way of killing them as the Lich nor as the Faceless Void. So as this lane progresses, it'll be more and more difficult for Shad to end up laning here. And of course, Katomi, he's playing the techies. Almost a guaranteed lane win no matter what when you have this hero in your lane. So they're looking pretty good here on Entity in this top lane, and mid lane as to be expected. A bit of an advantage here by Stormstormer, but not by much. I would have figured that maybe Stormstormer could have got a bigger advantage, seeing that Xantic pretty much didn't have a level 1 skill. You basically can't use this to simulate for pretty much anything at level 1, as he didn't as well. But Xantic making his ground up here as time goes on.
And he's got to be pretty happy feeling about that too, because this could have been so much worse than what it has been going so far. Getting himself, keeping up the pace with this Pango. CS is pretty much tied at this point between the two.
And bot lane might look really bad for the Doom as he's 8-0 and SF is 12-8, but they've got 9 CS, so up to 17 CS total for the bot lane. Just a lot of it's being spread to the Mirana here, but overall doing fine, I would say, in D1 Hustlers here against this very pesky SF and Undying lane.
And that was a last phase Mirana 23rd pick coming out too. We've seen 1 or 2 last pick Miranas that have been going into the pause 4 role, not having necessarily that huge of an impact in terms of, oh, that's just the Mirana, right? But at least in terms of the laning stage, going together with that Doom, Mirana able to move around the map very effectively. There's already a scan coming out there as Stormstormer is going to be aware of the Theolica showing up. But at the top lane, we'll be battling out against the Techies, and Hakoda, with the help of Shad, will be picking up first blood for D1 Hustlers.
Very nice. That helps them out quite a bit in that lane, and the mid lane as well. Xantic ends up getting both of the water runes here, so Stormstormer are going to be sitting on an empty bottle for some time now. If he wants to go back and potentially pick up the enemy bounty rune, that's the only avenue he has. Just kidding. Katomi died, so free bottle refill, and they messed it up. They didn't do it, actually. He gave the bottle too quickly and didn't get the refill, so wasted TP, no bottle refill.
That's a rough
Good
one.
things happening for D1 Hustlers here. Of course, that wasn't in their control, but good nonetheless.
Also, at the same time, Theolica's been sniping 2 couriers, one from Watson, one from Fishman. Both of the safe lane couriers killed. Quick shout out to Benji as well for providing some of the help with that. Theolica has actually got the most courier kills per game of any player across the DPC regions as a whole. And he's just, padding up his stats again with 2 more courier kills.
Guess so. A lot of it has to do with that ward he has placed, and he must place that ward quite a bit. And right behind the tier 1, seems like he...
Oh.
And
Gotta be careful of level 2 raises, yeah.
But he had the Lotus look already back to full. With the Ring of Health, he's fine. And you have more raises on SF, so it's still scary to be here. But at least he doesn't have to go back just yet in mid lane.
Oh, a lot of traffic here. They've got themselves a cancel onto the Rolling Thunder, but he still gets it off just in time. Lich going to be trying to push himself to the high ground, but Stormstormer, he knows his tricks. He takes... No, he doesn't take the haste rune away from the Void Spirit, so Atsantic gets his much needed bottle refill too. Stormstormer down, Hakoda to drop as well, and Katami going to be chased down by Theolicor and Atsantic. And that's a double for the Mirana with a rotation into the mid lane. It was just Lich soaking up all that damage, and Void's just, you know, he's just rubbing his hands together like, my time has come.
This feels like just one of those games, you know, where nothing is going right for you. You can't pick up the haste rune, bottle refills aren't happening, all your couriers are dying. It's just a series of unfortunate events here. But great start for D1 Hustlers here. So Hakoda, oh, he just wants to kill a boar, it looks like.
Might as well.
Yeah, might as well.
You know, the other one is also going to be expiring, so the fresh boar straight back to the slaughterhouse.
And he is going to helm the Dominator on Toby here. A little surprising, as he is... Actually, he might be in a bit trouble here. Are the bashes with them?
Well, let's see if they can punish for him. There's one bash from Shad. And another Frost Blast. These guys, they're getting so many slows in here, but there's a Time Walk available for the Faceless Void. He drops the Time Dilation, but he's going to be disengaging with it instead of extending for a potential kill. I would think Shad could have even actually Time Walked in to continue battling it out, maybe find a kill for himself, but he's going to play it safe.
Yeah, versus the reactive Taser there decides he's just going to back it up. And as we mentioned before early on, that I don't think the D1 Hustlers are any rush in this game. They've got the better, I would say, ultra late game here. A little bit of weaker mid game, but if they can minimize the damage and just get to that point where they have their items and farm, I think
they're
they're
looking
pretty
at the
happy.
Pango here. Can they get the catch on him in time? Doesn't look like it, but the right-click damage might be sufficient. His Swashbuckle is coming off cooldown and already building some distance. Arrow, gonna be a wild one, almost connecting onto the Pango, but Hakoda has also found the enemy. Blast off at 10 from Katalmi, Swashbuckle coming in, and with that, Fishman will finally follow up with the kill. No blast off needed, just for show. Arcane Rune for Atsantic, though.
Xantic is having a great game, and we see what happens when these Void Spirits...
He's back in.
Oh, speaking of Void Spirits...
Might be disarmed from the taser, but Theolicor's going to be picking it up. Yep, that's again another kill for D1 Hustlers. And even if the CS chart, when he was saying things aren't looking too hot for Entity, it was the one good thing going for them was this, the effectiveness in the lane in terms of CS. But looking at net worth, it's telling a bit of a different story. Void Spirit having this great of a start, he's going to be snowballing heavy into this game. Shad gonna have to battle it out with Toby and Fishman there for a second. Roar also used some time ago. Won't be up for a while. They've got Chrono available though.
I've been wondering why he's been using Sinister Gaze on these creeps, and apparently in the new patch, when you use Sinister Gaze on a creep, it does 250 damage and it lasts twice as long. 250 damage per second, by the way.
Yep.
So I was like, he's just one-shotting these boars here. Some new Lich tech, hard countering. I don't think Toby would have known this, really, because if he would have known this, he probably would have just went the Axe build. Look at this.
Look at that.
His Helm Dom creep is just dead from one Sinister Gaze from Lich.
That works. That works nicely. Yeah, 250 damage per second. Meanwhile, battling out next to the bounty runes, Fishman's going to be dropping. Rolling Thunder forced out, but dodged by the Similar. And now Hakoda battling as well with Katalmi and Toby walking in for the kill. The boar will get the last hit, and Void Spirit, he's got all of his spells on cooldown. Gonna need some backup. Roar coming out as well, but the Resonant Pulse going to be soaking up some of the damage. Can he still build up another one? No, he can't get out. His spells are still on cooldown. Only the Resonant Pulse to buy some time, but no escape available. Shat, however, does trade off from Katalmi. Get a kill there, but it's a good response from Entity, getting that Void Spirit, the top net worth core.
Stormstormer might go in, too. Oh, the Pavis saving him. In 7.33C, they decided Pavis wasn't good enough because everyone was buying it. So you know what they did? They decided to buff it. And now it works against physical damage from spells. Well, that would mean Swashbuckle.
Oh, Chrono used, but no proper follow-up. They've got TPs coming in. They've got the Pango here too. Shad trying to make a disengage run for it. Atzante gets the initiation out onto the Pango. Doom coming out as well. So is the Requiem, fearing the Doom for the time being. But Atzante coming in. Deny coming out from Watson though. And that's going to be one down, but no money given for D1 Hustlers. And now they're going to find the Undying. And also the blast-off jump from Katsaumi trying to finish off Shad. Yes, they can't take down that Void. And now onto Watson as well. Down to 600, trying to battle it out. But Davai Lama, he's got Hakoda backing him up as well. And with that dissimulate dodge, Watson down. Atzantic maybe will die, but no, the Pavis comes into action once again. And Hakoda, he's got another Sinister Gaze available in 2 seconds. This Kataomi Techies will drop as well. It is a costly trade in terms of the Void, but you killed the Shadow Fiend, making it totally worth for D1 Hustlers.
Yeah, for sure. Getting that Void kill is pretty crucial because in the meantime, Toby did manage to get the tower with his Helmet Dominator creep plus his minions in the top lane. So Beastmaster doing Beastmaster things. And Toby's, I'm a bit surprised by this. He is definitely going to go into the Helm of the Dominator, into the Helm of the Overlord. But he is playing versus Doom. We've all seen this Doom. When he does get that level 15 talents, it's something most Beastmasters try to avoid.
Pre-15 timing, right?
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult versus Doom. He's going to be getting a lot of experience per minute with that Devour. There goes your boar. Pretty much. Now we're going to drop it so soft that it's going to drop. Toby trying to go for a bit of a push. They also finished the Tommy creep with the Sacred Arrow from Theoloker.
They have so many things, man. The army's gone now, but it might just be enough with this Pango DD to continue the push here. As it looks like the D1 Hustlers are not super interested in defending this. Like they're poking their heads around, but they're not going to bring the Void and Xantic. He's seeping in. They want to fight.
Yeah, and this is what Entity they got to keep on doing, right? They need to keep up the pressure, be able to get these objectives, force D1 Hustlers to always be short-handed in these situations so Entity can keep up controlling the map, getting towers, building objectives, and just building momentum on their side, because we talked about this early timing that they kind of rely on.
Yeah, for sure. They're a little strange to see the Hustlers try and defend that tower, but it looks like they're just going to smoke out immediately, but they might be smoking right into where Entity is waiting here.
Yep, we've got one smoke and another gank squad right behind them. Techie's mine does explode, so they do have info. And there's also a ward, but Fishman is suspecting something is up, but there goes the tombstone just as the taunt flies out. Arrow will connect. It's a bit of a dodgy one to dodge as it comes from that high ground position, but no initiation capability there for either side.
They see the tombstone go up, so they're like, yeah, we're out of here. They don't want to fight in that tombstone. They had the ward on top of the tombstone there as well. Decide to just back it off there, which I think is a good choice. If they want, they could apply some pressure to this mid tower, but that would mean the Faceless Void would have to be ready with the TP. Same with Divine Llama. Not sure if it's worth it. Instead, we'll just fight for the runes.
Well, they're going to try and get a quick snipe of the Undying. Almost works out. Arrow doesn't quite connect, so Anzantic has to commit a bit deeper for it. Katami, he's dropped fairly low there. Stormstormer also getting soaked up, but the Sinister Gaze doesn't quite taunt the Stormstormer Pango. Still in magic immunity, and it runs out by the time it's finished.
Debuff immunity now, my friend.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I can see it being handy, like when you look at like Lich later on when he's got more points in Sinister Gaze, the 2-second duration. If you already cast it on the target as like Rolling Thunder's about to end, he can't swashbuckle. He's just going to get taunted and pulled in some direction.
Yeah.
Loses control of his hero for the time being. I was thinking that same thing with like Bane interactions. You throw the Nightmare on him, and Pango can't just cancel his Rolling Thunder because he's instantly just going to get slept. So timing can be crucial for Hakoda.
I definitely seen interesting things to that with Pango as the Rolling Thunder. Normally, you want to min-max that Rolling Thunder towards you want every bit of that debuff immunity all the way to the end into using your Swashbuckle. But now that you can cast it on towards the end of the roll, you got to think a little bit more as a Pango player now of when you want to be canceling that roll to get out of safety a bit earlier.
Looking at the net worth as well, Theoliker, who's been sniping couriers, he's on a killing spree right now. His net worth has been spiraling, and he lands a good arrow onto the Pango. Doesn't look like it's necessarily going to be a kill, but a lot of damage nevertheless. Forces out the magic wand. And the diffusal blade that has also been built, they gotta be careful for it. That's a big burst that Stormstormer has. Entity going for Roshan though.
Yeah, both mid laners with big bursts available as the Void Spirit. Might not have like that Fusel Blade timing, but he still has 2,000 net worth advantage over the Pango almost. With that Yasha, with the Echo Saber. And Chronosphere is up here. You got to be careful.
Oh, here comes the Violama. Here comes Hakoda as well. Like, oh, hello, Fishman. Nice to meet you. Hakoda's just deleted, but the Undying seems to be following suit too. Watson looking for the Requiem from the low ground. One hero dodges it, two get feared up. Doom also takes a bit of damage from it too.
Roche is half
Stormstormer
HP
almost
here.
finishing off the Marana too. So D1 Hustlers, they're pretty low right now. Entity, they could just finish off Roche. They can't contest it anymore.
Yeah, I don't think so. All things considered, though, I don't think they were going to contest this Roach very well anyway. You are playing versus Beast, Undying, Pango, SF. They have a lot to fight into. And this is exactly what you want to play for if you are Entity. Maybe this first Aegis isn't going to give you what you need to bust open the map, but you're setting up for that second Roach that will have a cheese, and then you'll have that opportunity to go high ground with Aegis, cheese, against this Faceless Void and the Doom. That might be what would be required for you to get that early advantage. And even if you don't want to go high ground and get barracks, you at least want to control the map and suffocate the enemies to the point where they just can't leave their base.
Looking at some of the itemization that's being built this game, I'm still keeping my eyes closely on this Marana here with that Guardian Greaves timing, because that is going to be pretty huge considering the net worth that Marana's already been able to accumulate in these early 17 minutes. 5k, only 2k behind the enemy mid and offlaner. So this Marana off to a fantastic start this game.
Yeah, she has her toolkit of what she needs already. You got the mech, you got the Pavis. Finishing the Greaves is going to be just luxury, really. Being able to use that mech more often to dispel this game. It's okay, but nothing huge to dispel. Maybe some lucky shot potentially, but this isn't really a right-click Marana type of build. This is a keep my allies safe build. As they will use this Helm of the Overlord. I will give him this. He does have a timing with the Helm of the Overlord. Couple more levels, 3 more levels for this Doom until he gets that talent. Until then, you got yourself a free game. But after that, this item will slowly but surely get devoured in the fights.
We've yet to see only one Chrono being used by Shat so far, and that was also a bottom tier 1 tower dive, which they couldn't really utilize. So he's just been happy just farming the map. He's got his Mjolnir. Pretty fast speed for Shat to just clear out camps. Working on a BKB next, so I'm believing that would be the timer to go for an engagement, try to shut down Entity, slow down their pace a bit, because right now they're fully active, they're fully online to take down these objectives. The T2 already down at the top lane and forcing out this mid as well. Glyph has been expended.
I wouldn't say this is like desperation from Entity, but it definitely feels like, you know, they're the ones pushing, right?
Oh, they're looking for a pretty
this
good
might be
pick off
big.
here. If they can get the Violama, and they stack up their stuns to make sure that the Violama has no escape.
The man really wanted to buy this.
It works out just perfectly.
Greed is good.
That's
And this
though.
greed is definitely not good in this scenario. They were up almost 6k gold there. But now, with that death, you just gave SF level 15 presence or effects building. He wouldn't have had that before.
Ooh, almost finishes off the tower through that back door. Finally gets it from the low ground. Lich ulti used. They're trying to get through the Aegis. Not so far from it. Watson, very low on HP, but it's just not enough this time around. Shad's still farming in the jungle. He's like, I need to get this BKB much faster. You know, they're on my high ground, but I can't just go in on a Chrono and hope for the best. I'm gonna have some security for it.
They hold him at bay for a little bit, but what a costly death by Defy Llama there.
It was.
Him dying there, losing the Crimson Guard for that push with the Frost Armor. Of course, all his other spells available, but more importantly, that death just ticked Watson up to that level 15 talent, which essentially just allowed them to take that tower with ease. It's okay, though, I think, still for the D1 Hustlers here. As I was saying, you don't often see... Well, what you normally see, right, is you get the Aegis on a lineup like Entity, and you're already up like 6k gold. but they were doing that push down 6k gold. So these pushes have to work. The moment one of these pushes do not work for them, this is where things get really scary for them, because this is their power spike. They got the Helm of the Overlord. It's not going to be good throughout the entirety of this game. As we mentioned, it's on a bit of a timer. Even this Lich with the Sinister Gaze, as he gets leveled, will make it worse. But more importantly, this Doom Devour at level 15. But until that time happens, they got a big power spike here.
They do, and the game plan is pretty simple for Entity right now. They still have Aegis for 30 seconds, so they're going to finish off the remaining towers on the map, and that is in the bottom lane. The T1's already down. The Tier 2, though. Demon Hustlers, do they respond? BKB recipe ready, but the Ogre Axe is still 800 gold short for Shad, so either he risks it, or they're just going to forfeit the tower. At least D1 Hustlers, the rest of them, trying to buy as much time as possible. Not completely leaving this tower defenseless, but they're all spotted by that Hawk. And
this Void is a ticking time bomb for sure right now. When he finishes this BKB, if he can place it right on top of the Shadow Fiend without being able to get roared by the Beastmaster, it shouldn't be too hard. Just leave a lot of extra space in your Chrono to make sure Beast can't walk up and Chrono you in it. Or roar you, sorry, in your Chrono. I think you just kill this SF in one Chrono.
For sure, that's the win condition that they're looking for, because he hasn't, okay, he's just about to finish the BKB, so that's one thing you have to take into account. If Watson gets chronoed, but he gets his BKB off, this Void isn't doing any damage, really.
It'll definitely help.
They have Solar Crest, they have a couple auras as well to buff up that HP region. It's going to be very bulky, but if he doesn't get the BKB off, that allows Mjolnir procs, that allows Time Lock procs. That's really the strength of the Faceless Void, killing targets when they're not BKB'd up.
Yeah, whether or not this BKB gets off by Watson will be critical. As if he doesn't get off, yeah, Void might just solo kill him, but you also have Lich Chain Frost to deal with, you've got Mirana Arrow. Lots of stuff that can come after that Chronosphere to either chain stun you or just do the damage through it. But more importantly, I think it's going to be the next Roshan. This next Rosh is going to be critical for Entity. For the Hustlers, you can still play the game even though if you give it away. However, if the Hustlers somehow get that Aegis, Entity, their whole game plan is going to go into shambles.
I also just looked at Entity. They have a gem in their fountain right now, so able to fight against that Mirana Moonlight Shadow later on this game. Talking about Mirana and forcing out that ulti. Stormer on the chase. Has an idea where this Mirana is, but just outside of Sentry Vision. Mirana's going to be able to get out of there. Might as well be time to pick up that gem potentially on somebody.
Might as well at this stage of the game. I think you're going to just group up as 5 anyway, as Entity. You're still 6,000 gold down, but the train don't stop.
It's on the Pango Courier now. Coming straight from the base.
And Toby and the boys, they got a single-dimensional type of strategy here, and they know what they got to do, and they're going to do what they can to execute it. And I think the call is, from the side of Entity here, is let's just defend Roshan. It's going to spawn. It may respawn in 30 seconds. So the boys know it's not going to be bottom. It's got to spawn on Dire at some point. So I think you head on up to Dire and you start making camp here. And you got a techies on your team. This hero is quite good at warding up these twin gates and protecting the Rosh area. So get to Dire. Let's go. Let's prepare for Roshan. Get that Cheese and Aegis in hand. But I don't think D1 Hustlers are just going to let it go without a fight. As they might just do a pit stop real quick for the Tormentor.
While Shad
we got a
finishes off that
2.5 minute
low HP tower. Oh, that's a fast Tormentor. Watson really packing a punch here on this SF. All that minus armor, right-click damage is pretty damn high. If only Shadow Fiend was a universal hero too.
If only.
It seems to be the joke of the century in a sense, like universal heroes just having so much damage that might as well put everything on that list. And Stormer right next to Demon Hustlers, they're going to smoke up, but Hustlers don't have the night vision. They don't see this happening. And into the Rosh Pit they go. Entity should be following suit.
Yeah, they would have been expecting a minimum timer Roshan right there for that to happen, but I believe the timer
Very
was
close.
2.5 minutes.
Very close right now. Well, the smokes have already popped on the side of Entity. And Hustlers re-smoking themselves, preparing for the fight. Llama, he will find the Pango, gets the Doom off
That's
just in time.
deep.
He's pretty deep right now. Fear coming out as well, so is the Tombstone placed on the ground, and Tombstone hiding the Undying. They need to get through that bunker, but Fishman comes out of the bunker, and now finally targetable. D1 Hustlers will be able to take him down. The Corona coming onto the back line as well. It's going to be catching the Shadow Fiend, but the Roar comes out at the same time from Toby. Will buy some time, but Watson, he has that damage, but he needs some backup. Shad going to have to disengage with the time block for the time being. Divine Llama blinking away. Katalmi down by Atsantic, and here comes the Rolling Thunder from Pango, who is re-engaging. Will take down Hakoda with a quick burst of damage. Lich coming in with a buyback, able to TP back to the outpost, and Atsantic still being focused here. Watson, disarm onto the Faceless Void. Won't be able to hit anybody right now because of the Swashbuckle. And Theoliker, he has a lot of hostiles right behind him, trying to run away. Entity inside that tree line, but D1 Hustlers, they're calming it down for a second.
Under attack.
Bit of a chill moment for the time being. Roche is still not home. Trying to focus that Ancient Ice Shaman. Hakoda knows he wants that Sinister Gaze to connect on him. Stormer! Oh no! They got the bang on the low ground! Stormer down and gone! He's gonna have to buy back as well. They've recovered the gem onto the Llama. Entity still looking for an opening here. Shadow on the right side. Llama coming in with the Blink Initiation, but there's an illusion play. The Manta coming out from Shadow Feed. Another blast off connected, but that Doom, he's very tanky. He needs some backup. He cannot fall, otherwise the auras are gone. He will drop. He's coming into 2 with a buyback. And that Tombstone, for the second time this team fight, Stormer getting taunted up by the Remnant, and D1 Hustlers disengaging, full retreat. We've lost this battle. But
Yeah,
they
for
lost
sure
the war.
there. We'll have to see. They're kind of low. They don't have Chrono. BKB is now coming up again. They might go one more Raw here.
Katalmi in the tree line. We'll get the Sticky Bomb to connect onto the Doom. And Zantek jumping in once again, catching the Shadow Fiend. Arrow stun, BKB available once again. Roar, second time onto Shad. That Pavis will be burnt through. Has a time walk available. And Toby taken down by Zantek. And the Shadow Fiend surrounded by hostiles. And he will be taken down too. Watson down for the count. But at the same time, Stormer and Katalmi, they're trying their absolute best. The Oliker down, Katalmi to die. Stormer retreating from the fight, but the Llama gets a connection onto the Pango. And D1 Hustlers able to this time regroup from that previous retreat and force away Entity. And Roche is back home.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
What a long-winded fight there. And Entity, they tried their best there. I feel like Defy Llama not having his cleanest game here. I believe that his initial initiation go way back to the beginning of that team fight. If we'll call that long-winded thing one team fight. It was a little bit premature there, but Exantic picking up the pace here. Shad being very patient. BKB's coming off cooldown. Now they're going to get the Aegis. They put it on the Doom of all heroes here, I guess, allowing Defy Llama without the buyback to just jump into the fights. And Shad is like, Cheese will be good enough for me. I feel like they're not going to be able to kill me quite easily in this game. However, for Entity, they've shown a lot of hope here. They've shown a lot of promise with this lineup, but with that Aegis going down, that makes you wonder, are they running out of gas here? Are they running out of steam? It might be the case here. The Doom, with that little 15 talent online now, will be able to eat up Toby's creeps. And Toby, he really just will be a pipe at that point. End of Vlad's.
Yeah, I understand the Aegis on this Doom. Mainly because the idea of just having big auras, yeah. Mainly because
I understand he doesn't have buyback, right? That's what I understand.
Yeah.
But I see heroes like Exantic who are beyond godlike on Void Spirit. I think Aegis is pretty good on him. Faces Voids level 18 as well. That sounds pretty good as well. So I could be wrong here, but we'll see. Maybe they got something in plan with the way they want to play that'll make this Aegis Wanda Doom be viable.
Yeah, it's like the fact that there's no vessel. You get a lot of benefit out of the cheese, so Void can kind of extend fights on his own, jumping in and out with Time Walk, and just having those auras for round 2. We've seen how much impact the Llama has by literally just being there, you know?
I'd like him to be a little more patient with his initiation, so that's the only thing that is on my wish list.
He is one of the most aggressive pause 3 initiators. He loves to go. He kind of has like these Amar type of vibes where it could be like, oh, he's all by himself, but he's initiated. What about the rest?
Right. And that's something I often see teams do that I want them to generally work on, right? Because like if you initiate, you doom someone, use your Centaur Stomp, that is meant to be initiation for your team to follow up. But if you use all your spells like that and the enemy team is able to get that distance between you before your teammates even arrive, that can put you a little deeper than what you wanted. But I do love the killer instinct. Some teams have players that are the exact opposite. They're just too afraid to jump.
Yeah.
So finding that sweet spot is very difficult to do.
You're looking at two very different type of offlaners this game, especially when you think about Toby. Toby isn't the guy who just, you know, sacrifices himself to get that opening for the team. Damayalama might be that type of player, but they've also learned to play around it. Toby's more of like this security type of offlaner. He'll make sure that things are going all right. He's going to give you some extra backup. He's not super flashy with his offlane plays. We can see from his stats as well that he hasn't had massive impact. Of course, Entity only with 10 kills this far, so far. We talked about this Overlord early on in this game already, that is this the item choice to go for. It's going to hinder his game a bit. And it's also going to hurt his allies not getting those buffs on point.
Dire are scanning.
But still, two very different type of offlaner players, at least in terms of play style.
It looks like the Hustlers, right? Never mind, I'll wait until this Moonlight Shadow does a lapse here. But maybe this is the game plan with the Aegis. Oh, you don't have buyback on the Doom. Here you go. Take the Aegis in case you die a little bit out of position. Maybe we can come help you. But they have no intentions whatsoever to do anything during this Aegis. They are completely content farming. Shad is like, yeah, I got my Scotty online. I'm getting closer to this refresher orb. But as I say that, maybe they're looking for an opening.
Yep, and onto Fishman they go. Atlantic gonna get that quick 1,000 damage burst, and maybe the Undying will drop. He's gonna bunker himself up, but can they save the Undying is the big question. Doesn't look like they can necessarily. Gonna get Hurricane forward with the Wildwing Ripper. Nullifier gonna be connecting too, but he's gonna be dodging everything. So that bunker saves him, and the allies coming in for the rescue.
Radiant's middle tower is
Yep,
under
time
attack.
bots. However, you're still stuck in your base here. And no mistake about it.
Katami. No Hakoda. Oh, he gets him.
Entity's timing has passed. It is going to be all Hustlers' timing now. And it's going to be up to Entity now to find openings, find cracks in the armor that the D1 Hustlers will leave here to exploit. Through turtling.
True turtling indeed. Looking for those
Whose
openings
turtle
are gonna
shell
get a
is
lot.
stronger.
Yeah, who pokes their head out of the shell? Who hides inside?
The thing is, though, D1 Hustlers, they're not going to be hiding their shell for much longer. As they are fully online here. I believe they will probably wait. Potentially next Roche, as Aegis was reclaimed.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
But more importantly, get that refresher orb available for the Faceless Void. As that will allow him to have 2 Chronospheres, and he has plenty of mana for it now that he has the Eye of Scotty. Perhaps he decides to go for something else before then, but we'll see.
Risking onto the high ground here. Sentry already down. Here comes the initiation from the Roar. Requiem to follow up as well. Hakoda out of play. And Santic gonna get poked by Stormstormer. And that Rolling Thunder is allowing a lot of connections onto the Void Spirit. But he is able to jump out for the time being with the Dissimulate, saving the gem for now. And that was 2 ults. That was 3 ults, actually.
But that's what they got to do. They got to be prepared for these fights. Sure, they only get a Lich there, but if they would have got a Void Spirit with the gym, that would have been so big. I like these plays from Entity. They're trying to make things happen. And you can see Shad is just like, hey guys, I don't want to fight right now. I just want my refresher. And he's going to keep farming until he gets his refresher. And then, and only then, will we see the Hustlers start to make more aggressive plays. And even if they don't want to make plays by then, the next time for sure they're going to make some plays is going to be in the next couple of minutes or few minutes. We'll see when Roche respawns. But that next Roche, that's what's on the minds of all 10 players right now to defend this. Maybe Shad's mind is more short-term, thinking about his refresh orb here as he is 300 gold away.
Well, let's see what kind of memories he does have in his mind. Tormentor going to be secured here for Toby, getting the Root Birds.
So Root Bird indeed.
Scanning.
So Toby does have that Blink Dagger now, and we saw in that top fight a long time ago around that second Roshan, he was able to get the roar off on the Faceless Void inside the Chronosphere. If that Blink will make it that much easier for him, and that could be the difference of saving Watson's life and not.
Well, let's hope teams have their Roche timers put up on the clock, because D1 Hustlers already smoking up an entity. They're here a bit early. Want to make sure that they establish control in the area. Do they have any wards to place down? Well, they have one lane ward for Fishman, and then of course the Twin Gate ward, which is a secondary, and controlling the Watcher is actually
They got
D1 Hustlers.
Refresher on Shad here, that's why they're here. Ready to fight.
And here we go. The Theoliker is going to be there with the Violama. Doom going to be connecting onto Stormstormer. He needs a backup. There's the bunker, and he's going to hide for the time being. And Watson in a good position to deal out damage. He's going to get Chrono, but he does have his BKB up, and they're only getting bashes through. But he's got a second Chrono, and he's going to drop it right on top of him, and that's going to make sure they take him out. Watson coming up the back, so is Stormstormer. Hakoda still fighting back, trying to take down Toby and look for another kill. And a third buyback coming in, but Kataomi down. Fishman's about to drop two, and D1 Hustlers pretty much clean. They've only lost the Lich so far.
Making 4
Fishman
buybacks.
will go down. Stormstormer still rolling in, trying to get a connection there. And something with the triple. And Pango, he's just throwing his
5
body in.
buybacks.
Toby,
Let's go.
he's in the fight as well. And Santic getting controlled. The Void Spirit, very low in mana, very low in HP. But the Pango, he's still relentlessly taking him out and will get the kill. Shad BKB's up, dodges the blast up onto Stormstormer. They go, Pango can't escape the time dilation. It's too strong. It's too much to deal with. Toby on the run, but no, he's gonna get denied as well. That's another dieback on their way. Fishman should be the next one to drop as D1 Hustlers. They hunt them down. One by one, they fall.
That was 7 buybacks in total. 5 used on Entity, 2 used on the Hustlers. You see the state of the game, right? Entity, they buy back all 5 of their heroes, realizing it's checkmate. If they can't get this Roshan with double Chronosphere being downed, and Watson's like, what the hell, guys? I just tanked 2 Chronospheres basically by myself, and we're still losing the fights. My buyback should have been sufficient, but they're just too far behind now, and back into the turtle shell we go for Entity, as we no longer have 5 buybacks. And we're going to see an instant replay here of how this fight started. I thought with this opening Requiem that perhaps Watson would have an opening to go onto Shad here, but not the case whatsoever. And it's just a singular Chronosphere onto the Shadow Fiend. Doesn't even kill him. They have to commit the second one too, catching some of his teammates as well. And you're going to see immediately they're going to do the buybacks for this, try to get back into this fight. But the fight is just too bad, and they've used enough spells themselves. It's not like Entity didn't use any spells. They also used a lot of spells there. So even though they did come back, they still couldn't fight.
Yeah, that second Chrono basically just solidifies. Even if the Shadow Fiend, he has his BKB up, he's soaking up all of the damage from that Mjolnir, from that time lock. But the second Chrono, he's already out of his BKB and just gets blown up. His position was good at the start, but he was found too early. There's no real save on the side of Entity to help him out as he's in that Chrono. No Oracle ults, no nothing to protect them there. And basically from that, it's just, you know, one pick off to the next pick off for D1 Hustlers, just finding connection after connection.
Connecting to tower now at this point as well. And does this train stop? Shad. Katomi died over there to the Doom.
Solo kill.
He had to commit the Doom though, but there's no buyback.
Shad, aggressive jump there with the time dilation. Slowing them down for the time being. He's going to get disarmed a couple times here with that swashbuckle. And so he also decides to retreat to the low ground despite holding that Aegis. Not going to give it for free.
The one saving grace you do have here is Faceless Void. This hero is a teamfight monster with the Refresher and the Chronosphere, which isn't really a saving grace, but the fact is he can't hit high ground very well. So you can buy yourself time for this techies to respawn. But it doesn't really help you in the department. How do you fight Shad for the next 3 minutes? And more importantly, can you burst him? Like, that's one of your only avenues to getting back into this game is, will you be able to take Shad down before he gets these Chronos off? Because if he gets the Chronos off, you've got no chance in these fights. Absolutely no chance for Watson to survive this.
It's kind of like you need to get Roar into Requiem, like Roar, Blink, Requiem, but Shadow Fiend doesn't even have a Blink, so he's going to have to walk up there during that stun duration, but we haven't seen that happen.
He does pack a big punch, though, so perhaps just the right clicks with the roar, and maybe they need a secondary stun, like the Pango stun, to lock him down for a bit longer.
Yeah.
But you gotta burst through as well, this Frost Shield, but luckily with the Nullifier.
It's like you basically just need to tag team the guy, you know, like a basic bar fight. You know, you have an honest 1v1 and suddenly you've got 3 guys on you and then you don't really get to throw hits, you're just receiving them. That's what Entity is really looking for to finish off this
You've been there before?
No.
That's good, that's good.
I have been a witness, but...
I see, it's just a spectator.
Enough about that.
But yeah, either way, I think that'll be the plan after Aegis is gone. Because you could do that during Aegis, right? But that's not going to net you much other than this Aegis kill. Might as well wait that extra 1 minute and 45 seconds here for that Aegis to go down. And here comes the ninja gear. Always gets me every time.
Usually involving those bar fight strats, somebody needs to grab a stool and throw in a cheap shot, but I don't think you have a lot of cheap shots left on Entity, so just got to try and overwhelm this Faceless Void. Age is going to be running out in 1.5 minutes. Also the cheese up on this Void Spirit. No Lotus is up, but they will go for the Doom. Shad, Chrono, it's a good one. He's going to catch Pango and the Undying. Another Chrono also on the Watson, and that's the one that he wanted. And they will dissimulate Entity's defense. And that is GG right away. The Doom initiation, Divine Llama, again, the aggressive opening, and allows for that vision. Shad jumps in, Chrono's 2 guys. Oh, I gotta refresh it. Let's find Watson. We found Watson. Slap him down. D1 Hustlers, game 1 victory in 42 minutes.
Defy Llama, for better or for worse, had an aggressive killer instinct there, going in, making the space for Shad. But overall, the Hustlers here, with their draft, with their laning stage, I feel like Toby on his Beastmaster, this strategy did not work. Maybe he didn't know about the Lich, but maxing those boars in the laning stage versus the Sinister Gaze, he was just killing these level 3 boars with a level 1 Sinister Gaze every single time. You summon a new one, it's gone. Then all of a sudden, you go for the Helm of the Overlord play, and then you're playing versus Doom with that level 15 talent. Felt like Toby couldn't do a lot in this game. They put themselves on an insane timer by picking the way they did. It just didn't work out for them, as we saw. A couple missed pushes here and there, second row didn't go in their favor, and the game just felt like it was done.
And some pretty good padded stats for D1 Hustlers as well. This Faceless Void only dying once this game, but most importantly, I highlighted that Mirana a couple times, like Theolicor 7, 1, and 20 at the end of this game. Like, that was a fantastic start for him, and he also proved that he can pull off a brilliant ending to the game too. He's got a lot of auras with the Solars, the Guardian Greaves. We talked about how effective that Pavis is against this lineup, and it really saved them from time to time. D1 Hustlers really being, you know, efficient in every perspective and every aspect here. Most importantly, winning that one Roche fight but basically all of those Roche fights were happening at the top left corner. But I mean, they start off a fight that they're about to lose, but they still play around it, get another reinitiation, and then end up winning it. So a lot of good things that went for D1 Hustlers this game.
Yeah, for sure. I think they had a really good draft here, and it really just came down to just having superior late game and being able to have good laning stage. Everything went well for them, and unfortunately, I think you have to go back to the drawing board if you are Entity. This strategy, I feel like you put yourself on a hardcore timer, and it just didn't work out.
Well, might as well just see what actually kind of broke down through this game, going back to like the chronological order of the start. I mean, Entity, they were doing a couple good things. Of course, they were only up ahead in CS in the early game, but D1 Hustlers just finding kills, they found towers, they found themselves some good pressure around the map. But then Entity, when he talked about them going for that second gear, where they are too aggressive with their push, but they were punishing D1 Hustlers. And that one kill in the mid lane from Divine Llama opened them for a high ground push, which was basically the only threatening tower kill that Entity would get this game, which was the tier 3 in the mid lane. But since then, D1 Hustlers were getting into the game. Their lineup was online at that point. It became super hard for Entity. We didn't get to see the Roar into Requiem combo a single time from Entity. So D1 Hustlers splitting the fight, they were doing a lot of things correct.
Well, they definitely were. The Defy Llama scared me a couple times this game, for sure. One of them was the mid one where he died, gave SF level 15, allowed him to push the high ground. That was a bit scary. The second one was actually this fight here, where he jumped in a bit early with the Doom. But at the end, it didn't really matter because at Xantic, he was doing his best this game to keep his team in the game, making great initiations, was beyond godlike at this point already. We've seen this Void over and over again. Not the Faces, they had both the Voids this game, but the Void Spirit, that is the one this game really took off here. And Shad, he's playing a hero that we don't see a lot of in this Faces Void. His itemization, his laning stage, everything that he did this game, he was very patient, farmed up for his timings. This is why we don't see a lot of Void either. You need a lot of farm, but a lot of Voids, they're a little too impatient to get to these timings. They want to fight earlier, but we saw Shad, he just went for the creeps, got the items he needed to secure the game, and he just played a phenomenal game on this Faces Void.
Yeah, and that's why we see a lot of these Magnus lineups where they just want to enable the Faces Void earlier into the game so he can mass up more farm. He's able to join in the team much earlier. And of course, Magnus is a pretty strong hero in the current meta, but they're able to work it out by just, guys, I'll just farm my items. I need that BKB before I join in for anything. And the gamble paid off, basically. You just didn't want to... I mean, I guess it would have been more of a gamble if Shad decided not to go for the BKB and just push in. And of course, we're looking at Xantic taking the MVP from this game one.
When you have a game like this on Void Spirit where you do all in the mid lane, let's think about his laning stage for a second. He got harassed down to half HP, took a bunch of spells, got the Simulate level 1, still ended up winning this mid matchup, scaling like a beast. Of course, when you do get items on Void Spirit, you do become a carry of your own, and that's exactly what he did. He ended up carrying this game after what I would say should have been a rough laning stage against all odds here. I think he definitely deserves that MVP.
Well, as we're kind of filling in over for our panel, which should be showing up after the break, we're going to be handing over to Game 2 in a couple minutes. So don't disappear anywhere. Get your refreshments, whatever you need, and we'll be back in a bit.
No go. They use road, they use
Come from here, you can shield me and I can leap in.
They have R still.
Okay, okay.
I have R still.
Go.
Shield me.
Oh, SF. Need vision on SF, guys.
He's roaring.
I'm roaring.
Look at damage. SF?
Everything!
Vi stun.
Nice.
Måste.
Nice.
Lite kite, roll.
Come back.
Look at the pango.
Look at Pango after.
Yeah.
Take his sticks.
That's rush.
Look at the
Oh,
pango.
you
Kill
can.
him.
Go.
Kill them all.
I can't chase.
I can just
Rush, guys.
Nice.
Good job.
Radiant's
Good job.
top tower is under
Don't be
I'll
back.
tank.
He's not back too.
welcome back. We are going to have game number 2 between Hustlers and Entity very soon. But for that game 1, guys, it was a bit of a rough showing for Entity. It's unfortunate that they weren't able to close out the game, Lacoste.
Yeah, I mean, they were pushing high ground, which I think they needed exactly to do the same thing, because they had this momentum, they had this timing. Helm of the Overlord on your Beastmaster, Shadowfin hitting level 15, Presence Aura affects buildings. You need to utilize that. Like, they were 5-6k gold down, still pushing the high ground. Exactly how you need to win this game. They understand that they're on the timer. Like, we talked about it post 35 minutes, that their lineup is going to crumble. It's Shadowfin, pretty much, who's going to deal damage, and you're playing against Doom, Faceless Void. These two heroes can easily take you out of the game with just one ulti. Like, a lot of buybacks in this game. I feel like this is how they needed to play to win secure Roshan. Second Roshan was the timing they were looking to go for. First one was just for, you know, you're holding on to Aegis, but that's about it. They wanted to have cheese Aegis and then go for it, but never happened in this one.
I have a feeling that we might be seeing the same things running it back, Kazu.
Yeah, I don't know why necessarily. I feel like maybe after the last game we could have been like, okay, we like the Undying, but we didn't like the SF. I feel like that's something that they should have felt in the last game. So here I feel like you could jam your Undying plus your other carry. Other teams have tried the Monkey King, the Bloodseeker. I feel like that's one thing you could have done. And just to maybe like give one more quick point about game 1, I feel like Entity's early game in the last game was... There was some strange stuff happening. Like, they TP'd mid and failed, like, the refill on the bottle, and then Stormstormer was rolling and forgot to, like, pick up the Haste Rune. They lost top lane, maybe because of the Sinister Gaze interaction that, honestly, I didn't know either. So then I feel like this...
Fear.
Yeah, thanks, Fear. So then the Beastmaster counter pick, feel like, wasn't really a counter pick. So all of these things, because we said they need to be ahead. They were never really ahead in that game. Maybe like 1k, 2k at 1-2 points, but D1 Hustlers kind of played it well, and now they get the same opening again. So if I'm D1 Hustlers, like I'm chilling right now. I'm smiling.
Yeah, the thing about Sinister Gaze is I don't even remember reading about it. Like,
yeah,
most
same.
of the stuff is like stuck in your head, but for some reason, I don't know, it's a huge patch. Probably just scroll down and they're like, yeah, lit, you know, nothing changed much, some numbers, blah, blah, blah. And then you scroll down and suddenly, like, because you've never seen it. I've never seen this interaction before, but this one's definitely going to stick in my mind for now.
Same.
And this is the hero that I wanted to see in the previous game. I was calling out for Morphling potentially. The E1 Hustlers are going to ban it out. In the end, this was last pick Shadowfin. Sure, he, like, dominated the laning stage for the first 5, 6, 10 minutes. Doom was struggling. The Wild Llama couldn't find the farm. But then again, it's Shadowfin in the end.
Yeah.
It's not the hero that can solo win you the game. And Entity banning out Faceless Void. They think it caused a lot of troubles. But this also means that one extra hero that they banned out from the second banning phase is going to be left in the pool. Mostly they banned these illusion heroes. Terrorblade, I believe Naga Siren as well.
TB, PL. I think PL was the last ban. I mean, I do like that Entity are banning Faceless Void. I think D1 Hustlers and especially Shad. I feel like Faceless Void has to be his best hero. He looks really good on that hero when he does play it, the way he team fights, the way he itemizes, also the way he joins fights. So I think that's good. Entity also, again, they're showing up, or not, they're not showing up. They're preparing for a Bloodseeker. Dude, I can't speak. They're preparing for a Pangolier pick, because they banned the Bloodseeker once more. I think Void was a problem, and Void is also... He's very annoying when you are playing Pango yourself. You want to rely on your low cooldowns, so time dilation, very annoying itself. He can kill you in Chrono. So once again, that hero will be available for Entity. And then to get back to the Lich, I'm not sure why Ice Rock felt that he should have Frostbite on Sinister Gaze, where it's legit, it's one-shotting Boar, level 1 and 2, and the level 3 Boar has 50 HP left. So... yeah, I think Entity didn't know about that either, so now we're getting perhaps a slightly different game.
Yeah, I'm still down. Yeah, go ahead, Nat.
Oh, I was just going to say, I am surprised that it is still the Beast that the Hustlers want to ban out. Like, I don't know if that's an indicator or something that they want to change. Maybe it was still really annoying in their eyes, especially because, like, Kezi was saying that the Bloodseeker builds up to a Pango. I thought maybe that would have been where that ban would have gone the cost.
Potentially. But now they will have, again, lower cooldown. Hero doesn't rely on ulti as much as Pango does. Two Spirits battling it out. We've seen it time and time again. I think in this one, you should not be like threaten a kill on any of these. Same goes for Pango, but Pango's lane started, sorry, Void Spirit's lane started to kind of awkward, where he was forced to get Dissimulate level 1 down to more than 50% HP, but still managed to get a lot done. At Xantic, I would even say that this is his best hero, at least from what he's shown so far in this DPC tour. There are other heroes that he plays extremely well, like Kunkka, but I don't consider Kunkka to be a good hero, so gotta just scratch it.
Yep.
Put X on it, don't want to pick it.
Well done. It's a very lackluster hero. I think it's hard to make work. For D1 Hustlers, there was a hero that I thought about last game. It's I think Silencer kind of owns this whole entity draft pretty hard. They all rely on, you know, some combo in some sense, or some bigger team fighting. I think you have heroes that go in for you. So if you can go for some Silencer, maybe a +4 that would allow to be played through the Void Spirit with some damage, I could see that. But last game, you know, they did surprise with the Lich, which looked good. I don't think it's gonna be. I mean, maybe the hero's just so good that you can pick it every game. I'm not sure, but I think there might be better picks around.
It feels nice because, like, Lich can keep the distance. He has 3 good frontliners. I think there's also potentially Monkey King on the mid lane against Ember, and you just play Void Spirit from the safe lane if they want to run it.
Oh, true.
Really good matchup against Ember. And there's your call. I think you kind of nailed it there. Silencer, again, can keep the distance. Same goes for Lich. While these heroes run in, and then you stop them, these heroes also don't build into, like, sure, Ember, second item BKB, probably must have in this one, but then again, you're playing into Doom, so you still have a kill. I like Silencer a lot, but I don't like Silencer when he's first phased, where you're like, well, here you go, there's Silencer, what are you gonna do about it?
Yeah, the hero is he needs more purpose, and like he needs your draft to be nice and structured. He needs like people to go in for him, which he should have in this game. Maybe there's a chance of this being a +4 Monkey King, which I wouldn't like as much. I know it's.
I actually was gonna ask that. Like, what are the odds that Hustlers have any flexibility in their draft? Because last time they left their +4 into the last pick. This time round, it's seemingly the same sort of style. Like, that's what they're leaning towards. And is there a strat in that, or is there just more flex? And it's not so much like, oh, they just want to leave their +4 to the last pick.
I'm leaning towards mid Monkey just because of the matchup. But then again, can be played as 4 if they are playing into melee hero. Undying, not gonna be an easy one. Not gonna be an easy lane with these. Like, even if you pick pretty much anything into Undying, Monkey doesn't feel as strong. So I feel like you want to run this as a core. In the previous game, they last picked Mirana for themselves, which was a really good pick, and he really showed that he's playing it extremely well. Only died 1 time. Tioli Core really nailed that Mirana.
Maybe
just like arrows and everything, movements around the map, like his itemization. I think also the reason why they went with the Darkseer is I buy Guardian Greaves, I buy Crimson Guard against these heroes, so I can like at least counter initiate when you're getting the jump, remove global, vacuum wall. So this is gonna stop them from further aggression.
It's I think it's pretty good like for your heroes, but when I look at Doom lineups, he really doesn't care when he plays against a lot of like chip damage, or like he doesn't care about casual gameplay. Like I think Darkseer, Ember, the way they team fight, it's like very casual. It takes a long time to build up. And Doom at some point, you just see the opportunity, you go blink BKB, you Doom someone, and then like what do these heroes do? Like if you Doom Darkseer, the hero is incredibly sad. So Entity, like they really need, for me, the way you break Doom lineups is where you can at some point just be like, you can be snappy yourself and like you can force this BKB or burst someone. And right now they don't have any of that. So D1 Hustlers this time around banning the Shadow Fiend, I would have liked that pick a lot more for Entity this game than the last one.
What about some Spirit Breaker for Hustlers? Again, looked really good in the previous game. Even Shadow Demon, I feel like can work out just to have the spell mechanic against Darkseer, Iron Shell, Ember, Flame Guard.
I actually like SC a lot.
It's not my favorite 2 supports like Shadow Demon, Silencer, but since you have Void Spirit, Monkey, who joins these early fight. Same goes for
Yeah.
Doom. I think these two heroes can work together. If you
Yeah.
open up with these two heroes, I would say it's pretty garbanzo, but
Yeah, it is.
if you manage to get last picks on these two, I think it's very good.
You have 3 bros that would go in for you, and both Silencer and SD could help them. I don't know if it's what they're going to be looking at, but it's a decent SD game. I could see the SB. Maybe there's like some weird scenario where you can pick a Nyx Assassin, just pull waves against Nyx.
Ooh.
Then you have some Spike Carapace. I don't know.
Gotham
Let's
hero.
see.
Entities turn to pick.
It's the SB.
I think 2 options that we kind of leaned towards made a lot of sense. We wanted to see Spirit Breaker in the previous game because you can like force vacuum. Techies can't stun you when you charge in. Nader can Undying. If you like force vacuum, that's a lot of team fight taken out. Ember can use the chains, but he needs to be there. So this last hero needs to do a lot of things for Entity, and I'm not sure if you can even fix it because it's kind of a hero that needs to buy early Lincolns relatively. Okay, this is an adaptation. I thought it was banned out. It was
No,
banned
Ah,
out in
last
the previous-
game, yeah.
game.
Yeah.
Yeah, last game it was banned out in that middle, and instead they took out Beast and let the PL all the way through. And so
Okay.
now the Slark and SF instead. All right,
It's
so some of the thoughts. What is this PL Undying sort of lane going to look like, Kazu? What is that power for them, and do you think it's going to be pretty stable up against the Doom SB?
They should be. I think they need to stomp that lane, and they should win it. I don't know if they're supposed to stomp it, but they're supposed to do very well. There was a similar thing last time. I think Doom against PL, he wins that lane, but when there's an Undying in the mix, I think it swings the entire matchup. And Watson, I don't know who he laned against, but he destroyed a Doom last time around. And in this game, in order for Entity to win, I think Watson is gonna need to have a good game. I assume that he should. But I like the swap up of D1 Hustlers that Lacoste also touched on, where they're putting the Monkey King mid.
That's a big one because now you have 2 lanes that are gonna do really well. And when I see heroes from Entity, like you don't care too much about rotation from this Undying, so you're pretty safe, I would say, as Monkey King. You need to care about techies, and you can put pressure on the mid lane so much. First, you have Monkey, and you have Spirit Breaker who can easily charge in, Silencer hero that wants to join some of these earlier fights as well. I do like D1 Hustlers lineup again. I think Entity made some adjustments, but I'm not sure if it's enough.
All right. Well, I was going to ask a little bit more about that mid matchup between the Monkey King and Ember, but instead we can just see it play out, or maybe Fear can give us some insight as we head on to him with T-Panda.
Thank you, Nats, and the panel, and indeed, Fear, you heard the lady. What are your thoughts about this?
Hard matchup for Ember Spirit. Very hard.
Point.
No, I mean, this matchup is going to be very difficult. Once you're a natural orb of corrosion buyer, so once you get to that stage on the Monkey King, you're just going to play on the high ground of the Ember, and you're basically not going to be able to walk up to the high ground anymore because he's going to get those Jingu stacks on you. It's not as bad as the Huskar matchup, but it's in that realm of almost unplayable, so it's going to be a very difficult one. And we're getting the carry Void Spirit. I talked about it before. Like, eventually this hero will go to the carry role. We saw the Magnus there many times before. What other universal hero? Wind Ranger, that was the one that's been in the carry role. Why not Void Spirit? He builds carry items. He's a universal hero. He can be a carry, so I'm pretty excited to see it.
He basically checks every single box of what you want from your carry these days. But of course, looking on the other end,
Universal.
The Be Universal, the Phantom Lancer, which is not universal, but a good old classic carry that you can sometimes rely on. Sometimes, when the game stretches long, he becomes I wouldn't even say nuisance. I would say a problem that sometimes does go unanswered. The times that this Phantom Lancer has gone through and the game stretches to 60, 70 minutes of we can't kill this guy, usually the option has been we'll rat our way to victory, and that's been an option to look at. But getting to that point, T1 Hustlers, they've got 4 heroes that just jump you. Spirit Breaker, Monkey King, Doom, Void Spirit. Could open up for some good plays for Toby, who is the less aggressive hero or player. Could get some good vac walls out there.
And he's going to need to, because I don't think this is one of those PL games where I see him getting items and it's just free. Monkey King is the hero that is notoriously good, as you have at least the Wukongs. Imagine he will be playing into getting the Maelstrom at some point to deal with it. And then you also have random other AoE. Doom, Scorched Earth does a lot of AoE, probably building into the Crimson, which is great. Eventual Shiva's Guard. All these items will be quite potent against the PL later on in the game.
What I'm a bit worried about here on the side of D1 Hustlers is how much can they contest against the Darkseer, when usually contesting Darkseer is pretty of an easy job when you put it that way. But what are the limits of this Void Spirit, basically? Very cooldown dependent hero. It's going to have to rely on, usually you build a bottle for a reason on this hero, so you're able to extend fights a bit longer, able to take multiple more engagements and initiations. The Violama, however, not in a very good spot with the Doom at the bot lane. But what do you think are the limitations of this Void Spirit in this lane?
Well, you do have the option of doing the Resonant Pulse and trading normally, right? But you don't get any resistance from magic with that, so you can't trade into this Ion Shell. So it's going to be another one of those lanes where I think the Void Spirit should just farm, no problem. But he's not going to be able to pressure, because he can't really deal with this Ion Shell. At least not until he gets Echo Saber. I think when he gets Echo Saber, he will be able to potentially just like right-click that creep down so quickly that it doesn't matter. But that's going to give Toby a good laning stage, and that's normally the hardest part of playing Darkseer, having a good lane.
Yep, right now is looking pretty fantastic. Already 11 last hits on top of the board for Toby. Very different start compared to that last game.
On top lane, Dakota.
See what they can get here.
He's got the neutral creep, got it, oh man.
Kobolds. Kobolds MVP.
Yeah, that would have been first blood there. He just vacuumed him into the small camp there, and the Kobold just got the last click there. You just had first blood stolen away right in front of you. That's got to hurt a little bit.
Yeah, and from mobs that hit 10 damage, 17 damage, 20 damage, not exactly the highest right click on this Kobold camp. So that's that one will hurt a bit. The side of Entity is like, oh, we would have wanted to have that one. The Violama, though, going up down potentially in the bottom lane. Fishman tanking the tower. He's extending his limits here. His courier does get killed off, but Watson, he gets the actual first blood this game on this Phantom Lancer.
Even better, it was all planned. All right, get your peel first blood. The Darkseer, it would have been fine on him, but he doesn't really need it. He's still free farming nonetheless. And the mid lane just wanted to go back to that one. I think this is the point where, much like when you do play, is there a Boundless available? There is, but it looks like he was just gonna choose to bully instead. Much like the Huskar matchup, it's not a very hard matchup until this Monkey King gets about level 3. He's there now. Stormer, from now on, going to have a very difficult lane. Potentially won't even be able to walk up to this lane at this point.
Yeah, very
so Monkey King will be free farming, and Stormer's gonna have to find a way.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? I mean, it's like, well, if I leave this lane, Monkey King's still going to be farming, but how do I farm myself up? So at Xantic, the more time this Ember spends in the mid lane, it's more and more favored towards this Monkey King. Top lane, a bit of a battle there. Techi's low on HP. Toby chasing Hakoda, looking for the courier kill instead. Entity will find yet again another one for themselves. Already taking the Violama's, Fishman's courier dying earlier, and Watson actually punished in the bot lane to Violama, finding a solo kill.
Yeah, that's unusual, especially when you see the Doom. He doesn't have a devoured ability, and then on the top lane, they will finally get him down here.
But tell me, he's solo to dropping, and he will. Shad just judging out Toby, but Toby's still on the chase and has the Iron Shell. This kill. Oh, getting blocked by the creeps as well. The creeps are working against him. Oh, Toby. Oh, man. That the guys who are supposed to help you, these mercenaries, they just got, somebody offered them a higher paycheck.
Dakota, I don't want him to drag this into the tower if possible, but it looks like he has no choice. I think Xantic doesn't have a stun available, so that'll just be harassed. But as you see this mid lane, I will not be surprised to see if this Monkey King... I mean, it will happen, never mind, to get more denies, and the Ember does have CS. Not entirely sure how Ember has 5 denies on him, so Stormer doing what he can in this lane, but for all intents and purposes, this lane is over for Stormer. He is going to take what he can with Sleight of Fist, and that'll pretty much be it.
Yeah, he's keeping up in experience at least, so that level 6 might be showing up fairly early for him. But at least, do you just Remnant rotate somewhere? Can you find any kills? I mean, Watson would love to get a kill off of the Violama before the Vanguard's up, but man, this guy's pretty much already has his Vitality booster bot. Just needs to walk to the secret shop and have it. So that's going to be difficult. Maybe just farming the silencer, I guess. Looks like silencer's just going to be stacking some camps.
I mean, to remnant kill people, you need to have remnants available, as you're only level 5. Not going to be happening. He's just going to be jungling, and I think the rune's going to be pretty important, but I think Hustlers know that just as well, and they got both supports already on top of it. And it'll be a DD for... Monkey will just pick it up, but it's not going to be bottled, so the timer's going to start ticking immediately. What does he do with this? Does he want to continue to farm? Does he want to try and TP to the top lane and kill Toby? Choice is his, really, but it looks like his choice for now is going to be focus on his own farm. It basically is, yeah. Monkey King is quite literally the king of the game, and will be for the next probably 5 minutes.
Pretty big trade there at the top lane, dropping Toby down a half HP. Shad still kind of fine with what's going on. The Remnant gets soaked up by the creep. They won't get a connection with that, and they've just left this mid lane open. Glyph already used, but Xanthic still has about less than 10 seconds on DD. However, his creep wave's already died, but they're diving at the top tower. Hakoda will go down. Shad, still no level 6, but Xanthic is here, and Toby. That DD has run its course. He's going to drop the wall, but there's also a Remnant drop right in front of him, and that Boundless Strike will finish him off.
That's a pretty big kill. Killing the Silencer, it's nice, but you don't want to lose your Darkseer for it. You're the highest CS in the game with the Darkseer. You're handing that over to the Monkey King. He already was having a fantastic game. Because they chose to put this Void Spirit on the position 1 role, it makes no sense against Darkseer, right? They really only did this strategically for just getting this Ember down.
That might be another kill. Stormstormer in trouble here, but the charge does get blocked out by the Slight. And Theolica ends up hitting the creep wave instead of a hero. They're still chasing for the Ember, though.
Chasing them. Do they have vision here?
Available.
Oh, they do.
Just a little bit too deep for him to chase. Watson getting the Violama's courier. And he's got this Blade of Alacrity built up. Extra right click.
So in the first 8 minutes, we've seen him in the bot lane. He's just been constantly pressuring with the Scorched Earth here.
3 points, just chilling and vibing.
He's going into 3 heroes here.
I mean, he's got a Vanguard and 1500 HP. They don't really do much against them, do they? Looking to get out of there. Chasing Watson is Theolica. He will find him. Charge comes out. Xanthic is also almost in range for Boundless Strike, but he dodges it with the Doppelganger. Good timing there from Watson. That would have surely been a kill otherwise.
Yeah, the little small plays there too. Watson using the Phantom Rush to just get that little bit of distance. Yeah, Shad's fine. He's just going to get out of there. He has no resources. Not having the best game on Shad, dealing with the Darkseer. Talked about it before. The Resonant Pulse is supposed to mean, or rather, you should trade. You should get good physical trades, but against that double Ion Shell, it's just not happening. So they forfeited the top lane just to make sure that they would get Stormstormer down just a little bit, and we'll see if it pays out for them. You do have an under-farmed Ember, but now you have an over-farmed Darkseer.
In the first 9 minutes, we are going to get our first tower to drop. They're still sieging top at the same time. Glyph has already been used. Shad hiding in the trees. Entity not enough pushing power, at least onto objectives with these heroes. It's literally like their only good pusher in this team is the PL, and that's also later on into the game.
Even then, PL's not the greatest hero at pushing.
Still, yeah.
He's more about being that type of hero that you just can't kill in the team fights. But I think that's only going to be a reality is if you can keep the net worth down on not only the Doom, but this Monkey King. As another big strength of PL is confusing your enemies with the Doppelganger illusion. However, if you manage to get a Jingu stack, it only applies to the real one, so it becomes very easy to know which one is the real PL.
Meanwhile, on the other side of D1 Hustlers, Monkey King in the other hand is a very formidable pusher. And also with the Void Spirit right-click damage, that's also going to be very useful for later pushes, especially if he decides to build up that Desolator for the team, unless the Monkey King wants to build it. I'd rather see the Void have it, because that is also going to buff up that Monkey King. They're both probably going to be in somewhat of the same area too, focusing similar targets. Stormstormer coming around from the side, going to get caught by the stun. Also silenced up, so he jumps away. And that
We're
tower
noticing
will
a
drop.
trend from Stormer. He's played this matchup before. He knows what to do. He shows up, doesn't allow the boundless to happen, and then immediately will just jump back and farm some neutral camp with his remnant. Just trying to push what he can. But he has a lot of limitations this game, that's for sure. Not having the best game. Going in for more of that greedier type of build, just not going to go the corrosion this type of game. Normal boots into Maelstrom. He wants to make up the farm a bit later in this mid game.
Oh, they're setting up in mid. This is going to be scary. Global Silence is going to be used as well. Stormer going to get stunned up and blown up with that Boundless Strike, and it's a split kill, but it's a kill nevertheless. Ember down, and Stormer, that's his first death, but look at his net worth. He's so far behind everybody else.
He is, and your last pick PL as well, not having quite the game that you wanted him. He is losing to the Doom.
And they're coming bottom.
Not very unusual, to be honest.
Katami's going to be around. It's going to be 4 pushing the tower.
Okay.
2 TPs in. Watson's going to be around the area
Is he
too.
gonna doom him? What's he doing here?
They're just chilling, but there we go. The initiation comes out. Darkseer goes a bit too far. Doomed up while the Undying dies in the Wukong's command. And Darkseer trying to get out. Katami getting blocked by his buddy. And he will look for the deny, and he won't get it. He will still die. Techi's right-click damage, if you're universal or not going to be enough. Atsantic taking Stormer down, and Atsantic with the double on this Monkey King. Losing the Ember
You're playing
once
into
again.
level 4 Jingu Mastery. And are we going to and one here or what? Probably not.
Katami just far enough, and Watson still fighting against them. He's like,
they found the
I'm
real
committed
PL.
to this. I have to get something done here. But it's 5 versus 1 team. Can't do much. Entity will lose pretty much everybody on their lineup. Only the Techie survives.
So you guys in mid having a fun time after this Monkey King going rampant from the mid lane here, just taunting them, also making chimpanzee noises as Xantic, which is a D2 Hustler voice line, by the way.
Yeah, chimpanzees, throat singing, you got everything.
Who makes that? Is that a player making that?
I mean, who makes the
I
throat
don't
singing?
know.
Do you know somebody else than Divine Llama? Me, maybe?
Wait, dude, that's an authentic Devi Llama voice line?
I believe
real?
that is.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know another throat singer in the Dota community. If you do know,
wait,
hit me up.
is making chimpanzee noises a throat singing? Confused.
I don't know about the chimpanzee though. Coda Entity will find a pick off, a much needed one. It's a silencer kill. It's something.
You'll hear it later. They'll play it.
I mean, he's a bit of a rowdy character, right? Wouldn't be too surprised if the Violamas just put every voice line in there. Could always
imagine so,
ask
too.
Lotus. Could always ask Lotus, the manager.
Yeah, I just need to know. So for a later time, though. Either way, 6K already at 13 minutes for the Hustlers. Entity, from tour number 1, they looked like they had so much promise. I remember at the Lima Major, it's like my dark horses were going to be Gaming Gladiators and Entity. And Gaming Gladiators to the moon, they went. But Entity, since then, haven't had quite the success they've been looking for tour after tour.
Oh, global again. Onto the
And the
Ember
struggle
Spirit.
continues.
Into the stun follow-up. Nether Strike, but he just gets his ulti
No,
off.
that's-
But he's going to die
The
to the take
creeps.
damage of the golems.
I mean, I don't think the golems killed them. Maybe they did. It's hard. We'd have to bust out the
They
calculator for
help
that
them
one.
out for sure. They're like, why are you disturbing our sleep? Just start throwing punches at the Ember. Oh. Help him out a bit, at least. The Arcane Curse was on him. Theoliker
rough.
gets blown up by some mines.
The support's punching back here. But your real question is, how do we kill Xantic at this point? And Xantic, I talked about, hey, he's gonna get a Maelstrom to deal with the peel. He's like, nah, I'm gonna go for the Radiance. He's going for the hard-hitting build, the bit more greedy one that takes more of a build-up. But when you're having a game like this, why not?
Yep.
There's nothing stopping you from
got
building
the
any
freedom.
item in the game right now.
Got the freedom for it, so might as well go for it. Ember's
And he's
still
also got a
finishing off his Maelstrom. Oh, he has a gem? Oh, the Monkey King.
Xantic
right.
does, but they're wrapped around him here a bit.
That's a lot of targets. Boundless Strike does not connect. That's Xantic gonna need some backup from his buddies. Wukong's command comes out. He's still fighting to the end, but he's gonna give his life away. And Hakoda will be able to teleport out, but that's a big pick off for Entity. Well, Monkey King feeling himself a bit too strong. Him getting killed, him losing his streak, him losing
see
his
the
gem.
gem? They do. So, Hakoda just put a gem on him that second. Those are one of those omega bad deaths. You just picked up the gem. Right then and there, you jump in to 4 heroes, you lose this huge streak that you have going for you, and you give the gem away. I mean, I feel more bad for Hakoda there. He's probably like, dude, I just got you this gem, and you feed it away 5 seconds later.
Yep. There's a Techie's kill going for D1 Hustlers. Looking to
Only
just
good news.
keep that map shrunk for Entity, taking over the triangle position.
I was gonna say the only good news there is that the Silencer doesn't have Wisdom, Glaives of Wisdom skilled yet, so not stealing Ent.
Wisdoms of Glaive, yes.
Yeah, Wisdoms of the Glaives. Very wise. So smart.
It's a lot of wisdom here. 7k lead still for the D1 Hustlers. Dominated pretty much from the very early start of this game. The Monkey King matchup you already saw in the laning stage built up a big lead for Adzantek. He did die a couple moments ago there in the bottom lane, extending a bit, giving away the gem, but you know, you lose one eye, you're still not blind.
Not yet. Gotta lose them both. See if they give another gem away later on. But luckily that gem does have a cooldown. And it's quite a long one. I believe 8 minutes?
Thinking
I'm
about
not mistaken.
Thinking about cool interactions. Okay, we'll get to that in a second. Lama's just AFK for a while. He's found the enemy. Does he get any backup trying to get the Doom off? But it's a very difficult mission for him, so he's just dead before his teammates can help him out. He was probably looking somewhere else. No, looking at the map, chilling for a bit, stretching his hands. You know, the good old touch your forehead, rub your nose a bit, and then there's like, oh, there's 4 heroes here. I can't get anyone.
Oh, luckily now he has time to wash his face as he is dead for quite some time.
But yeah, talking about interactions, would it be cool if you drop a gem, your hero goes blind for like a second or two? You just lose vision on around your hero.
Would that be cool? I don't think that would be cool at all.
Okay, I can't find a way to rephrase that.
I don't think going blind is ever cool.
No, not in that way. Not in that manner of speaking, at least. Oh, okay. We'll figure it out later. I'm just trying to think about like always these cool interactions. Almost cool again.
All right.
Gotta get that out of my system.
We'll go back to the drawing board on that one.
Yeah, we'll go back to the game itself, where people aren't getting blinded. No Sandstorm Sand Kings in this game.
Or if you're a real Dota fanatic that played Dota 1, Troll Warlord used to have a spell called Blind.
Oh, how did that work out?
That was pretty good. This is like a single target ability. You just cast it on an enemy, you blind them, and they just miss attacks. Really OP if you think about it nowadays, but we're talking like, I don't know, 30 years ago when I played Dota 1.
30 years. 90s Dota 0.5. Fishman will be scouted out as he's going for some dewarding activities here. So that ward will be taken away, but it comes at cost of his life. I guess you could say it's somewhat worth because you put a cooldown depending on the death timer. It's still a bit of gold going in the way of D1 Hustlers, trying to get some control of the map. That's what they need to get this PL online. He's been keeping up. I mean, Watson, not the greatest game on PL, but he has been keeping up. That's the most important thing when you're heading towards the late game, that you're not completely shut down. Farm pace is still fine. It could be better.
It's decent, yeah. But what I'm worried about is, trust me, I know a free PL game when I see one, and this isn't it. So even if he does get the farm, it's not going to be enough. He's got to have be over-farmed. And they got a long way to go for that, as Fishman will end up dying in the base, drop the tombstone, but not for much here.
Dead again. And that could just be a ticket for D1 Hustlers to go onto the high ground. Multiple heroes around. It's just the Doom cutting out waves in mid, keeping that tier 2 tower pressured, and straight to the Tormentor they go.
Oh, take out the Tormentor, get that shard, I'm gonna call it the Palinar Pocket coming your way.
Palinar, let's see if it is. Yay!
I told you. I know these things.
You definitely do.
I know Ice Frog.
Does Ice Frog know you?
Oh shit! Called out. Does Ice Frog even know you, bro?
Yeah, I just want a TI, you know.
Nah, he doesn't know me
D1
quite yet.
Hustlers
Haven't
looking
made
for
a name for myself
Stormstormer.
yet.
Uh-oh, Ember.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, not much of a life.
Spaghetti-O.
Not much of a life for him.
He's not having much of a game, that's for sure. Radiance online, most likely going into that Aghanims next, I would imagine, for Xantic to help him close the game out. But not only that, you have the Radiance that has great synergy. And all right, who's getting the second shard here? Is it gonna be?
I'm gonna say the Vi.
It can't be.
That's
Actually,
why I don't know Ice Frog, so.
I mean, what you guessed Devi when he wasn't even the bottom 2 networks that didn't have a shard.
Nope. Exactly.
Exactly.
No, I mean, he is, right? Because Spirit Breaker got one.
No.
Yes.
No, he wasn't.
No.
I mean, he was ahead of the Void Spirit. That's why the Void
Before
Spirit
the
got the shard.
Tormentor?
Yeah, before the Tormentor. The Void Spirit only went ahead because he got the shard from the Tormentor.
True.
True dub.
True words of wisdom. Meanwhile, Doom used up on Toby, the Biolama. Gets the initiation out, but now it just needs to back up his buddies. This is exactly the Doom using his spells, but what now? That's the fight. That's the fight for D1 Hustlers. Entity, they can
they got the
regroup and
tree?
attempt to fight
Okay.
back now. And Watson, he's got a good connection on the Monkey King. Does get the Wukong's command out on time, but he's actually down to the Soul Rip. The Soul Rip just tears him apart. No soul left for you, sir. Entity getting 2 kills for themselves after that initiation failing from D1 Hustlers. And an entry ticket for Entity to still hold on to this game, and they're looking at Roche.
That'll be so big if they get Roach here. Watson, what a play. He just runs up to the Monkey King, knows exactly where he's at, breaks the trees with the Doppelganger before Xantic can react to that. And a couple mistakes here and there on the Monkey King, and we're starting to see the pendulum swing the other way now.
If there was a replay of that, I would have loved to see how much damage a level 1 Soul Rip did that fight. Okay, it didn't actually do a lot, so we don't probably have to do it because the recap says 223.
It did 223 damage.
But he went from 50% to 0, and he got the kill
I think he got hit by a sticky bomb too, so it's a little
It
misleading.
could very much be that, because it was like he just disappeared. Like, that was a good kill as the Wukong's command came out, but Stormstormer, he's got the Yules offensively used onto the Spirit Breaker, and here comes the Global, but he's already teleporting out, and he's going to be able to get out as well. Entity not losing a member here, and Hakoda given a tip from Fishman.
Well played, good sir.
It was a bit
That was a
slow
manner
on the
tip
global
for sure.
there. Yeah, it's like he got the Remnant jump, then he globaled. So if he did it the moment the Yules was cast, probably could have caught Stormstormer there. So they're like, Fishman's like, oh, felt that one. But Tatami has found the silencer, and he will return the favor for Hakoda, who's now defenseless. Nowhere to go, nowhere to run, surrounded by enemies.
All right. So the Hustlers, we've seen their inconsistency time and time again. I guess both these teams, as the panel was mentioning, they have some really good games or they have some really bad games. Seeing a little bit of both from both of them in the same game here is the lead that they have on the Hustlers. They're not able to close the map out with it, making mistakes here and there, buying more time for this peel. He's very close. Actually, he does have this Aghanim Scepter now. Just needs to deliver it to himself, so he's going to be able to play these backlines, which I think is a really smart choice from Watson here. Because he's not quite strong enough, even with the heart, to just walk into this Radiance of the Monkey King. Monkey King, he finished the Harpoon, but he still doesn't have a lot of defensive abilities here. No BKB. Now gonna try farming it, and your Void Spirit looks like his choice is gonna be for the Nullifier. Is that the correct choice here? It's looking pretty strong.
Yeah, no Deso idea. And of course the Harpoon, is it Monkey King, is it the Void Spirit, who wants to build it? So I guess the Monkey King can just keep their targets inside that Wukong's command with the Harpoon. Doom is getting chased by a bunch of illusions here by Watson, scouting out for more, finding Theoliker, but he's also got the Shadow Blade to dodge away as that tower will drop to Entity. Slowly
And
getting
I think
that
it's official
network
now.
feedback.
The Hustlers have lost the advantage of the map here. They're still strong, they're still winning in gold, but Entity, for the first time this game, are making it to the dire side of the map, getting to see some new scenery here.
Yeah.
and maybe potentially find some kills.
That's a very deadly sightseeing you're talking about, but Entity, they will use that advantage. They've also located Theoliker here, Fishman. A lot of jumps off of
Tombstone.
Theoliker there in Tombstone. Okay, he wanted his buddies to get there, but no.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
End of the day, that doesn't really matter. I don't think
Structures are fortified.
that the Hustlers want to fight into this Aegis right now. 2 more minutes remaining. Xantic, I think he desperately just wants to get to this BKB so he can pop his ultimate, and what that's going to do is essentially just be like, hey, if I pop my ultimate, just run in here and Peel can't enter. So he'll give him like a safe zone, if you will.
26 minutes and counting. These PL lineups usually at 32 plus started to get online. Watson level 17 at the moment. Hard in the works. Going to be a very tanky Watson. Like you said, he needs to be over-farmed this game. And now he's came all the way from 5th place to 1st now in net worth. It's been long in the making, but they've achieved their first step. The game
He's
has
on
been
his
held.
way. And I will tell you, whenever I play a game of Dota, and you're in that phase to ban one hero, I always ban PL. Because this is very frustrating to play against.
The Vibe was sitting AFK there for a second again. Maybe he was trying to do a secondary bait, hoping that they would jump him.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower.
Looks like Entity are in good spirits, all smiles here, realizing they know that they're pulling this game back. They might even feel like they're winning the game right now. Sitting behind Watson, doing his thing.
They're playing for a spot at the major. I mean, Entity with a win would go 3-3, and that leaves their last series against OG on the 2nd of June. If they can go all the way to 4-3, they'd be tying up at the current scoreline with teams like Gaming Gladiators, Team Liquid, 2nd and 3rd place. The only team that's standing in between them is Quest, who's 3-3 right now. So if they lose the series, it's down to how does Quest do in their series later on today. If they win, Quest is pretty much dropping out Entity from the hunt, requiring Entity loses this series. So if they do both drop their series, Entity still has a chance to tie up with Quest, but that also means D1 Hustlers will rise to the occasion and fight for a spot at the major. With 3 consecutive victories, they would also go 4-3. There's a lot of storylines still being built, and we don't know half the truth yet. So many variables in the air. But Entity knows what's at stake. It's a spot at the major, potentially. Maybe even a tiebreaker, but a shot at it at least.
Yeah, but for Entity here, they need to win this game for sure to continue this, and I think on the back of that, I do like their itemization here. As Stormstormer went in for a Boots of Travel, and hey, guess what? You got a Shadow Blade on Spearbreaker? How about I just pick up that gem Hakoda gave us? Or I guess Hakoda didn't give it to you, Xantic gave it to you, but it's Hakoda's gem. So they're using that free gem now to allow the Stormstormer Ember to just split push a little bit harder without getting caught by the Spearbreaker. He's got the Yules available too, and now he's doing some dewarding. So I wonder if all these small things that happen in this game are coming back to haunt them. Xantic losing this gem, giving it back, now giving Stormstormer the ability to split push versus the Spearbreaker, and then of course Xantic yet again dying and allowing them to get that Roche to buy time for the PL. It's a sad life. When you want to play these Huskars and Monkeys in the mid lane, 1 or 2 mistakes, this is kind of how the game goes.
Look at Toby building a Linken's this game. Spicy.
Yeah,
not every day do you see a Linken's Darkseer.
That's true. But every day you do see Lincolns versus Spearbreaker, so maybe that's more so the
charge
reasoning.
coming out onto Katami. The Techie's going to be caught. That's an opening for D1 Hustlers, but the fight breaking loose. Watson coming in from the back as well.
They got the
Dude will be used onto Watson, and he won't be able to deal out damage. He needs to get out. He's trying to run around and fight with his illusions, but he's just standing his ground by himself. Ember not even joining the fight, and Fishman's going to be dropping, and D1 Hustlers, they find an opening, and they punish Entity for it.
Defy Llama with the clutchest doom of his life there. Perhaps maybe not of his life, but of this particular series. That was huge. That just blew this game wide open, as you're now going to go to the high ground. No buyback available for this PL for 50 seconds.
Forcing out the Glyph as well, but the push onto the high ground is a reality. Silencer scouting out in the front. Stormstormer, Toby. You've got that Lincoln's up, but you are basically just living off of holding Waiting for your PL to come back up in 30 seconds. There's still a Wukong's available for Atlantic. Do they fully commit to the melee racks here with this opening? Not really doing too much damage here.
Void Spirit being a universal hero, that's what we say on repeat, means the Darkseer wall actually is quite strong. And of course, you get that Radiance from the Monkey King. Toby holding his team in the game here with that wall. Not allowing them to break down that barrack, so, but nonetheless, still a huge win for the Hustlers. And we go back to putting our eyes onto Roshan.
Yep,
It
and
has to be on the Radiant side.
They know that Global is still on cooldown for a bit, and most importantly, so is the Doom. So if Entity is able to get a fight going right now, it will favor them pretty heavily. Stormstormer pushing out the wave. The rest of them following right behind. Vision already placed down next to the Twin Gate. Davai Lama. No Doom available, so
Doom in 35. I think they want to buy time.
Catching a Void Spirit Illusion there. There's another one going into action, but Roche is still not home. 25 seconds. 25 seconds as well for the Doom to be up. Global Silence now available. Both mid laners just trying to clear out that mid wave.
Luckily for the Hustlers here, the timing works out perfectly, where Doom will be up right when Roshan respawns. But the Hustlers don't necessarily know that. So they could be a little worried here. And what if Roche is up? What if they're doing Roche right now? They got to keep cool, but Doom is up now. And so is the big boy Roche.
And here's the smoke up. Vision very limited, only living off a Watcher right now. Remnant into the pit. Will catch out the PL Illusion. They know that he started it. Now it's just down to the opening. Atlantic opening, waiting for his opportunity. The wraparound from Theolica and Atlantic from the left side. Looking for the techies. They're under vision. And they've got the chains onto the Void Spirit. Void going to be help for the time being. Global coming out as well. Techie's going to be forced to safety. Theolica going to get chased up by Watson. And Roche is also participating, bashing up the Undying while they're fighting next to the Roche pit. But the real battle is also on the left side. I don't even know. Undying going to be very low on HP, but there's also the Spirit Breaker about to drop, but he's still surviving. Fishman will go down. And Atlantic fighting against the Illusion, still in that Wukong's ulti. And finally running to an end. Kataomi going to be dropped there by Atlantic. 2 heroes down from Entity. The buyback coming in for the Spirit Breaker, but Watson, he's tearing through them. Davai, still no Doom used. Atlantic to drop as well. Monkey King down. And this Doom is unable to help out his buddies. Just too many illusions and nobody to Doom this time. Shad also going to disengage with Theolica. Going for another second round onto Toby. Maybe the Darkseer is going to be an opening for them to take. He's low on HP. They goes for the Ogre Seal. 3-man vacuum and tries to surge away, but not going to work out. Toby down. Theolica getting bullied by Watson. Still in that fight. Shad, all cooldowns up right now. And they will take him down. But Atlantic looking for the stun. Trying to isolate and locate that real Watson. Watson playing with his illusions at the same time. Trying to force attention from Davai Lama to doom the wrong target, but they will find Hakoda next to the Roche pit. And that is Entity cleaning out Roshan at the moment. Can D1 Hustlers still have something to say about it? Remnant into the pit, Roche down to 50%. Atlantic, Wukong's command available, goes for the stun. They're going to doom up the Ember. Ember going to get deleted. Stormstormer down. Toby coming up the way. So is Stormstormer. They want to fight this Roche, but Roche is still half HP. It's taking a long time. And D1 Hustlers, they will have to retreat. They will have to reset for the time being. Wait a little bit longer. Watson, however, he's done waiting. He goes back into the Roche pit. Shad gonna walk into Kataomi. Techi's right in front. Techi's taking a lot of damage. Big heals coming in, but the BKB burnt. And Shad on the run. Atlantic slowing them down with the Boundless Strike. Back to the Roche pit again for Entity. But this time it looks like they're finally gonna be able to take it. Cheese ages for them.
And buybacks from the Hustlers as well. This PL doing wonders now as Xantic. He is not able to find the real Monkey King in any of these fights. And I really think the Hustlers here are just, they're so spread out in these fights. There's like one fight happening behind the gate. There's one fight in front of the gate. There's some fight in the Roshan pit. As I said before, they need to find this Wukong's command and they need to sit in it. It's like a safe haven for some of these weaker heroes, like the Silencer, maybe the Doom at some points. But either way, they're just on different pages here. They're taking completely fights all over the place, and that favors the Illusion hero in PL. He wants to play these chaotic battles. And more importantly, the fights we did see win by the Hustlers were when they could lock down this PL. these last couple engagements here, this long drawn-out Roshan fight, they just couldn't find Watson. Not even one time did they find him. So he was creating chaos all over the map here, and they just go ahead and give the Aegis to Ember because Watson's like, yeah, they can't find me. I don't need the Aegis.
They got the jump onto the techies here, Shad. Looking for a kill onto the techies. A pretty easy one for him as well, but he does use a lot of resources for a global. Hakoda doesn't have any backup. So it's going to be a support for support trade.
Guess it'll almost be up by the time he respawns anyway. And Hakoda getting closer to that Scythe of Ice. Still a good way away from it, being a silencer and all, but not as far as you might imagine. It's really just going to come down to, can they get these stuns, we'll put it that way, onto the PL. Not even just stunning the PL, they got to find the right PL. Killing illusions
Also,
isn't enough, because there's too many.
I do have a confirmation for you about the voice lines on D1 Hustlers.
Okay.
So the throat singing is indeed the Llama. So is the chimpanzee sound. It's also by the Llama.
I'm impressed. That, let's just say that chimpanzee sounds very authentic.
He's a literal voice actor, this man. He does everything.
Really is.
He's
Well,
an
I see a
actor,
Dota
he's a
player.
voice actor, he's a Dota player, he's successful in life.
Yeah. Didn't he get engaged recently too? He's just this man's got it all.
Just all wins under his belt.
Well, he wants another win, and that'll be this game here.
Yeah, that would close out the series and keep Dota 1 Hustlers on the run for their first ever major. It's not confirmed, but they need that win streak from all of their remaining series. Already played against the top seeds of the division, so it is still a very good possibility that D1 Hustlers could be a contender for that. And what a wild dream it would be for these guys.
We'll have to see as Shad does disconnect, a quick restart. Sometimes you get in these PL games and your FPS starts going down. I mean, PL Darkseer, right? Like illusions everywhere. Just dropping your frames.
Yeah, there's not much we could do about that. It is what it is in this game.
But surprisingly enough, they still have that same type of... It's been the same type of game forever, but it's starting to feel more and more like they can't break Watson. Except for that one time they did. And that's just how this game is going to be. If they find Watson, boom, immediately this game might just end. But if they can't find him, we're seeing what's happening in these team fights.
Can't break Watson. Watson the Unbreakable. What a title.
For now, he's partially breakable, as he has gone down at least 3 times this game.
But he does find a way back in. Number 1 in West European Dota on the ranked leaderboards. Somebody did not know, it is Watson. Man who came all the way from these, I would even say farm teams when you have like academy teams and stuff, because the history of Bait, which you know I'm very familiar with having all these high-ranking players were still in the training grounds, would go into bigger teams and pop off. Watson was indeed one of those who was not very renowned a couple years back, and now it's like, who is this guy? And a lot of people are like, yep, that's Watson. This guy, he can find a way in impossible situations. And he's playing a hero that also enables him a lot the longer the game goes, so just needs to keep that package together. Super talented kid.
Started from the bottom, now we hear a situation.
Now it's a make or break situation for sure for him. D1 Hustlers still on a bit of a lead, but Entity, they're in a very good position to just take this game. We did see the vulnerability of these heroes in that mid-tier 2 fight.
I'm not going to lie to you, like, this early mid-game, it was so dominant by D1 Hustlers that, like, my posture, I just started sinking back into my chair. You know those type of games where just like, you know, I'm just chilling, but the more this game goes on, the more the edge of my seat I'm getting as Entity, they're doing it. They're clawing back into this game.
Oh, Shad trying to juke it around, but he's going to be surprised. Toby and Fishman, they're both going to be here. Are going to have to BKB teleport out.
This reward transcends.
Getting a bit surprised there as he dissimulates into the other direction, trying to juke it out, but they also had information. Oh, he's here. Might as well burn out that 6-second BKB.
A big power spike, I think. I really do believe this Monkey versus Peel matchup isn't super bad. In fact, it's your best option you have in this game. But I do want to see him go for that Aghanim Scepter.
On the Monkey?
I think that's going to be, yeah, it's going to be very critical that he can get the Ags up with this build.
True. Yeah, it's a good
so
idea.
He can keep his mind. He can keep up spamming the Mjolnir. I think the Mjolnir before it's totally fine because you need to deal with these illusions, but they need that extra oomph here. They got the Shivas on the Doom. They pretty much have all the items I want them to have. Maybe Silencer Hex is the next one.
Yeah, Monkey still has room for like 2 items. You can remove the Orb of Corrosion, get that Aghanims, spend by the Blessing, and get yourself a second, or basically the 7th item for yourself into your inventory. So there's still room for this Monkey King to grow.
All they really need to do is they have to hit the Boundless Strike on the PL. I mentioned it before, the interaction is you will apply a Jingu to only the real PL. So even if you use your Doppelganger again, you can't remove it, which will give intel for Defy Llama, this is the real PL. So now all he will have to do is just hit the Doom on him, and that'll be Shad's time to shine. Because Shad is very single target right now. He can't really deal with illusions, but if he knows where the real PL is, he can do lots of damage with this Nullifier, with the Daedalus, double Astral Step, scaling really hard into this game.
So what do you think about Doom Ags this game? Like, self-casting Doom is a heavy commitment for you to just keep following the PL around, and you might just get, you know, jebaited by one of those PL illusions, and then suddenly he's no longer muted, he'll doppelganger away. Do you still want to get Ags and just keep on finding the right PL and cast it on top of him? Like, that still makes the most sense to me.
At some point.
Oh, he's going to get chased though. Stormer.
For now.
No chains. But does have the Gleipnir. Instant purge with the Guardian Greaves. Chad have to throw out the Remnants as well to slow down the advance from Entity so they're able to get out.
Still eyeballing this Hex from Lakota here. Could be huge. Or it could amount to nothing. It's definitely a stressful situation to be in as a Silencer. Are you going to get that Hex onto the real PL? You know what I mean?
It's surely not. It's surely not Kaori.
Yeah, it's definitely not the easiest thing to do here. But maybe they can get on the Ember, or a more likely candidate, potentially the Darkseer. But Darkseer does have the Lincoln Sphere. But this game has just came to a halt as... Hey, yet again, Roshan, it may respawn in 30 seconds. It's going to be another Radiant Roshan. And for now, the Hustlers have the advantage. But I've said that so far. And every single time, Entity does find a way to get on the side of the map and take the fight. Alright, we got a smoke up.
Let's see what they can get this get done with
smoking
this one.
with the Violama.
Watson is the one nearby. And Theoliker just needs to charge somebody right now. Fishman going to show himself with the wards. They see the PL is probably around, and these illusions are about to run out, but he sends them in. And Devialama, he's just missing it by a split second to get the opportunity to doom up the Watson PL.
Watson.
And they found the target, but that's not the right one.
What did they doom?
That's not the right one. He doomed an illusion and it disappears. And they're just going to find themselves the opportunity to push the advance and force D1 Hustlers on the back foot. That's 100 seconds. $100 seconds without the Doom available, so Entity, they get to push forward.
Shadow's taking racks, though.
Hey, it's trying to force them back, at least, so he does get
No,
some
he took the
attention on the map.
racks. He took the melee barracks.
And Devialama getting initiated on by Watson at the same time. Vacuum coming onto 2. Atsantic trying to fight back. Shad's also there. Can they overwhelm Watson with 3? It looks like they're close to getting it, but no. They see where he's going, but Shad can't get close enough with that jump. Katami, he's going to buy some time. He will sacrifice his life for the greater good, and Watson still considering... Oh, he got caught! Oh, no! Oh, he got caught just like that! D1 Hustlers take away and delete Watson from the server. And Entity suddenly in huge trouble. Watson coming in with a buyback though, teleporting to the outpost. Another vacuum onto 3. Darkseer trying his best here to help his team, but Toby down. And Stormer, here comes Watson for round number 2. D1 Hustlers still half HP, still fighting back. Watson,
What a
look at the first dodge out there from the charge from Theoliker and takes down the Spirit Breaker. Looking to take down the Doom as well. The Vailama still fighting against him. A Fishman is going to be followed and taken down, but he's coming back. The Vailama with the buyback. That sounds like
How many
retreating.
buybacks is this?
It's a plenty. It's a plenty. How many do they still have in stock? And Santic at the same time, Shad getting jumped on. And Shad looks like he's down. Yes, he is. He's got a buyback available too, but Stormer down. And now fighting against Watson and Toby. And Davailama, he has Doom available. It's back off cooldown, but he won't be able to use it as Theoliker. He will drop, and that's an ultra kill for Watson. He buys back into the fight, looking for the rampage off of this Monkey King. Yes, sir! Rampage! Watson!
Alright, does Monkey want to buy back here? Like, what type of game we playing? Roshan is now... I don't even know what... Wait, did Roshan... Yeah, Roshan's going to the dire side. He's like, there's too much noise down here. I'm going to go to the dire side. And let's go do this all again here. As how many buybacks we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 buybacks were used in that fight. So there's only 2 available. And Techies and Monkey King are the only heroes not to buy back into that fight.
Dire's bottom tower is under
I don't think I've seen this much damage dealt in a while. 32k versus 36,000 damage, and that was one team fight.
Dire's bottom
Insane
this-
amounts of damage.
That's what happens when 8 heroes buy back.
Yup. And a Roshan for Entity. That is a refresher shard on top of the usuals.
But who's going to pick up the Aegis? Does Watson want to perhaps drop his Diffusal?
He's taking
He's
it.
dropping his Agams. He could devour it. He has no buyback anyway.
Radiant's courier has been
We'll probably end up doing that. Just end up eating his Ags here. And that he does. Nom nom. A Shad with the travels too. So the one thing you do have going for you if you're Hustlers is this Monkey King still has buyback. And all the other cores in this game, they do not. Just Techies and Monkey King with the buybacks here. So this game is still really, really tense. But with this Aegis in hand of the PL, do you have the ability to kill him twice? Can you kill him once in the Monkey King ult and lock him down to do it again? You have to keep in mind, Devi Lam in that last fight, he didn't have Doom. He doomed an illusion. These Dooms need to connect.
Well, let's see what they can do here. 4-man smoke coming out from the side of D1 Hustlers. Hopefully it's not just me, but also the server.
Stormer, there's a Hex.
Oh, you're gonna
They
get
got him with the Hex.
onto the Ember. Oh, that's a big fight that they can take. Can they just clean this
And
one
the
out? Which
server's
side's going to be
exploding.
taking it? There's not a lot of buybacks remaining. Watson coming in from the side. I can't even see half the stuff happening anymore. Not sure if you can
Peel's
even hear
just
me,
going in there
Fear.
on the Monkey King to see what he can. But I got you, man. They're fighting on the wall here as the silencer goes down, and Watson, he's just going to continue to go in. If they can kill Xantic here, maybe they can get his buyback, as Watson still has the Aegis. As Thelicor, he might be going down here, and there's 2 dead without buyback here for the Dire. Oh, good. And now we do have Watson running down the mid lane here with the Aegis for 3 more minutes. There's no buybacks. The Spirit Breaker won't have one. We won't have one on the Silencer either. Time to run down the mid lane here. I think Shad's going to do what he can and try and push his top lane. He already got a barracks available. Maybe you can get one more barracks, but will you be able to defend your throne as Watson comes down the mid lane?
Radiant's top barracks are under attack. Dire's middle tower is under
Crimson Guard is up. They're doing a bit of damage here. I mean, it's delaying quite a bit, but that's still another 50 seconds for the Silencer. Shad in the mid lane, trying to be the best rat he possibly can be, but he's just gonna pop the BKB here, and looks like he's out of there. You might have an opening now in the mid lane, potentially, but you don't have a BKB available for Shad. It looks like Watson will easily just clear up this mid lane of barracks. We'll see if he's done here, or if he's gonna head on up to top lane. All right, they see who the real PL is. We need to see Divine Llama get a Doom off. He is yet to get an impressive Doom for what feels like 20 minutes now, as he sits patiently waiting for the right opportunity to get a Doom, which is yet to come. But for now, we're just gonna chill out, sit back, and maybe get a Tormentor here. Not that it might matter very much. Wisdom Rune. I think at this point of the game here, it's all going to be about the initiation. I don't even know if this Aegis matters at this point. Maybe we sit back, we get some buybacks. 2 more minutes across the board. You have to keep in mind, 8 buybacks were used, so they'll all come back online. The stakes are high.
Well, let's see if this is any better.
And T-Panda is back.
Thank you so much, Fear. Fear play-by-play is always a big pogger. Hopefully everything is all right. I was just having a bit of a hiccup, but hopefully now things will be looking a bit smoother. 50 minutes full in this Entity versus D1 Hustlers game. D1 Hustlers still up by 1. Entity looking desperately for that tie-up, and talking about stretching into game 3s. We're no newcomers to that. Maybe Entity's got that magic still up their pocket.
Yep, the game has slowed down quite a lot here. Dead even game now. The advantage has been Hustlers for pretty much the entirety of the game, but now completely evened up for, I want to say, the first time this game. But it feels like more than that, as the fights, it's just, you still can't find Watson. Divine Llama, he just has not been able to get on top of Watson at all this game.
Let's see if what the next opening is going to be. We've seen plenty of Roshans this game. Might just be another one of those where we just wait it up. We have 9 buyback cooldowns up as well. The only one missing out is the Monkey King. Well, the Monkey King actually can't afford his.
But I think he needs his Agams pretty badly too. He's been doing a good job being able to hold his ground against the PL. But with that Ags, it'll make it that much easier for him. And we pretty much have like 30 seconds to 1 minute until all buybacks are back in the game here. And if we're lucky enough, we get to see it all again. Another 8 buyback play, maybe hopefully 10 buybacks. Let's one up it. We're sitting on the high ground for the D2 Hustlers here. But Entity, they want to breach it. They're smoked up here. Stormer does go up. He has a refresher. Ends up catching the Doom. Global has been used. But I think that's just a disengaging Global here. As Stormer realizes there's no Global. Xantix's here. He gets a one-man stun. Will delete Glenn dying almost instantly. But what can they do from that? As Shad is now in. Ends up going on the peel, but they can't catch the real one. Can they find the real PL? That is the real question here. They're all on top of him. They want to find him, but he's trying to get out. Watson can't be found here. He's killing them all. Theodore will go down. They're still inside the Monkey King ult here, as Theodore barely gets out just for now.
That's a big win
also trying to get out.
For D1 Hustlers.
Well, they got the real Doom for now, but he's alone.
See if they can actually close him out here. Theodore coming from the north charge. Shad jumping in between, Watson dropping low and looking for the kill. Yes, they can. They're able to take him down. So Toby too with that remnant into the Infernal Blade. And following up on the next, it's Stormer desperate to fight back. But right now, Entity, it looks like they might be done for here. It's going to be a full-on team wipe as D1 Hustlers clean house.
There were so many instances there where I thought they would get the kills onto Theodore, but barely survives there. And him surviving with just that little bit of HP allows him to go back in there and get those kills. At this point, we just don't have money for buybacks. The cooldown's there, but they just don't have the gold.
And there's just so many issues right now for Entity to answer right now. It's 2 versus 5. Both of the cores desperately trying to hold on to their base. D1 Hustlers, they are damaged. They're hurting, but they're not dead. That's the big difference maker. Looking for this lane of racks at least to make this game a tad bit easier for them. Stun connection beautifully there, and the Stormer just hexed up, taken from 100 to 0. And now Techies has to respawn, but they don't have their mid-maker, their mid-player, their playmaker. And it's just down to Katami and Watson now.
It's going to be really difficult to hold here for Entity. PL is strong. He is annoying, but he probably won't be enough to make sure your barracks stay alive. As Shad is just going to take care of that top one real quick.
Radiant's top barracks.
And now you have 5 against 2. Seems unlikely scenario for Entity, as they're going to pop the Monkey King ult just to zone them out for the throne.
And D1 Hustlers, they must be feeling so good right now, but can't drop your calm. Gonna make sure that the game actually ends with these buildings falling. The tier 4 towers melting one by one. Ancient open. Watson has to initiate. Takes down Theoliker. At the same time, the Undying falls. And now Watson versus the world. Shad trying to fight against Katami at the same time. Techi's taken out. And he will finish off one. But they're finishing off the Ancient. 2,000 HP. 1,000 HP. Looks like they're doing it. D1 Hustlers looking to clean out that series. Clean 2-0 sweep. An Entity and their major dreams, they might be crumbling with this game, but D1 Hustlers, look at the lads just hugging it out after that game. A big
Except for Shad,
win for them.
who clearly isn't on boot camp, but a big win nonetheless for the Hustlers here. I expected this series to go 3 games. I thought it would be potentially Entity favored, but really well played here by the Hustlers here. Super important game. This is a team that came from Division 2. And they're showing what they can do here. I'm very impressed so far. This game looked really clean for them. I like what Exantic was able to put to the table, especially with this early game, the way they drafted. Clean performance by them. Maybe not clean, but it got the win. They were ahead from the beginning. They were supposed to win this game. There are some road bumps here and there, especially giving that early gem away and losing the first Roche and allowing it to turn it out. But they got it together eventually, and they got the dub.
They got the dub, and it was a pretty big win as well because it keeps D1 Hustlers still in the race for a potential tiebreaker chance to go to the major. Who knows what? They don't care about it right now. They just got a big win for themselves. But let's hear what the panel thought about the game. Nat, take it over.
Definitely another exhilarating game here. Not clean by any measure, Kezu, but a lot of back and forth, and they came in clutch when it mattered, especially Dabai Lama with his dooms. It's very impressive at the 30-minute mark, and then, 20 minutes later at the 50-odd minute mark. But they were big game changers. I thought maybe Entity were going to be able to come back in this one.
I mean, I kind of thought so too, because Entity did a good job at, well, ultimately coming back into this game off of the back of Watson PL. It's got to be one of his better heroes alongside the Morph, but ultimately, D1 Hustlers, when it mattered, I feel like they showed up. In the mid game, I would say they let a little bit loose. They definitely, there was a kill at 16 minutes that Azante gave away. That was like a 4,000 net worth swing. He just got the gem, he gave up like 1k gold, then he died and map control. So that was quite a big throw, but what's good for them is that they got to bring it back.
Yeah, that PL doing insane damage after how bad his lane was. But for the side of Entity, Lacoste, where could they have gone a little bit differently to be able to have a better game, whether it's in laning phase or taking advantage of that middle part of the game where they were really clawing it back?
I think maybe with some earlier aggression, like Stormstormer, he got shut down. He always tried to pick up where it's not an easy matchup for you by any means. You could see him like sleight of fisting, try to get 1 CS, because Monkey King in this matchup will be the one controlling it. So that you don't have this hero, so someone needs to take over. I think it needs to be Toby, where he picks it up, because both like Katomi and Fishman really didn't have that good of a laning stage. Either PL, not the hero that can join early on. So when you scratch 4 heroes from the list, there's 1 left in the pool, and he was the one that's like staying on top of the net worth. But I would say definitely not the clean game by both of these teams. Like there's a lot of uncharacteristic mistakes, especially from Entity. Like they can play so much better. I think Stormstormer, like not in terms of like calling him out, because I do put him in a really high regard when it comes down to, I've been praising this guy for like 2 years straight. This like one was really bad for him. Like first the matchup, then like a couple of really bad deaths, playing into Silencer as well, so you're forced to get like Yule Scepter, which is an item that you don't really want to buy. Sure, it's good against Monkey, good against Spirit Breaker, to dispel all of these things, stop the charge from going through. I like these heroes where they put you in a spot where you need to build the different items. Like you need to buy items that you don't want to have, especially when you're playing from behind, and it shows.
Yeah. It's just a lot of uncharacteristic things, I think, from
Yeah.
NT in the series as a whole. And that's probably one of the more upsetting things, is that they're losing a series not on the top of their game, but Hustlers took advantage of that. You know, it's as much as taking, you know, NT having slip-ups, but Hustlers being good enough on their game to be able to take those advantages. And so Kezu, MVP, I want to say Divide because of his dooms, but at the same time, like, Monkey King did a lot. Azantic put in work for his team.
Well, I'll give you a third option, which I think should
I'll
be the
give you
MVP. It's I think I think Shad on this voice bird has got to be my MVP. Maybe I'm a little biased because I feel like generally speaking he performs very well for this team. But just like his itemization, how he goes in, the fact that, you know, he's going to be, I can play carry Void Spirit. I mean, it's not like a big deal or anything crazy, but, you know, allowing your team to swap it around that Azantic can have the better matchup and going in first and knowing when to split push to take a Rax because you can fight. It's just so many of these small things that he's doing well over and over and over again that is just really, it really speaks for his gameplay.
You mentioned his itemization, Kezu, but what exactly about it did you really like or stands out as different to the norm?
I wouldn't say there's like anything too crazy, but the fact that he got an earlier nullifier than maybe some other players would, because at some point it's important that they get to clean out like these 1-2 supports and then just knowing when to not overstep. I think like when you have a very snowbally game, we saw it earlier in the game where they did feed a couple kills, he was not the one. You know, he keeps it clean.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, from the times when he played for Vikings, GG, he really stood out as a player as well, besides like Celery, I would say. And he had some, you know, like, because he had to take the breaks in between. Now it feels like he's back on track. In terms of the gameplay, he looks really, really stable, like his performances and what Kez has said. You know, a lot of carry players, I don't think they would dare to touch Void Spirit especially, but he's very comfortable at just swapping things around, which does make him very viable as a carry player.
Yeah, and the other person that enabled him to be able to pick up that Void Spirit is obviously Azantic in the mid lane. And I believe we have him for an interview, so we can ask some questions about this matchup and how the team is going. Azantic, congratulations on getting this victory against Entity. We've been talking about the swap up of the Monkey King and the Void Spirit between 1 and 2, but I want to know who made the call. Like, was it you calling for it? You really wanted the Monkey King, or was it Shad being like, okay, bro, I can take the Void?
Team Secret.
It was Shad thing for the team, you know. I told I wanted the Monkey King. People will traditionally take like Amber as a Void, so we can flex. Void Spirit is a flex now, so I can just flex it. It's great.
That's awesome. And how is the vibes of boot camp? I know you guys don't have Shad there, but with all the other players, have you been able to do a lot of bonding?
Yeah. Shad isn't here, which is true. The boot camp has been it's really great. It's actually organized by LeBron. Shout out to LeBron. He's doing this boot camp by himself. It's like pretty good. It's like great, you know. He's also playing in Division 2, so good luck to Ancient Tribe. He's my manager, sorry. But yeah, it's great. Shad was actually with us for like the first couple days, but he had to leave because like he has a lot of allergies and stuff. And this place wasn't being very nice to him, so he had to leave.
Understandable. Lacoste, would you like to go with some questions?
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, you guys are still in there for the major. Coming into this Division 1, what were your expectations, especially after like losing the carry relatively shortly after the Div 2 ended?
We still have very high expectations. I don't think our expectations changed at all. Like our goal is still the same, even though like we lost game, right? We got Shad, and like Shad has been a great fit like, so far. It's been amazing.
Не знаю, мне как-то не уверенность была.
I played with him before in previous teams. And Shad was also like very motivated as well. And, like he's new, right? But like everyone on the team has like played with each other in different variations and stuff like that. Like I played with Shad so many times. Mama played with Shad last season. It's just like a natural pickup.
I want to ask you about yourself. You seem to be like improving a lot with every series that you play. I feel like you're doing so much better. Like, what do you think is the reasoning behind it?
И вместе с командой. Все. То есть у нас не было такого, что
What was the reason?
like,
Sorry?
все согласны были.
Yeah, I feel like you just improved a lot. I would say in the last year, you're like relatively new to the scene. Like, what's the reason that you like kind of skyrocketed right now and being a really, really good mid laner?
I don't know, just been grinding, you know, and it's not just me improving, it's also my teammates enabling me, you know, as well. I wouldn't be able to play at this, I didn't have these guys enabling me.
Thank you.
All right, Atlantic. I have maybe a little more direct question. I would say you guys have been doing a lot better, and I like a lot what you're doing in the mid lane. But I would say in this game on Monkey King, do you think that sometimes you are a little too over-eager and not patient enough? I'm talking about, for instance, when you got the first gem or some of the later stages team fights with your refresher.
I almost threw this game for sure. Like, it's not a good feeling when it happens, but when your teammates are not like, like accepting of your mistake, you know? Like, it's a setback, right? Nobody gets tilted. It's good.
Yeah.
Try to work on your own individual mistakes as well. What did you say about the refresher orb? Sorry.
Yeah, like to be a bit more patient, like in the later stage fights. I think that's what the best teams and the best players will do the best is they will be patient enough. They won't just like blow everything at once. It's like, okay, one Wukong, one BKB, wait a bit, be patient, and then continue when like the timing is right.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely still things I have to work on individually and stuff. Don't buy refresher much. Like.
Nah, that's fine. It's a hard item. I mean, I don't mean to be a party pooper. Congrats on the win, and thanks for answering.
Yeah, wow, Kaz is so mean.
Classic.
I do want to ask one last question before we do let you go. Obviously, your last opponent is going to be up against actually one of the two, right? Gaming Gladiators and OG. I want to know how different the prep is for you guys mentally, but also when you look at draft and what you want to do as a team.
I think we're just taking every game like one game at a time, right? We haven't really started looking at the other teams yet. We're just focused on entities. Our next game is Gaming Gladiators. So we're just going to start studying Gaming Gladiators. We actually had a really little break. We had like a 5-day break after our last series to this one, so we had a lot of time to prep.
Да, у нас вначале были какие-то конфузы, знаешь, с тем, как нужно поступить. Сейчас мы начали обсуждать игры, объяснили, что мы хотим видеть.
Awesome. Well, Atlantic, thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations again on the win over Entity.
Thank you.
Да.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
I always I know that the answer is going to be like, oh, we're taking it one game at a time, but sometimes I just want them to be like, oh yeah, no, we're absolutely shit scared of going up against Gaming Gladiators. I don't know what we're going to do.
Well, you can't have that mentality. You have to lie to yourself, lie to your teammates. Like if they're 100
lie to the audience.
Didn't lose the game for like 2 years straight, you'll still have to be like, yeah, we're gonna be the ones that take them down, even though you're not, but you still have to tell that to yourself before you go to bed.
Yeah, some of them are definitely thinking it. They're like, holy monka, I don't want to play against the team, but you don't want to show it. You need to, I mean, there has to be at least some belief that you can beat them. I also hope that whoever was talking in the background didn't leak something important, but yeah, it happens.
I feel like it was just another interview
with Hakoda. Yeah, it feels like.
Oh, there you go. So nothing.
Yeah,
leaky.
so I don't think anything too important was leaked there, but it was a great interview to hear what we could from Atlantic there. But for now, we're gonna go to a break. It's only our first series. We still have 2 more exciting series to look forward to. The second one, especially, it's gonna be Gaming Gladiators up against Tundra.
They won?
Look at me, I got big O. I'm dying.
Ember?
Some
Ember's weekend. Peel, real peel.
Real Pale? Pale?
Don't think it's
I don't know which one is real.
Pale on me.
It's real. Behind.
I need.
I'm dying by the way.
We can kill the technics?
Yeah, he died. Undying got back.
Go way back.
We can.
Together, yeah.
Oh, real pale, sir. I got two more real pale. Real pale.
Yeah, go.
Oh, we don't real peel, guys.
Come.
Real pale.
I'm telling I'm dying. Real pale.
He's dying, he's dying.
Dump again.
Go dark shit.
Behind.
We killed them all, guys. They're all dead, they're all dead.
It's alone. They have a back. It's not.
I'm on.
Go end together, guys. 1 minute, no Aegis.
They have a back. They have a back. Only
Yeah,
one
but
fucking
not
low.
all of them have. All of them have actually.
That's just
welcome back. It is our second series and a new addition to the panel. Hello, T.
He died.
I was faking it.
You're
See, I was testing
I know.
you. Actually, I just had a drink delivered, and I was like, maybe I can be quick and get it on time. And then as it hit, I was like, damn, I missed it. I effed up. So my apologies, all on me.
Well played. I like the
Nah,
bit.
you're good. You played it, yeah, you played it off cool. Absolutely no one noticed that ulti, so thank you so much for that one. There's that said delivered drink. But our second series is Tundra versus Game & Gladiators, and I'm hype, again, because Tundra are bringing some crazy stuff to the table in their supports, what's going on in their mid lane, and then you got Game & Gladiators who are very stable. They like to pick this meta, obviously very heavy on the Voids, the Underlords, the Beasts, all that sort of stuff. So I'm intrigued as to what Tundra can bring to the table to break that apart. But Tundra as a whole, right now, Kezu are looking fantastic in 2 or 3. They are undefeated and have made great adjustments to how they've been playing as a team and how they've adapted to this patch.
Yes, absolutely. They are great. They play great. They are the most giga nerds of any team. Therefore, on a new patch, you know, give them a little bit of time. Give Aoi some spices and some shit. He's gonna, you know, cook up something, and as soon as you know it, it's all just bangers. So Tundra, they're whipping out some new stuff. They're also not your boring team, go farm 80 minutes. You know, it's not like that anymore every game. They can play fast. So this matchup today, actually, it's gonna be a good one. A lot of laning stuff, some good gameplay, and then fighting. I wanna see non-stop fighting, bring it to each other, pick this bad rider, lasso each other. Let's go.
Yeah, very much. It's going to be very action-packed, but T, we do have to talk about the side of Game & Gladiators. They're not undefeated. They have racked themselves a loss up against Liquid, so, you know, not the worst opponent to have lost to in the past.
No, not at all. And for me, it's the real question. Are Tundra going to be able to push Gaming to have to think outside the box with their picks? You know, Quinn, he's played 4 heroes so far in this tour. Void Spirit, Storm Spirit, Ember Spirit, and a Pangolier.
Pango.
There it is. Sorry, I should have done a trivia, but I feel like everyone in chat would have known it was the Pangolier. He's been swashing his way to a couple major wins anyways. But I'm trying to, I'm waiting for the team that can really push Gaming to have to think a little bit different. Because, of course, you know, Ace in his interview as well, he's like, yeah, well, I just keep picking the best heroes. It doesn't really matter. I'm not going to try and invent myself because they're just available, you know? So maybe a team...
Winning's better than innovation.
Exactly.
Essentially, the TLDR.
Wise words.
And Tundra are kind of creeping their way towards innovation with a little bit of flair coming out from each player now and again. So I'm hoping that Tundra can be the team that really makes us see a new type of gaming.
Yeah, I hope so as well. Bans are going to be something to really talk about as well, because there is this Medusa, which has been very hit and miss. It doesn't feel as OP as it was originally in this patch, Kezu, but there's still the Doom that's out there. Techies, I think, is going to be something that's also really contested, but anything else that pops out as a very team-specific hero that you've seen both or either team really pop off on?
For both teams, I would say it's definitely Bad Rider. That's also something that Gaben have shown in their last series. I think 9 actually differs a little bit from Quinn. I don't think there's too much overlap. Obviously, 9 can play Void Spirit and he can play Pango, but he's like the biggest question mark where you might just see mention random hero and it might just get picked in mid lane, you know, because he thinks it's good, and there's new stuff to try out. So for me, it has a lot to do with the supports, I think. The early game, how much can they really play through each other, who's gonna tempo up who, stuff like that.
Okay. And T, when you talked about it before, we were saying it's going to be a lot of emphasis on laning phase. Out of the 2 teams, who do you think right now has excelled the most in your eyes during this tour at coming out dominating on laning phase?
Oh, I mean, technically, based on record alone, you'd have to lean Tundra.
Okay, I was going to say you had to remove the Liquid, right?
There we go. Honestly, I'm probably still leaning Tundra a little bit. I think the reason why they are doing so well is because they just have super stable side lanes, and which allows 9 to be this X factor. And I think they've been missing that for the last couple of tours at least, and this is where they've refound themselves in the build up to TI. And I think for gaming, it's still they're insane at playing the map and making these big team choices, but they still have those moments in lane which are oh, okay, that's a death. Strange. But Tundra just feels a little bit more clinical, at least in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, I feel like there aren't as many slip-ups as well in the middle part of the game, because we've seen Gaming Gladiators have that every now and then. Not often, but it's peeked its way through on occasional games. But this play comparison now in front of us, Nine versus Quinn. This is that mid lane that we talked about, and of course, Quinn's hero is the Void, but Nine's is the Timbersaw that he's done so well before. Kazu.
This hero is also creeping its way up, I think. Like right now, I would say mid Timbersaw is like on the rise. I would also say another hero that's on the rise from the carry role is Faceless Void. I feel like that hero actually looks very good in many games that we do see, like just these prolonged team fights, time walks, time dilations. Like it just looks pretty good, and the hero just scales incredibly well. And in terms of Medusa, yeah, I think that this hero is overrated, actually. Still strong in the right game, but definitely overrated. And I would assume that, I mean, these teams, they know how to run it, right? Like Tundra, they did play it last time. They'll like give it a Vengeful Spirit and some other buffs around, but Gaimin looks like they don't want to deal with it. But yeah, I think this hero is not what the froge. All right, first pick Bloodseeker. Let's go, boys.
I mean,
I want to be surprised, T, but Tundra freaking love this Bloodseeker. Bloodseeker actually is one that's rising. Liquid pick it up a lot for themselves too.
yeah, the thing with Tundra, at least, like this Bloodseeker, it's such a stable skidder hero that you know he's going to have a bit of punch in laning phase. It's already deterring the Pangolier from Quinn, potentially. It gives Snaking the ability to take the fight in lane, so you'd assume after fighting you have more things to do on the map post 7 minutes, what Gaimin utilizes a lot. So I think it's just a really easy hero to want to draft, and that's where I keep mentioning it's like if your carry is happy to pick his hero in the first phase, 9 now suddenly gets that extra bit of information before his pick, or 33 gets to see a little bit more and then whips out the Visage or the Beast or something down the line, right? So yeah, I honestly don't mind it. Like the hero plays into most matchups really well, and you deal with Vanguard heroes if there are any more Vanguard heroes really thriving too much. So yeah, I'm not opposed to it.
And Gaming Gladiator's response here, Kazu, being the Void and the Bat Rider, doesn't really feel like something that they're doing in response to Bloodseeker, just more, this is comfort, we know it works, and this is what we want to have for a stable opening.
Yeah, it's just pretty damn good heroes, both of them. Bat Rider is very annoying for Bloodseeker, like throughout the entire game. Even, I wouldn't, like maybe the first 2 minutes is kind of whatever, but the more levels you get as Bat Rider, it's very annoying matchup for Bloodseeker to deal with. Then you have Void Spirit, just one of the best heroes. But I do like that Tundra ended up going for a Timbersaw. It's just, we've seen Void Spirit, and this hero needs to be addressed, like in multiple ways. You now have Rupture. Timber is a flex hero for Tundra, but I would assume that there's a very high chance that they already want to put it mid into the Void Spirit. I don't know if Gaimin have any chance of potentially flexing Void Spirit, because if that is the case, then you can put Bad Rider in the mid lane, and then suddenly you would have a mid Bad Rider with 2 good core matchups already. So there's definitely some stuff that both teams need to think about.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about right now with this the Timbersaw pick. It's like it feels good for the Void Spirit, but if Gaimin can move the Void Spirit away and you just mirror the lane with the Bat Rider, it's like Bat Rider loves playing against Timbersaw. Like pub win rates, like Timbersaw is like 39% win rate against Bat Rider. Like this hero is just a good counter to him. Because of course in laning phase, going with a Firefly just being just super annoying the entire time. So it's just uncomfortable to look at Void and go, where else are you going to go? Like, do you really think Gaimin's going to whip out the... Actually, you know what? Durachu, I think he has been spamming carry Void Spirit.
Yeah.
So this opening...
This should be able to.
Oh, so let me check it. He's played plenty of games. Not a great win rate, but... Yeah, this could actually be a really cool double opening just to predict the Timbersaw and then to go, hey, we're just going to put Void Spirit carry, Bat mid, and your Timbersaw pick. It's like, whatever, you know? So, we'll see down the line.
Well, what is the weakness of Void Spirit in lane that Timber's able to capitalize on? And then also the vice versa, like, what's the weakness of Timber that Bat Rider can capitalize on in lane, Kazu?
So I think what Void Spirit hates is when he eventually gets chipped out and he doesn't have the ability to play through mid. Like when there's a Timber, first of all, he's kind of ungankable. When he hits 6, he's going to slowly chip you out of lane. And your supports also can't really play through you. It's similar to why Lone Druid is really good against Void Spirit. You have no plays in your mid lane. And Void Spirit, he needs like 8-9 minutes, maybe an active rune to then make plays. And Bad Rider against Timber, any hero that over time is going to stack up something on you, it owns Timbersaw. Sticky Napalm, Slark Essence Shifts, Ursa Fury Swipes, and in the game also you drag him in. And Timber hates to itemize for multiple instances of damage. You know, Bad Rider is going to give you magic billion damage over time if he gets to. So there's just a lot of annoyance in the game.
10 seconds remaining.
That makes sense, and Yeah, you're right, T. There is a lot of potential still for what their opening could be. And now Gaiman are banning out a lot of things that we know 33XL on, Visage being taken out, Beast taken out, so they're not too worried about that. And then Tundra, really not sure where the Void is going, or maybe they are sold that it's going to be a Quinn Void because they're looking at Duraccio and Celery Heroes taken out from the pool.
I feel like when you play against Gaiman, it's like, oh, there's flexibility there, but then Quinn's always taking it, right? So
Yeah.
Maybe that's the scenario. 'Cause I think
triple bluff.
Yeah, it happens too often. But I think with what Kezu mentioned, like Void Spirit into Timber, if you can get your supports to give the active rune to a Void Spirit, if you can make wider map plays and you can ignore him for a little bit, then you can play the game out. And we saw Celery play this like +5 Batrider. Batrider's always going to have that annoyance factor to a Timbersaw if you can like at least scale into the game well on the 5 position as well. It's obviously not going to be as disastrous as a mid-bat for Timbersaw, but maybe they're confident pushing it away. So I like the fact that Tundra haven't all-in on the idea of this has to be the scenario. They're keeping their bans very kind of open.
I'm glad I was having a little bit of a laugh there. I don't know if you guys saw on the player cam, having a bit of a giggle.
I think this needs
Probably
a Tofu pickup right now, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Skyraft image, sure. Like if they pick up any Celery-esque hero, then you can start like unpicking the flexibility a little bit. But the Skyraft, you're kind of grounding your draft and going like causing a lot of question marks to Tundra.
Yeah. I think that this is one of the better Sky picks I've seen for a multitude of reasons. If you lane into Bloodseeker, you're happy. You're high range, you're high move speed, you kite him. No matter what role this bad. Let's say a Batrider is mid and Void Spirit is your carry. You now have 3 1+1 combos that will get kills around the map. Like 1 Remnant into Sky Ult, bam, kill. Lasso into Sky Spells, kill. Timbersaw, again, also like... Timbersaw is good when he plays against like limited damage. But we already talked about Batrider. If he has enough time, he stacks up too much damage. I would also say Skyrev can easily hit the peak where it's just too much for you to deal with. So for now, this tricore of heroes from Gaiman, I'm actually a very big fan of, especially what they're playing into.
Sure. Oh, look at Snaking getting pick of the litter. He's getting last pick on Tundra's lineup. He's a happy little lad right now. For him, like Snaking's like, yeah, I might want some Oracle, I might want some Witch Doctor, you know, but pick it last though, just so I get a really nice time. And this
really
is
gonna get that counter pick with your +5.
I like from Tundra, it's like they're picking this Darkseer out of the idea as well. It's like they're not picking it with some melee combo. It's just pick a Kotl, we'll Iron Shell the lane, we'll push it with Illuminate, and we'll just play without having to play the lane, if that makes sense. And yeah, it prevents this potential like Terrorblade style big core pick that Duraccio might request to go into the Bloodseeker carry. But no, it's a very bold way of drafting. Not many stuns on either team, really. Kind of an Atos style game, I feel like, for someone.
Yeah.
Hey, well, Gaiman still have their offlaner, you know. They could go like the Underlord or the Tide, something stable, something reliable.
Get some options. Yeah, some stun would be chill for them. There's one carry, if they're not going to play Void Spirit carry, I feel like that is a pretty banger this game. Would be Anti-Mage. They do have a lot of options of where to take their draft. I think that's one thing you can do. You can also you could pick your 4 here if you want to commit the bat to mid, or you can pick Ace's hero because you already see that option. So I think here on Gaiman, there's a lot of good picks available to them, but it's going to be important for them to just decide on the most valuable one and just go for it.
Yeah. My fear right now for Gaiman, okay, they go for Juggernaut. It's going to have some cool kill threat in lane, of course. You know, the spin plus any like Crystal Maiden Lich style hero slow can get plenty of kills, but my fear is Tundra's already presented themselves with a non-Darkseer playing lane, where the lane should never be in a position where Darkseer is dying, right? It's like Iron Shell, Eliminate. And also, like, Tundra's going to get tanky very quickly, so this final pick for Gaiman needs to kind of help bridge that gap where either they break the map early, or they can just, like, play a wider map scale and be ready, because Tundra, like, you got some Kotl Illuminate stuff, Darkseer Auras, Timbersaw with some Lotus, Bloodseeker, BKB, like they're super tanky into a potential Bat Sky support duo.
This Jug Pig is not really doing it for me. It's so far out of like how it feels when I just look at it. It's probably the worst pick, at least in my opinion, for Gaiman. I'll have to see how it like turns out. If they have any idea of an offlane that will kind of also buff up the hero. Because I think, first of all, Omni Slash isn't good. It's not amazing against Darkseer. There's going to be illusions and walls flying around. I guess now your Bad Rider is 5, so you're going to play some Bad Rider jug lane into Darkseer, which means, yeah, you'll free farm, but you're never going to score any kills in that lane.
Yep.
So, yeah, it is somewhat interesting. I would say traditionally, Jug has mainly worked when he has a form of buff or steroid in his team, aka like some Beastmaster Aura, Solar Crest, Magnus and Power, but those heroes are banned out. Legion is banned out. Like, and I don't think you want to like last pick some ogre to like then buff up your Jug just because, oh, I want to have this. Like Dota doesn't work like that. So I'll need to see Ace's last pick to then truly say whether or not I like this Jug.
10 seconds remaining.
I have to get the hero list open because we're in uncharted territory for Ace's hero picks, you know? Like they're all banned out. Other than the Underlord, but I'm not really seeing... I mean, to be fair, Underlord probably is actually fine when you think about it. You throw down some roots, it's pretty good annoying, you buy some auras. So I think for gaming, the best window for them to play on is Voice Brick, obviously getting to that kind of 20-minute mid-game timing. Your Jug will then have probably like Battle Fury plus maybe 1, and you're always like kind of poking, chipping, taking like these reactive fights whilst your Sky Void Spirit are hunting everything. So I feel like they need one more core who's like semi-AFK pushing out lanes and then can join whenever it's ready. So I actually wouldn't mind Underlord in concept.
I think Underlord is pretty okay for them. I was trying to think of the snaking hero.
Yeah, I was going to say Tundra are going to have to pick first, and Venno, Lich out. What else has he been playing? That Witch Doctor you guys also talked about.
I think there's Oracle still, there's the Witch Doctor.
Oh yeah, true.
Like, Oracle's good against the Sky, of course, because you can mitigate the magic damage. He can do some Witch Doctor just because he has spam heal, and he just A-clicks his team through the fight, but these fights are a little bit messier, so maybe Witch Doctor doesn't thrive as well. What else is there?
I don't know, some like Venge, Oracle, or whichever here you guys talked about that I'm scraping on. Yeah, Oracle does kind of make sense, I think. Yeah, I think that was the best call. I think you have a, I mean, you should have a pretty decent lane. Of course, there's going to be offlane picks here that can annoy you when you are Oracle, just by the nature of the hero. But you're very good against this, like the two supports that Gaben have, right? The Sky and the Bat. We talked about it earlier. It's like very 1+1 combos. They rely on, you have a spell, you drop all your stuff, one guy dies, Oracle is just perfect. Ooh, a new hero.
Oh, hello, new hero. Welcome, contender. No, okay.
Wow.
So Brewmaster, it's this hero that I think because of the Oracle pick, Oracle as a support, you don't present true aggression in the lane. You can in some scenarios, but you're not like this, oh god, wow, this +5 is going to bully me out like someone dying, right? So you can pick these heroes that need to farm a little bit longer, but this hero will create the chaos that Gaimin want with this lineup, right? You've got a Bat Rider running around, Voice Brick running around, Brew now with the split. You can just Cyclone up the Timbersaw on the side of the fight, commit. You can always chase to find the Oracle, Cyclone him up if you need to. So I like the fact that Gaimin really doubled down with the chaotic nature of their draft. I'm still a bit worried about if they aren't dictating the game, will they have damage issues going into a very kind of tanky scaling style of lineup from Tundra?
How do you feel that the Brew Kezu is going to be in lane, right? We know that it's going to be going up against that Bloodseeker Oracle. Is he going to have a good time? Do you feel he's going to get to the point where he's going to be able to enable his team and have that impact in team fights?
He should be pretty happy. Any low damage support you thrive against as Brew. Brew is also very good in team fights against backlining lineups that rely on the city. Like you either throw the guy up in the front that they play around, which is Timber, or you just throw up the Oracle if you want to kill someone else. So he has a lot of purpose. This last pick Brew, I definitely like it a lot. I would slightly lean towards Gaimin now, seeing it. But what he mentioned, there's a high chance of this happening where if 9 pops off and they play around auras, that Gaimin are like, okay, what do we do now?
Yeah, and look, there is that chance. We do know 9 absolutely does wonders with his Timbersaw mid. I thought it was Tundra that were going to bring something new out in the draft, but it was Gaming Gladiators with that Brewmaster as their last pick. We'll see if it pays off as we jump into game number 1 with our casters, B-Cup and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Coming into game number 1, 9 back on the Timber, and Jug getting picked up in Western Europe. It's been a big South American, Eastern Europe pick for the Jug, but we'll see how well it does in a game like this.
Yeah, I mean, I still have to see more games of Jugs being played. The thing I'm most happy about is Brewmaster. I don't think I was ever happy to see Brewmaster being last pick and just go like, wow, this is it. This might be the game for it. But it looks really good because you're going to be laning into Bloodseeker.
Right.
It's a super strong lane. Brewmaster plus Skywrath Mage easily ignite people with just one concussive shot. It's going to be a lot of slow. Sure, you do have Oracle in this lane, but I feel like the damage could be slightly higher than the amount of sustain that they have in it. And just Dispel, AoE Dispel coming out from the Brewmaster. I'm all about the Dispel right now because pretty much everything is Dispellable. Nullifier, this is like AoE Nullifier pretty much.
One grenade, concussive shot, Fortune's End, and a flame break to send 33 back towards the side of Gaming Gladiators. And that will be first blood for Quinn to start this one off. And one grenade thrown back over. It's a war of grenades as Ace avoiding that illuminate and making sure that he's got enough life to survive the chase coming through from Tundra. And that's looking like pretty much all they've written on this little skirmish happening pre-horn.
33 could have get Surge level 1, but then your lane is really, really bad. And it's better to die than to actually just survive there, go back, and come back to the lane with Surge. Kind of would kill what Darkseer wants to do. So I understand why he didn't do it. So getting the first blood. Quinn was the one who got it, so after picking up Bounty Runes, he should be very, very close to picking up Bottle immediately.
Fortune's End with a Blood Right. That's going to land onto Ace, but again, not a lot more follow-up damage other than that. While Sox is going down at Arachio, you've got 2 kills here for Gaming Gladiators already.
Great start for them. Brewmaster a bit low on HP, needs to bring some extra regen. He already ate, I believe, 2 tangos that have been shared. So it's going to eat another one. This mid matchup, we've seen it time and time again. Just Timbersaw against Voidspirit. They're 2 really, really good heroes that kind of came up as soon as Voidspirit became a must hero to be either picked or banned, pretty much, since he became universal. I do like Timbersaw. I do like Lone Druid a lot against them because you don't like possess a kill threat to this Timber, which makes his lane super easy. 9 has popped up a couple of times already in the DPC on his Timbersaw. But yeah, Voidspirit definitely not going to be the hero that's going to take care of him. There's good counters to it, because you're playing into Batrider, heavy magical damage coming out from him and Sky, and also Brewmaster. If you feel like he's the problem, you can Cyclone him into the air, or you can do it to Oracle. Really depends how the fights are going to go, but the Brewmaster really liking the pick. Now I want to see the laning stage.
We'll see how that lane goes for the Brews. You can see Soxa getting chased here by Celery on this Batrider. Batrider taking a tumble into the 5 position. We've seen this hero in a bunch of different spots. And in the 5, how do you like it?
Celery played it the other day. He was extremely good on it. Kind of became another core, pretty much.
Right.
Becomes super tanky, drums, upgrades it, gets Glimmer Cape. Almost impossible to kill. And yeah, already a good start here in this top lane for Gaming Gladiators. Tofu will drag the creep wave while also blocking the small camp. So, nicely done.
Hey, you were talking about that concussive shot igniting the Cinder Brew, and that's exactly how they got that kill just a moment ago. And Flame Break, look at this. It's just constant aggression on the Soxa. Like, Celery's not giving it up, and he's burning Soxa away with that Firefly. It's not quite enough damage with how close he is to the tower, but still, 5 position doing this kind of damage early on must feel really good.
One thing I like about Dota, how we theory craft and move heroes from positions, is like you start with like, oh, that's a mid lane Batrider getting the priority. We've never seen like Batrider being played as position 1. Then we shifted to position 3. Still a good place for him. Then let's try him as position 4.
TP.
Can he TP out?
Oh, no.
Oof.
Level 1 in Purifying Flames with a right click from Skitter was enough to get that kill. Thought maybe he started the TP in time, but just a second too late.
And in the end, to finish my thought, you end up with hero being position 5. I think same could, like you can say that about meta when we had like Brewmaster being played as position 5, moved it from the off lane, moved it from the mid lane. And speaking of mid lane, Quinn doing extremely good. 18-4 against 11-1. This first blood that he got, he's getting a lot from it, this early bottle. Sure, he's putting pressure on Timbersaw, but then again, once he hits that level 3, it's pretty impossible to kill him unless you make a rotation.
Nine does a really good job over on this Timbersaw mid, but it feels like a hero like Void Spirit in the hands of Quinn is going to control most, if not all, the power runes that are going to pop up in this river. And that might be an issue. Fortune's End and Blood Right Down again. They go after Skitter for the moment, but not doing enough damage. That Cinder Brew does ignite. He's not working with a lot of mana here at about half his health.
And also from the games that I've seen, when Nine plays Timbersaw in the mid lane, he doesn't tend to go for bottle, but he feels like in this particular matchup, I'm talking about player matchup rather than hero matchup, I would say, he decided to go for it. The item build that he was going for was Vanguard, Mana Boots, disassemble it later on after you pick up Kaya's Sanj, get Octarine Core, lower the cooldowns on it, and Quinn will be picking up that Water Rune.
And it looks like
Nine goes for 9.
Yeah, he should get the other one. Nobody coming over towards mid, at least in the support aspect, to try and change this up a little bit. Flame Break, Surge away from 33. Blade Fury not going to do enough there to get 33 low or even close to dying off in that exchange. But you do see the Jug sitting top of the CS and 27 and forward, having a good time. Fortune's End, Blood Right Down again. A Blood Grenade thrown over to at least try and get a trade onto Snake King, at least through Ace.
That Healing Lotus.
They're not going to get it, and he'll be able to survive. So just Tofu going down in this top lane while Skitter goes back to full health. He's putting some damage onto the Brew, and honestly, this lane's kind of turning out all right for Tundra. Back to
pretty much.
Nine's sitting relatively low. Ooh, vacuum back into the Illuminate. He's got the Healing Ward out. Not a lot of lockdown in this lane to make sure that they can hold on to this Jug, but good damage there.
Tundra doesn't have a single stun on their team, so that's going to be a bit of an issue, I would say, especially controlling hero like Juggernaut, one of the reasons why they decide to pick it. And Doracho should be fine in this bottom lane. He does have Cornucopia, plus a pointed Healing Ward should have enough sustain. Cornucopia compared to like old Ring of Health is, like even new Ring of Health is much more expensive, but it does also give you that damage, and it also gives you mana regen, so you don't necessarily need to pick up full Perseverance now.
Word placed down by Celery as he's going to head over towards mid to try and help control this first rune, and Vanguard finished by 33, so his lane should get a little bit easier, and that's an Illusion rune that gets picked up by Celery with 9 coming over with some help here from Saxa. So Vanguard should help 33 because Doracho's been using this level 3 Blade Fury to do quite a bit of damage here to this Darkseer, and constantly being forced to surge out of it and run away a little bit.
He should be fine in this lane. Unless they make a rotation again while his surge is on cooldown. And
TP out?
Yeah, no real lockdown. He's going to TP out, but Tofu will not be...
Dying again. That's the third time he's died already. All 3 deaths for the side of Gaming Gladiators are through him. And Tundra, I mean, this lane looked a little bit dangerous when they were putting on the concussive shot and the Cinder Brew, but the damage output's just not enough here for Gaming Gladiators to feel safe enough, and this Skyrath's been up a bit too far a couple times.
Saxa
again, and Saxa.
They're going for the XP rune.
Yeah, they want the XP rune. They want the XP from his dead, lifeless body. The neutral creeps will get the kill there. They do get the Wisdom rune on 33, so they don't steal the Wisdom rune, and they don't even get the kill. The neutral doing the job. That's a little bit unfortunate, while Quinn chasing down 9 and getting a kill here onto the Timbersaw.
That's the difference in the build that I said this time around. He does not have Vanguard, doesn't have that tankiness, instead has Arcane Boots, so that switch in the build that he decided to do kind of cost him the life, and you can see the difference already. 1k gold lead for Quinn without even like taking a tower, so that's massive.
Yeah, and Quinn is, when he has a good start like this, I feel like he tends to just pop off, and nobody's there to stop him. You see the double astral step. Quinn getting a kill there. A lot of damage early on. I mean, the biggest change for this Void Spirit, just it feels like he does so much damage being a Universal Hero.
10-15 minutes into the game, you'll see this hero like sit at 150, 160 damage. Timber Chain misses, so will not be able to get the connection going.
So the shield rune denied. I was having a conversation about that rune the other day. I feel like it's a
With yourself?
Yes. It was
What did
me,
what did the other
me,
B-Cop
and
say?
Panelist me. We were all talking about it, and I thought that hold on. All right, Firefly away, Chakram, 33, Vacuum, back into the Chakram. There's the kill for 33. I think that rune shouldn't spawn until 15 minutes. That's what I was thinking.
It's a really powerful rune. Yeah, if you pick that up 6, 8, 10 minutes into the game, you really are unkillable. Let's say your hero has first Rupture, TP is available, but can't use it. Fortune Ends has been held by staking. Yeah, it just gives you extra at least 500 HP. So, pretty difficult to burst. Very limited amount of damage you have early on. Some stacks we've seen, Tundra, that they made. Celery tried to invade them, steal some of those stacks, but got only XP from the big camp. But now 9 will start to work on those ancient creeps. The amount of stacks, 5 extra on side of Tundra.
So starting to kill these creeps, starting to get some net worth back under his belt, and he's still sitting about 800 behind Quinn, who is freely farming here over mid, and he's got some help if anybody shows up to the lane, and that might just be Saksa with Celery and Tofu here. Saksa's got no mana, but the Aether Remnant doesn't land. They've got the Silence from the Ancient Seal. Fortune Zam, Purifying Flames. Saksa ends up dead to Quinn, who's now on a killing spree. But still, overall, 1k net worth lead for the side of Undra.
Little worried still for their ability to control these heroes. Duraccio, he used Omni Slash, didn't get the kill, but might get it now.
Oh, he might just get killed from the Ion Shell, though, so he has to walk away and activate that healing ward. They're still chasing 33. Celery trying to chase down this Darkseer. It's not so easy with that Vanguard, but eventually falling to Tofu.
He was so tanky. Vanguard, Magic Wand charges, Occult Bracelet, providing him with some extra magic resistance, but yeah, almost getting a double kill there. I was wondering what the item build on Brewmaster is gonna be, because like sometimes you want to pick up Urn. I think in this game I wouldn't even mind seeing a full Spirit Vessel, because you're playing into Timbersaw, Bloodseeker, like even Oracle, but then again Oracle can dispel it, so sometimes it can be tricky. But if you can be the one like controlling him in the fights and also getting the Spirit Vessel after you kill Oracle, I think there's a lot of value to it, and of course synergy between that and Cinder Brew. But looking at Meteor Hammer, I think also a lot of value, because you can bomb the towers. In terms of stuns, Tundra doesn't have any abilities other than Vacuum that can stop him from using that Meteor Hammer.
And once that's on cooldown, you're pretty much free overall. And Vacuum, at least level 1, has a massive cooldown on it. So it feels like Ace is going to have a pretty interactive gameplay free time.
Yeah, my favorite.
What, Meteor Hammer? It's your favorite item?
Yeah, and Hand of Midas while you're jungling. These two items. Whew, man, the amount of fun that I just have while watching it. Quinn, oh my god, already Echo Saber done, 11 minutes into the game, Power Treads Bracer, and of course Spark of Courage, same item that Duraccio is holding on to.
A lot of Spark of Courages. And by a lot, I mean at least those two. So, I mean, having him on the heroes that you want to have them is such a great feeling. An extra 18 damage is really going to help the farming speed and the early aggression that I can kind of sense Gaming Gladiators want to go for.
140 damage already on this Universal Le-Balanced Void Spirit.
9. Chakram, Timber Chaining, farming some of this Ancient Stack. All of the Ancient Stack, not some of it. And the chase is on.
Ooh, didn't catch him.
And the Flame Break pushes him back, but not really going to go any further than that. You can sense that Gaming Gladiators want to kind of get something done and work with this early net worth on Quinn, but missing their opportunity there. And the entire time, now Bloodseeker leads the net worth as that early Maelstrom with the phase boots finished.
If you leave Bloodseeker off to a good start, this hero is going to stay on top of the net worth. It's insane how much farm you can get. You get 150 attack speed with level 4 Blood Rage, which is the ability that you want to max out, and still didn't clear any of the stacks. Celery getting caught here.
Yeah, 33 is around, and Omni Slash was used, Blade Fury, but there's the Rupture, so they're gonna save this Coddle. Garachio's going to be forced to TP out. Celery just going for couriers here, meanwhile, and he should be able to get another. Oh, no. Getting baited a little bit by, and his courier might be in trouble, too. While down bottom, they've got Quinn in some trouble. Astral Step. Solar Mind, Skitter chasing, has that Maelstrom. Gotta remember, with a bit of help here, Aether Remnant connects, Ace comes over.
Bloodseeker's so speedy, he's hasted.
From the Batrider, yeah, he's moving so fast. Snaking ends up dropping. Quinn still alive a little bit, but the Flame Break's not gonna help him out. Quinn ends up dead, and now Ace, who ended the Primal Split, he's gonna go over and try and find himself a kill on the Saxa. But pretty survivable on this Coddle, so he's not gonna quite get that. And another Solar Bind, while now they drop the wall right on top of Ace. They hit the Illuminate.
Oh, yeah, give it that meteor, baby.
Vacuum and dead. And one thing that can stop it was off cooldown, and they ended up getting the kill, and just getting away there is Celery through the Twin Gate.
Coddle is super tanky, especially with this build. This Pavis that has not been dispelled by Brewmaster. And also Pigpole. He's been holding on to this, sitting at 1200 HP on Keeper of the Light, which is pretty nice to think about. And the decent amount of armor. He has like 11 armor while underneath the tier 1 tower.
Damn. So all of a sudden, Tundra, they got themselves a 3,000 net worth lead. And while Quinn losing that killing spree, Astral Step, Blood right down, Silence from Tofu. It's on to the Bloodseeker, but they are trying to chase. Look at the early damage, and it's going to be yet another kill here for the side of Tundra, who are really starting to bump up the pace.
I love that we're seeing more of Bloodseeker being played as carry, because this hero joins early fights. Not just joins, Skitter has been part of 7 out of 8 kills so far.
3 of those coming in the laning phase when they were able to kill off the Skywrath that many times when the lanes were still kind of happening and existing. But everything's really slowed down for Gaming Gladiators. What's the game plan? How do you get back into this one?
Suddenly it's a 5k gold lead. Tundra, a team that you can't allow to farm for like few minutes. You're gonna feel the difference already. Now they're making a move. They already killed this tier 1 tower in the top lane. 9 feels relatively safe now with this freshly bought Vanguard. Has Kaya as well. He still did go back for Vanguard because eventually we'll disassemble it and go into Octarine Core. Celery
trying to run. Snaking's also nearby. Aether Remnant on to 33 at the same time. He'll go into the Dissimulate and get some space between him and that Bloodseeker as well. But it does feel like Tundra's putting a good amount of pressure all over the map.
I knew I was going to regret it, saying that I was so happy about seeing Brewmaster being played. Again, still same issues with the hero. You're too reliant on Primal Split. If you don't have your ulti available, you do feel lackluster. What you bring to the table in a team fight when you have no ulti is very bad. Tofu, let's see if they can catch him one more time.
Not quite. Also, they need to change the line. Instead of 3 of me, now it has to say 4 of me.
Yeah, that is correct.
Till then, I don't think he'll win a game. Just based on that. So, 33 while he struggled early. Once he got that Vanguard, his game's kind of turned on quite a bit. He's got more net worth than Quinn at this point.
He is drawing a lot of attention from the enemy team. They try to kill him a couple of times already, bringing in numbers, and you can see him like forcing out some big spells. Astral Step, Dissimulate.
Oh boy, Mystic Flare was dropped. They go after the Coddle again. The Aether Remnant that lands on a 33.
Lane's on cooldown now.
Put out the Omni Slash, but it doesn't do any damage. So now Quinn alone by himself. The Blood Right's down, and they've got this split. The Cyclone onto the Bloodseeker. As he'll be up into the air for a little bit, but now he'll start to be able to clean up onto these heroes, especially with a lot of them sitting low on the side of Gaming Gladiators. He'll have a lot of speed. The attempt to TP out. There's the vacuum back. Ace. Now, really not much place for him to go to. Tries to drop down the Meteor Hammer. It does land on a 3. They get the kill on a Celery, so it ends up being 2 down to the side of Gaming Gladiators while Quinn does escape.
This Omni Slash not really doing much. I mean, you don't... This is a fight where they didn't even use Oracle ulti. Darkseer again, 33 is super tanky with his Darkseer. And also, I said like big abilities. and then mentioned Dissimulate and Astral Step. I know it might sound stupid, but if you force Void Spirit out of his comfort zone where he has only one Astral Step left, he's not gonna go in aggressive, and that's exactly what they need to do. Protect these supports, lower the cooldown with some of their abilities with Chakra Magic. Most likely it's just gonna be Timber Saw in the fight. So you have like another Timber Chain, have more mana right now. 9 did finish off Kaya Sanj. And this is the item build that he did go for the other day, where he feels like, oh, we need a little bit more control. So Blink Dagger, Hex Initiation. Dyrachyo, Skitter's not too afraid to pop this Rupture on Void Spirit.
And he's got that Manta. Quinn goes into the trees with a Dissimulate, but now the attention's not on a Tofu. They get the kill on a Celery. They'll take out Tofu. 2 heroes dead. One of them going down to 9, and Ace and Quinn are nearby. Aether Remnant just getting a grip on to Skitter. As Quinn, like you said, when he doesn't have a lot to dodge and duck, dive, and move around with, well, he's not going to be going towards the fight. He needs to be going away from it.
He's trying to creep skip. Only does have Dissimulate available, but they're not going to chase him down. Tundra does have very limited amount of stuns.
Yeah.
Which is none, by the way. But they do have Vacuum. And this is why Ace tried to TP out as Brewmaster. He's like, well, they probably used their only ability to control us in a team fight. But still, 33 had it available.
He's been holding it quite often. You take a look, and now it is level 4 Vacuum, so it is just a 30-second cooldown instead of that 60-second cooldown. Is always nice. Taking a look at these items, Manta, we saw that earlier for Skitter. Using that map fight that happened near the Roche Pit in the bottom area, and he's going into the full Mjolnir. He's got 1,400 gold to do so.
He's like, this Manta style makes him very tanky, and also does have an ability to dispel some of these things. Share damage during Omni Slash as well. No need. I'm so glad that we're not seeing BKBs being built
first item anymore
on every single card. It's like, here's our 3 BKB timing. We're going for it. Solo Roche being attempted by Dyrachyo. No TP for another second, but should be okay here.
Left that Tormentor low, and then just now Shard for Oracle.
Thanks, Dyrachyo.
Yeah, thanks for doing all the work. Now we bless the reins of destiny. Good Toto song.
Oh, Celery manages to steal enemy XP rune. Very sneaky, and also getting away from the trouble. Again, no stuns.
It's like Gaiman want to fight here, but kind of split. Like, Dyrachyo moves up real far forward. I don't know. I think sending 2 heroes like that against this Tundra lineup, very dangerous.
Ace, very interesting item choice in his quick bite, Radiance.
Ooh.
He feels like he needs to scale more, but then again, you are playing against Darkseer, so you'll get that Radiance. Now, Radiance is disassemblable, so you can use it, get Nullifier later down the line.
Ace.
Get Heaven's Halberd. I was thinking about using the Vacuum, but then again, this is your only ability that can do something on side of... I'm really impressed the way Tundra is playing, considering that they have Vacuum as their ability to TP cancel, and in terms of control, they don't have much. Sure, like, there's Oracle, but Oracle's gonna stay very far away from a fight. Like, he's not gonna be getting close.
They're still looking. And there's the Vacuum. Celery. Going after him and getting that kill. And Soxa will get credit for that one. As a trio, or even most of the duos that you could create with this Tundra lineup, they do have the damage to take out most of these heroes on Gaming Gladiators at the moment. And they're up 8,000 net worth. So while doing so, they'll move over and go for Roche. I truly just don't think this Gaming Gladiators are in a position where they can stop any of this.
They cannot contest this Roche. There's way too much sustain. Guardian Greaves, Pipe, Pavis, the Spirit Vessel, Reigns of Destiny, anything from Oracle pretty much. And Skitter is going to be the one picking it up. This is a massive one. I do love this new Aghanim Scepter upgrade on Bloodseeker. I mean, it's not a new one, relatively new, But ever since the changes and the buffs to it, where you like enter the fight with extra 1000 HP, feels really nice from his shield.
The Blood Mist.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Rupture. Celery. Losing a lot of blood. And
he's going for it.
You're not safe. Stairs or not. Skitter was like, all right, tower, stairs, I don't care. This is an easy kill for me.
Knows that he has Oracle behind him, so
yeah.
Even if there's any kind of threat. And Gaming Gladiators, they did really slow down. I think it also comes down to Tofu, who usually is like the big playmaker for the team. He had a really bad laning stage. And now Tundra, they're off to your high ground.
Well, there they go. Start to take this tower. The glyph wears out. And Skitter's just going to stand here on the high ground. He's got some help. He had the Pavis on him for a moment. Astral Stab Quinn. Ooh. Has to really jump out of there. I mean, this is... Gaming Gladiators have a lot to be Frosh concerned about with this high ground push coming in. Fortune's and vacuum
on 5.
Oh, into the wall! On to 5, they've just bonked all their heads. They get the kill on the Tofu and Celery. Really, Gaming Gladiators, they don't have anything else anymore. Tundra feels so confident just taking whatever they want in this game. Rupture used and some damage onto the Bloodseeker, but you gotta remember, he still has this Aegis. The Meteor Hammer does land on a Skitter, but he is staying alive.
I mean, considering that they don't have a single ability to set things up for this vacuum, this is insanely impressive.
Ace. Vacuum.
Another one on 4.
Oh my god! It's just insane. Looking like a Dyson out there with those vacuums. Lasso comes through. It's on to 9, trying to survive, still alive, and throws the Chakram down. No way he gets away with this. They put the Pavis on him, and then the Aether Remnant, he's still alive. You cannot take out this team. You can't take out anybody.
He's gonna be back to almost full HP immediately. This
Blood Grenade
Nullifier
at this point in the game, I don't know if that's going to do much of anything. 9 comes back into the fight. They've got the blood right down. There's the vacuum again! Dude, it's just on everybody every time. 33, there's no stopping this man. They get that kill on a Tofu and Ace. They buy back on Tofu. They don't have it available on this Brewmaster. And these heroes are just sustaining on Tundra. They're not stopping. They want to continue to go. They've got Rupture again. And they're looking at Quinn. He's trying to fight back. Not much he can do. Alderaccio's down at half health. There's the Guardian Greaves once again. And the bottom set of racks are just going to be killed off. And, well, Tundra, they've gained so much net worth, and they haven't lost anything for it.
How much heal do you want? Yes, like Bloodseeker has a natural built-in heal, reactive armor, Pavis, which does give them like an extra shield. Then you have Reigns of Destiny, Seeds of Serenity, Spirit Vessel, heals from Coddle, heals from Oracle, Glimmer K, like everything. How much healing is that? These are some insane numbers coming out from Snake King as well.
Damn. Almost 20,000 healing. That's almost 50,000 if we...
Yeah, that's 100,000 right there. 1 million healing. Snake King just broke a record.
They just weren't scratching the surface. These heroes were getting kind of low. But Pavis and Guardian Greaves and these heals from the Coddle too, like, it's insane.
This Reign of Destiny that they stole from Gaming Gladiators coming in clutch.
With the lasso, vacuum back into the wall. Oh, God. Just sharked them. They'll get that kill on a Celery. They'll take out Tofu. They look over at Quinn. There's going to be a double kill for Skitter. 3 heroes down on the side of Gaming Gladiators. And they want more. And, well, there used to be 3 you had to take care of. Now there's going to be 4. And they want to kill off every single bear. Usually it's rabbit season or duck season. Well, right now it's bear season. Solar Bind on him. Timber Chain across. Ace just stops moving. And he'll be killed. As that's a 4th down on Gaming Gladiators.
Make this hero great again. It feels like it's really lackluster. Even with like having a decent game, And Gaimin, they have one fight left in the tank. That's it. They haven't managed to kill a single hero for a long period of time now. Tundra, full HP constantly. Aghanim Scepter now completed on Bloodseeker. It's gonna be so much damage, so much blood. Plus Mjolnir on top of it.
So, top set of racks is not really being defended all too well.
Yeah, Tundra playing like they didn't qualify to Bali Major already. I mean, they are playing for DPC points. There's a big difference. There's like between first and second place, extra 200 points. So definitely playing to win. And they're not messing around. 20k gold lead. Gaming Gladiators, they can't take a fight.
Silence on a 33. There's the lasso with the immediate hex. They've got the false promise to get him out of the lasso. They take out Celery. And now Duraccio going to the back, but there's the wall down. Blood Mist all over Skitter. And 33 putting the Ion Shell on him. They get the kill on the Ace. They'll Timber Chain forward. And there's the Surge, as that's an illusion from the wall. They get the kill there on the Duraccio. They'll call GG. And Tundra will take game number 1 with quite a bunch of ease here over Gaming Gladiators.
Very impressive from Tundra. Considering the start, they lose first blood, like 9 dies solo to Quinn. They do stack a lot, like even 33 didn't have that good of a laning stage, but as soon as he got to his Vanguard, and if there's one player that you can always rely on to like carry the game from you from the off lane, that's definitely 33. Like these vacuums, it needs to be like on Gaming Gladiators as well. Like they can't group up like that, 5-man vacuum, then into like 4-man, 3-man vacuum. 33 is also pretty nuts on this hero, but yeah, buff Brewmaster, please. Thank you.
Yeah, the 33, it was a tough start for him until he got the Vanguard, and then blew the doors off of it, or really, I guess, sucked him in with the vacuum. Hit him, like I said, Dyson, Shark, Bissell, whatever vacuum you want to use. He was hitting 3, 4, 5-man vacuums. I feel like it's just your MVP. Panel, he's MVP. Don't take it away from him. Just make him the MVP, and also take it away. Talk about game 1. You guys got this. Back over to you guys.
Big Hop's already trying to jump to the end of our post-game breakdown, giving us the MVP there. But look, we will eventually get that. We will award someone on the side of Tundra's MVP. But first, my goodness, I just want to talk about Gaming Gladiators. Brewmaster, Juggernaut, they went out of the box of what we've seen them play before T-Gov, and it just didn't really happen. It didn't come to fruition, didn't find any success at all.
Yeah, unfortunately not. You know, Kezo and I, we had our concerns about the damage and the kind of exit laning phase that Gaming Gladiators would have with this lineup, and it kind of came into play a little bit. Like, you see how easily it was for Tundra to like pair this Kotal with this Timbersaw. Oracle just kind of run around the map, be in the right place, right time, and Gaming just couldn't really connect with it. Already we're joining the highlights, and you just see kind of 3 Tundra cores just running away with it, and then slowly you'll just see this Brewmaster kind of just disappear off of the net worth.
Massive sustains coming out from Tundra. Like, I know Lacoste previously touched on it during the cast, just how much they really had items and also ability-wise, and all I can think about is just how do you out-sustain or how do you out-damage a sustain lineup when you already had damage concerns coming into this game, Kezu?
The best thing you can do is to either split them up that they're not 5, or honestly, you need more gold to kind of fight through all the heals that you are going up against. I would say perhaps Ace being on Brewmaster is something a little different for Gaimin. I would say Ace is usually the guy that will kick out the enemy carry, and then he just soaks up the entire enemy map and he just farms and gets really fat. Whereas this time around he's playing Brewmaster, they're taking this fight at minute 15 bottom, where suddenly the game goes from like a 1k gold lead to 5k for Tundra, and they kind of snowball from there. I think afterwards Gaimin tried like where they split up, because they realized, okay, we need Nullifier to even try and do anything. But at this point, they're already down 11k gold and 3-3. I mean, this guy, I don't know how, but he just keeps getting illegal vacuums on 4 people, then 5, back to 4, back to 5. So it's a pretty good Darkseid performance.
He was very brazen. There was absolutely no regard as to anything else on the map other than just seeing an enemy. All right, vacuum. All right, run at them. Skitter just also having no self-preservation. He was diving towers left, right, and center because he knew he wasn't really going to die too.
Yeah.
And he didn't.
I mean, it's it really goes back to the whole idea of the items that you buy and like how you're utilizing your net worth. Because I see like on gaming, you've got a drum on your Batrider, you've got a Aether Lens on your Sky, and you have like a Radiance on your Brewmaster, right? And then you think towards Tundra, you've got a Glimmer Cape on your Oracle, you've got some Vanguard, Hex, whatever on your Timbersaw, you've got Greaves Pipe on your Darkseer, you've got 4-star Vessel Pavis on your Coddle. It's like one team's buying into the meta and kind of pushing their draft forward, and another team is kind of every man for himself and hope that we can do damage when they can't, right? So I think this is kind of showing when you do lean a little bit left field, if you don't crush your lanes and dictate the game, you are just going to fall victim to getting kind of out-sustained. And yeah, Tundra's, every player just went, yep, let's just buy one item to make sure we crush this next fight. And 33, of course, just hitting these insane vacuums and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, Tundra's probably not the opponent that you want to think too crazy outside the box of, but in saying that, you also kind of have to because of what they can bring to the table. But MVP, it is time. We've gotten to it. Are you guys going to argue with B-Cup, or do you very much agree that 33 deserves the MVP?
I'm down. I think I'm down to give it to him. Honorable mention for me will probably be the support duo. I think they both did very well on Saxo and Snaking, like just buying the right items, keeping the fight going. And also this entire game, it was this good for Tundra with Quinn owning mid way harder than he should. So I think that's also something that we need to take into account. Something that for Tundra didn't even happen is how Timber beats Voidspirit in lane. Like Quinn had first blood, some other stuff, like whatever. But even with that, they still owned this game that hard. So I think that speaks for the gameplay and for the draft.
We thought it was the mid that was going to be secured for them, that one was going to be where the eyes were for Tundra fans, and Ninja's going to be able to do well on his Timber. But big props to Darkseer there and the rest of Tundra. Tito, the Gaming Gladiators, do you reckon they're just going to come back and be like, okay, we know it's worked in the past, let's kind of just go back to good old faithful in our drafts?
Yeah, I think in hindsight for them, this Void Spirit Batrider, they were trying to be quirky with it potentially, but maybe it didn't have the same kind of drafting power that they expected. Because I think Tundra just looked at it and just ignored it the entire time. It's like, sure, you're gonna flex these heroes, you know, but obviously they just didn't, right? So I think if Gaming wants to draft like this, they easily can. They just need to be able to do the flex. And right now, when Quinn's the Void Spirit player, I'm not seeing it. So yeah, be creative, but have the playbook wide enough to be able to do it. And realistically, do they need to flex anything? Do they need to be creative? Like, yeah. Go on, Kazu.
It's worked for them before to just stick to their guns, but I would say that now that I've seen it, I did think the Jug pick was trash in the draft. I was ready to be surprised. I think it was bad. I think it's not. This hero is incredibly hard to make work. I will be impressed when a team shows me that I'm wrong, which I am many times, but this Jug pick is... don't do it into Darkseer. The matchup is just trash. It's a bait.
I think the Juggernaut is very much a bait. Like, you see someone else kind of pop off on it, or someone do like certain things. Like they might be okay in lane. Yeah, I mean, I was trying to name names without naming names. But you know, they might do well in lane. You're like, oh, if only they change this one thing. Like, this hero is perfect. It can work. It doesn't. We're probably not going to see the Jug return, but we will see our two teams, Gaming Gladiators and Tundra, return for game number 2 after this break. We've got our second game between Tundra and Gaming Gladiators. And guys, this might be a little bit of bold prediction, but I reckon Gaming Gladiators are going to go back to the tried true, and we're going to go to a game 3, Kezu.
Yeah, bold statement. I think you are correct.
Thanks. Don't all argue with me at once. Damn, that didn't get the response I was hoping. But T, just as we're about to come live, you said you had a little bit of a fun fact. I'm waiting on the edge of my seat, literally right on the edge. What is it?
Okay, so the fun fact is the last time that Ace played Brewmaster.
Can we guess?
8 months ago on Gaming Gladiators against Quinn when he played for Quincy Crew Sonics, whatever it was, at the previous TI. So he hasn't played it for nearly an entire TI run. He plays it now and he loses. But Quinn's in both games, just on the enemy team. It was just a nice little coinky dink when I looked at it. He's probably not going to play it again for another 8 months.
That is a weird coincidence. I was trying to...
There you go.
Shut up.
I mean, maybe so no. To make the full cycle again, I think Quinn will have to leave the team so that in 8 months from now he will play against him, and then he comes back, and then it all goes full circle, and then that's when he can finally win with Brewmaster. Stop trying to make sense of it, Nat, because there is no logic in there.
There is no logic. It was just, I looked at it and it put a smile on my face. I was like, oh, it was just nice.
Maybe Quinn is like a Brewmaster curse. Maybe we got to go back through and like see all of his game history of having a Brewmaster on his team or against him, and how many times he's lost with or against it. That would be interesting.
Do you think Quinn's ever played Brew competitively?
No.
Control
Probably
F,
not.
Brew.
No way. There's no.
He hasn't.
Unless PPD made him at some point. It's like, you play this hero now, kid. Like,
Quinn's just waiting to be picked up as off lane for another team. You know, that's when he'll really shine. Yeah, he'll be winning 3 majors then. Damn. Let's focus on this game number 2 draft and any changes. I thought the Medusa might have been the one change up that got let through. Tundra aren't first pick this time round, so I think Gaming Gladiators are going to be toying with the Doom ban, but Tundra just take it out.
There's got to be something about Bloodseeker in this game where either Gaming they ban it, take it, or have an idea. Like, they need, no matter what they do here, there's got to be some logic behind it, because last game, this hero, it was first picked, and he went 10-0. Like, he was not really addressed. Maybe there's this idea where you can first pick this hero, and if they counter it through the offlaner, there's different 5s that will cover for you in the laning stage of what you fail at. Like, let's say you play into some Vano Bad Rider, you pick Oracle, he dispels you, you're happy. If it's some other lane where you can play aggressive with Lich, now suddenly Lich covers you and you can get through every lane. I'm not sure if that should be the case, but if you can first pick Bloodseeker, he goes 10-0, that looks pretty strong.
There's an issue. Yeah, I think you just ban it out. Oh, okay, Timber's going to be banned. I said, I would have thought you would have banned it out. Then Tundra have to 50-50 on if they let the Magnus techies through, which one they feel is more of an issue, and you kind of get to pick that up for yourself, whichever one does get let through on the side of gaming. But yeah, no, Timbersaw was more of an issue in their eyes too.
Yeah, I also like the idea of, in that previous game, you first picked Bloodseeker, but the final phase bans for Tundra were offlaners. Sure, the Legion, you could argue as well, like, they ban Legion Tide, and it's maybe too much to, like, rush towards it, but when teams are thinking of an offlaner and you've already got your carry pick, like, they're the bans that you'd maybe get the most information from. So potentially Tundra look towards that at some point in this draft, or if they have other ideas, but it's at least something to keep in mind, just because it's kind of Tundra's bans against that Bloodseeker. Batrider techies.
Yeah, Snake King techies, and I'm gonna take a stab in the dark. It sucks. A Batrider here.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I think the beauty of Tundra picking Batrider like this is you know it's going to be that 3 or the 4. I guess the trade-off is it's going to normally go into the offlane, so as long as you pick up an anti-Batrider support or core in that lane, you know it's going to be at least one role there, but yeah, nice opening. I mean, this is kind of gaming kind of returning to their form. It's been one game, but you kind of get the point. Like, I look at this draft and I'm like, yeah, this is gaming, you know? Like, I need to see Void Spirit in the first phase with, like, aggressive style hero. I need to see Pango in the first phase with just any stable hero, and then it's a gaming draft.
I still like the Batrider a lot against the Bloodseeker. I did like it last game too. I think there's also high chance that 3-3 will play it. Traditionally, Bad Rider is very annoying in lane against Bloodseeker, especially also if you're a core. And I would say it's harder to actually cover this matchup nowadays from the support role for Bloodseeker against Bad, because he plays less around Sticky. It's more about like Flame Break, Firefly, and I guess he can kind of dive you. But what's nice for Bloodseeker, if his other lanes are strong enough and like applying pressure, you have the movement speed advantage to probably just play through the matchup. But we'll probably see upon the next 1-2 picks where this bat is going. But either way, it's going to be played in the off lane, like in that lane, as a 3 or 4.
How do you exploit a Bat Rider? Like, let's say it's a support or an off lane. Are you still looking for the same things when it comes to the laning against it? Or do you want to deal with it in different ways if the Bat's a support or an off lane? And what are those ways?
I think it's just having like nice slows in the early game, because like when he's trying to like poke and prod and be annoying, you just want to be able to just isolate him and kill him off. Like, don't allow him to firefly through, or if he lassos someone, you know, zip away. So obviously not Storm Spirit, but you know, high movement with Drum, he kind of looks like he's zipping away, but still. So I think any strong supports that can provide a little bit of kill threat really help out, and also making sure that your carry has sustain as well. So like, I think the Bloodseeker already, even though in the game it can be annoying, if the bat shifts to support, and then let's say you have like Lich Bloodseeker or Crystal Maiden Bloodseeker, the bat isn't going to be as confident stepping up, being lower leveled, right, and being as obnoxious.
Yeah, early aggressive supports are very annoying because Bad Rider needs some time. And I would say in terms of team fighting, which is one other big aspect that you need to be able to check in Sandbox, you need to either have a draft where you can start fights yourselves, or you have a combo break in your lineup, which they kind of did last game with some Oracle, Venge, maybe you have Tide, or like a double initiate on your own, just so that it's not like eventually the game slows down and then Bad Rider just keeps choosing his own team fights. That is the worst thing that can happen to you against Bad Rider.
10 seconds remaining.
Looking at the bands now, what's really different? Not too much, except for I guess who's banning it, right? Like the Faceless, the Monkey was banned by Tundra to cover themselves against for the Bloodseeker. Now Gaming Gladiators are taking them, as well as piling on that Spirit Breaker. But Magnus and Beast, actually not a lot being changed up at all when it comes to bans.
I like Tundra actually banning out Ace's hero pool here a little bit, because I think a lot of teams, for some reason, when they get to the second phase, they kind of forget about Ace's hero pool, and then they always let through the Beast or the Mag because they ban like Ench +1 or something. They respect Celery or Tofu a lot, and then Gaming kind of get this free pick where it's like, why Ace only has 5 heroes played in DPC so far, 6 if you include the Brew, but it's like, yeah, so it's not a lot, right? But in regards to his staples, they seem to always be kind of forgotten about. So at least now it's Darkseer and Underlord are the 2 that have been let through. Are you probably going to see them? Probably not. So we get to see another Ace hero kind of pop up in this series.
I mean, you might even just have to take that here, no? Like if you're Gaming Gladiators, you're not going to get much more info. It's not like you pick 2 supports here and then Tundra are like, here you go, I'll pick my carry, so that on your last pick you know the matchup. Like you're not going to know it. You're already getting some heroes banned out. And as you already mentioned, I think Tundra are doing a good job at targeting it. So I would be a little surprised if we didn't see Ace's hero come out. All right, that's one.
We would have seen...
We're getting there.
You get your classic Coddle Pango. Very, very new and high skill stuff. Thank you, Quinn. I think Coddle looks great here, guys.
Guys, I didn't swash enough in that previous series. I was playing Void Spirit. So can we please pick Coddle Pango so I can double swash to get my quota for the day, please? Thank you.
You also get, you can get a quicker silence on Bloodseeker. Very pog. Wow. Double Blood Right, nearly. Oof. Which of course we will never see, but you have the option.
Maybe.
Oh, they're stealing the support duo, guys. Come on, don't be so obvious. It's just stealing the draft.
I think Tundra did that the other day, didn't they?
Doesn't matter. So now what? Gaming are like reverse Uno?
I know, pretty much. But in regards to Gaming, like they don't have any information, right? So if they pick off lane here, then Tundra will be able to instantly kind of counter it in lane, be able to flex the Bat Rise to the right position. I guess it's actually not picking your core here is kind of cool from Gaming, because at least it forces Tundra to either pick carry blind, not seeing the off lane, or you just unflex the Bat Rider. Realistically, you should just decide what your off lane / Bat Rider is doing, and
Yeah.
then hold the control of your safe lane matchup. But what's that gonna be?
I wouldn't be too opposed to. I mean, at the end of the day, it comes out to what you think is more value. But I wouldn't mind playing offlane Bat in this game. Personally, I think core Bat Rider deals with Oracle better than support Bat Rider does, because you're gonna have more items, which allows you to like just abuse the map more, or maybe have some blink force that Oracle can't deal with. And like I said before, this matchup changed where I think Oracle isn't that good in lane against Bat Rider anyway. Maybe like level 1 and 2, it's cool. You can dispel Flame Break, you can dispel some Blood Grenade, but offlane Bat is kind of just about Firefly anyway.
I mean, if they want to do offlane Bat, then like some bounty or something could work. Sure, there's an Oracle to purge off tracks, but the pace of the game that you can set with the farmed, they're actually going for the Slark. I was looking at his heroes, like, are they gonna go
cool.
like Pos for Slark? But there's like, I saw Bloodseeker and I was like, surely Bounty Hunter's like the better version of Slark just because of the Thirst interaction on Slark ult, right? But no, they're gonna go for it. I assume this is just going to be possible. There's no way you're going to flex Slark into a carry role into Bloodseeker, right?
Yeah, I think so too. Unless something really strange happens, I think this is just going to be their 4. I mean, what Tundra are very good at and always have been is just the fact of how they play the map. I think Bad Slark are very good at that once the mid game does hit. And I mean, Slark Shard is still very broken conceptually. And maybe there's something that, okay, Pango roll and Rupture, it only lasts like, I don't know, between like 5 and 10 seconds, depending on when and how they use it, how much you need to roll in. So if you can combo break that, maybe they feel like that's just all they need to do against these ults and maybe the Bloodseeker BKB to like delay. I'm not sure. But the one team that does make this hero work as 4, it's them. Like Saksa he just finds ways to be useful at all stages of the game.
You just need to bait one roll, right? Like you just mentioned. Like if you waste Rolling Thunder once in this game, if you wasted the Rupture that you mentioned, it's like, oof. And I think we saw Amar on the West. He utilized that from an offlane position where like the team only had like 1 or 2 big spells. He'd bait them out, disengage, Ag Shard, and then suddenly the fight's broken, right? So I can see the value of it for sure, but yeah, it's becoming more conventional. And there's the Underlord ban as well. Tundra, like, you're not going to get any of your stable offlane picks. Is Legion ban? Sorry, I'll throw that one in there in the mix quickly.
Yeah.
How do you make a pose for Slark work, let's say prior to level 6 Kezu? Like, what are you doing in the lane that adds value and makes it easier for your Bat Rider?
I think you're looking for small chip trades. Like, Slark is good when he gets to stick on a target for like, I don't know, a few seconds, because it's actually very hard for people to trade with you because of Essence Shift. So similarly to many other 4s, like you're going to try to soak as much pressure away from your bat, maybe pull some waves, like place a ward to kill some couriers. When nighttime comes, you scout for him. I would say it's very casual what you do. Like you just try to not overplay.
So you're not looking to be too aggressive?
Yeah, definitely not. Like if I play Bat Rider Slark and I get through the lane even, I see that as a mega W.
I mean, isn't the Oracle as well was a big indicator to be able to pick the Slark, because this hero has like, what, 40 damage. Like it's peanuts. It does nothing to you, you know? So it's like the same as like when you see Earth Spirit in a 4 position with some offlaner, you know that you can go super aggressive in your safe lane. Like Oracle is the same thing. Like as soon as you see it in your draft, your 4 position, your offlane, they can be incredibly cheeky with what they want to play, because this hero doesn't really present itself in a aggressive nature in the lane. So it's pretty good. But I still think Legion might be a warranted ban for Tundra here.
I would like Legion for gaming. I think that's
for gaming,
good. Yeah, it's one of... I mean, I'm looking if there's anything else. That I think Legion would be very likely my favorite pick if I had to pick a hero. Yeah, Tide would have been one of my next ones, but I think Legion is better. They might be cooking up something different, but...
Reason why... Oh, they go dark?
They are stealing the draft, bro.
Their
Come
draft.
on.
Jesus, man. Where's the creativity? No, I'm joking.
Wait, it's literally 1 hero difference in the mid lane?
Yeah.
Yeah, literally. Literally just swapping out the Timber for the Penga.
You wouldn't see Quinn play Timber now, come on. He couldn't, he can't fully steal the draft.
That's when you really know you're in a nightmare.
Well, there's not really much to say then, because you can just listen back to what we said in the previous draft, but for gaming at least, it really is a very skirmishing, push out lanes, play in the face of your opponent's style of lineup. We just saw Tundra beautifully execute it, so it's now on gaming to replicate it. Sure, you don't have a Timber, but a Pango can do the exact same with a Diffusal Blade and the correct mindset. So, yeah, can gaming replicate it?
Well, I mean, the lineup that Tundra had last game and that Gaimin had for themselves are up against something very different, Kezu. I think practically all their heroes are different, except for the Batrider. So is this still a punishable lineup in that way, in the skirmishes, in the team fights? Or do you think like having a more reliable spend carry compared to a Jug actually really adds value to what Tundra have drafted?
I think the Sven makes a big difference because you have another hero that can go in, and Sven is more explosive. Like 2-3 hits, bam, this guy's dead, and Sven kind of over damages into like auras because your damage is just overwhelming. And I think they have a lot of heroes. They have Slark Vision because it's not just like, oh, Batrider, you need to lasso, but then there's Oracle. No, there's Slark Vision. There's some Queen jumping around. Your Skeeter can go in with Blink BKB. So I kind of like what Tundra have going for them. Like I think they have found better answers to the now Gaimin draft than Gaimin did last game against the Tundra draft. Yeah.
Alrighty, well, I look forward to it, seeing if this Ben is able to just burst down some heroes. If Tundra are going to 2-0, or if Gaming Gladiators are going to bring it back as we get on into Game 3 with Beak Up in the cost.
Thank you very much. Gaming Gladiators going with the anything you can do, I can try to do better draft, which sometimes works. We'll have to see.
Hey, can I copy your homework? Sure, just change a few things so it's not obvious. Okay. I mean, they just swap one hero. It was a strong draft, so no reason not to steal it. I mean, Dota, like, in general, doesn't work that way. We're just like, take the draft, doesn't matter what you play against. But if you're the one who's setting the tempo with your heroes and forcing enemy to react to some of these things, then you can, I would say, get away with it. But I have to agree with the panel, what they said about Tundra having a better draft against this X draft, we can call it, that Tundra first showed in the first game.
Yeah, that first game, it felt like this draft that now Gaimin have was a lot better, but we'll see how it does against Quap, Sven, Slark, Batrider, and Techies. And we'll see a 5 smoke. Skirmish, maybe? Oh. A little ward drop there. Sark going all the way over. Nobody's seeing each other just yet, but we did see Quinn get that first blood in game number 1, so we'll see if that happens again with all this smoke action. Oracle going in deep to already drop down a sentry.
Gotta block that camp, very important, so... Because you want to push out the wave, pull it back. There's gonna be some sentries purchased by this position for Slark, something that Saxa did play already 2 times. One time in the DPC, played it once during Berlin Major against PSG LGD. Both times, it was a dub, so they think this hero can work out. Like, because when they showed it in the draft, it was against Bloodseeker Pango. You don't want to be picking this hero as a core into it, and now Saxa, he's going in, stealing some stats. Blood grenade.
Trying to get those early stacks of the Essence Shift, and Fortune's End kept him still for just a moment so he could walk away. Duraccio has Blood Right again in a second, but up these steps is 2 heroes from Tundra, and again, they're going to go after Celery. They've got the Flame Break, and now they've got First Blood, trying to trade back and forth. Oh, Saxa surviving, because 33 steps in the way to Duraccio.
This has to be one of the better feelings, coming into lane as position for Slark with 1 permanent agility. Like, not as your HP is 100, but yeah, you still manage to get something done. So we'll bring in extra blood grenade as well, some extra regen. And now they're playing super aggressive on Duraccio. Might get a kill here. Fairy Fire, he's fine.
They wanted that trade, but unfortunately couldn't get it, so he's going to have to wait and then come back. But he'll have full health, full mana, and we'll see if maybe they can then sidestep over to get another kill onto one of these heroes in the top lane.
Oh yeah, that full mana on level 1 Slark with Essence Shift.
With that Essence Shift, it costs no mana to use. Perfect.
He's dead.
There it is. Flame Break, Fortune's End, Blood Right with a Blood Grenade, and they will get that kill, and now, still just 1 on that gain permanent agility, but they get a kill on the Bloodseeker, and that makes this lane feel very nice.
And most importantly, 33 is the one who's getting the last hit, so does have Ring of Hell, enough money already for it. 1 minute, 30 seconds into the game, on top of his Magic Wand and 3 branches, a build that he goes for, because Bedrider is now Universal Hero. So, more stats means more damage.
Oh. Interesting concept. And Soxa now with that level 2, so he'll have Pounce. First usage of it, though, is to get out of the Blood Right, and just trying to get some of that stack Essence Shift up there, and eventually he'll get those boots. And I think this is going to potentially be a pretty dangerous lane for Gaming Gladiators if it's not already. This has already been really good for Tundra, but as we go further on, it might just get worse.
Mid lane, there's a big difference. This is why they picked it. I'm looking at 13, make it 14 and 8 on Queen of Pain against 5 on Pango.
We've talked about doubling CS feeling bad, but when you're tripling CS at
and having more denies than he has CS, this is a complete domination. 2 points in Shadow Strike, point in Scream of Pain that you get early on to secure the range creep, and Quinn already feeling like he needs to use this Water Rune. 9, very close to level 4, so we'll get the Blink and maybe try to get a solo kill on Quinn.
Remember when right-clicking as techies didn't really do anything?
Yeah, I remember.
You just harass and be this strong, annoying support.
He's dead anyway. Okay.
God.
9 finds an opportunity. He was thinking about getting a Blink Strike, but since Quinn got close to him, puts another point in Scream of Pain and just right-clicks him down.
Why not? And now with that solo kill, I think this lane just... I don't want to say it's over, but...
Yeah, call it. Run it down mid.
Whoa. I'm not
go
going
up the amulet.
Top lane. They're going to get a kill on the Celery. No, don't buy Shadow Amulet. Please.
Lanes are going really well for Tundra in this second game. Quinn will need some kind of a help. Keeper of the Light, not that hero that can help him early on. Neither is Oracle. So you'll need to get more from Chakra Magic, like in the mid game. We'll get it off.
And Tofu saved by the vacuum for a second. The Blood Grenade dead. And they'll end up trading Snaking. So Ace getting that kill there onto the techies, but job well done. And this leaves Skitter by himself for a moment, which he's not too afraid of, at least for now.
I love these Blood Grenades that you throw them before you die, just to have that extra kill threat in the lane. Your carry or offlaner are getting a kill, getting the experience from getting that kill. This time around, Dyrachyo, like compared to the previous game of Bloodseeker, where Skitter was 10-0 and 10 in the game, this year joins these early fights, but we'll see how Dyrachyo feels about it.
Soxa able to escape, actually leashes on that Pounce, but Blood Grenade and the Blood Right. They will get that kill onto the Slark and take him out for the second time. As Ace is forced back again. He's not too comfortable at the moment. These techies right clicks.
Universal Hero. 67. Level 3 with 5 stats.
TP the Sark over, so Stormhammer's going to set up the Pounce, and that will leash him, blast off, and a kill. And Soxa, if he really wants to, he could go back towards top. But for right now, he'll chase Tofu. Doesn't have a Pounce to leash. Top lane's also getting some pressure on him. Mid's a little bit interesting here for Quinn, as 9 blinks right on top of him. Has that Scream, and now the Sonic Wave, and gets the kill again solo.
Oh, Keeper of the Light. Okay, never mind. I thought it was, some kill into pause, but it's all good. Level 6, almost level 7, Queen of Pain against Pango, who just hit level 5, because you can afford to leave Batrider alone since he has Vanguard available. So Soxa makes this move, TPs to the bottom lane, and let's see what's going to happen in the top lane. Dyrachyo, 333 move speed against 33, who has 330, a lot of threes right there. And I don't think he's going to get the kill. No Flame Break. Does have mana if he pops Magic Wand or Healing Lotus. But there's also Celery behind him, so he should be okay. There's a point in Fate Seeker. He just got level 4. on Oracle, so all Gucci.
33 just able to get a lot of farm, and there's that Fortune Zam, but immediately the flame breaks. So Dyrachyo needs to back off his Celery now, using that Fate's Edict and healing him up with Purifying Flames. But just like that last game, it's already an early advantage for Tundra. They're 2,000, now 1,000 net worth, so it's getting up there pretty quickly. And I think at a point like this, where 9 has gotten 2 kills over mid, when Sonic Wave's back up, why not move?
Sucks up.
Kill.
Okay, he kind of canceled it 2 times. Quinn was thinking about maybe getting the Swashbuckle in, picking it up, but then again, if Queen of Pain is there with 1 Blink Strike, he could be in a lot of trouble. This also leaves Skitter in a good spot where Sven doesn't want to stay in the lane for too long. He's already level 5, has enough to buy Morbid Mask relatively soon.
These couriers are in trouble. Sox is also trying to stay deep here, so maybe he could steal that Wisdom Rune.
Not gonna happen. Look at Gaming Gladiators. Celery and Tofu gonna be both of them there trying to protect it. Using a scan, both teams 7 minutes into the game, they know how important these XP runes are.
Yeah, they're just keeping Tofu over here. He's gonna stack while also getting that Wisdom Rune. And then, meanwhile, using that bottle to get refilled by that Wisdom Rune is 9, and he TP's back over mid, so that's well worth it. Used well, as Wisdom Runes refill the entirety of the bottle, unlike Bounty Runes.
This also leaves Gaming Gladiators to play slightly more aggressive in this bottom lane, because they know Queen of Pain, one of the better heroes to TP rotate with, because you're gonna get the cleanup, getting at least 1 kill. If Sonic Wave is available, you might get multiple kills. And Saxa lurking around the mid lane, thinking about maybe jumping Quinn before he gets level 6.
Oh dear. Quinn in trouble. Pounce leashed. The Sonic Wave, the kill there on the Quinn. He is dead for number 3.
9. Really showing up strong in this second game.
I said 3.
Yeah, big difference. Almost double his net worth 8 minutes into the game, and picks up Regen Root. God, this is snowballing out of control now.
Celery in trouble. Tofu's here. Blinding Light, but the blast off lands. They're chasing Sticky Bomb, and that will explode. And they'll get the kill, but Swashbuckle, Shield Crash, Rolling Thunder, Snake King. He's looking pretty dead here. And can't juke.
Quinn needed that kill.
Meanwhile, look at this. Bloodseeker, he's got 2. Dyrachyo's dead. 33. Not even using the lasso. Getting the chase. Getting the kill. They've taken out the Bloodseeker. Things are just getting worse and worse here for Gaming Gladiators.
Tundra is so aggressive with these early moves. Getting multiple kills. Skitter has Mask of Madness finish. This is something that I started talking about, because you are playing aggressive on the other lanes. Your Sven doesn't need to leave the lane early on, so he gets the XP level 7, 9 minutes into the game, is pretty massive, has Mask of Madness, and now you can start to farm up the jungle much more efficient. He's still in the bottom lane. Like, he's still farming both jungle and the lane.
Yeah. Those outer rings coming in handy. 18 seconds till Sonic Wave is back up. Oh, Falcon Blade for 9. He's also got Treads. See if he can find anybody. Soxa, Pounce, Leash. No level 6 here for the Bloodseeker. And there's the Shadow Strike.
Sonic Wave in a second. He was so close to it. Might still go for it. Let's see if they... they already used the scan. But Quinn is also very low.
He doesn't have Rolling Thunder.
Burst him.
Sonic Wave, and he's dead. Soxa getting killed off by the
Oh my god, Dyrachyo dies as well.
Oh no! Oh gosh.
Man, I was told that Tundra has a boring playstyle. Not sure if this can be called boring. 12 kills, diving underneath the tier 2 tower, getting the kills, while every single tier 1 tower is still available. One gonna drop now in this top lane, but yeah, Tundra, they came here to play.
Yeah,
I also
updated with the patch.
I really like that 9 didn't put like 3rd or 4th point in Shadow Strike, something that you tend to do when you're like, I'm making his life a living hell, because I'm dumpstering him in the lane, I'm getting the kills, but if you have 1 point in Blink, you could be in a lot of trouble. You blink in, 12-second cooldown, So this time around, 9 even puts a third point, and it skips his level 10 talent, which is pretty massive. This is 11 strength we're talking about. Really like what 9's doing now.
So 33. He's going to finish this off, and I believe then he's going to disassemble and reassemble into a whole new item here. Be exciting.
Very exciting. 11 minutes. Octarine core.
Move that, change this, shift this over here, grab myself an Octarine core.
Make stacks while you're doing this.
Inventing and stacking. I think, when we've talked about this before, I think disassembling, it's a bit ridiculous.
No, don't put me in. Like, I knew already where it was going. I'm fine with disassembling. I'm just not fine with Vanguard being disassemblable.
Yeah. I mean, I've got protection in the early game from Vanguard and mana. Well, now I've got Octarine core.
I have 50% of the item that I can just get almost for free while I dumpster the laning stage. I'm trying to think of how they're going to come back into the game. Pango, not really a hero that plays well from behind. You also playing into this overwhelming damage from Sven, who can easily kill you with the BKB. Like, you're rolling in, they can lock you down. Batrider is also there. Sonic Wave, multiple abilities that you don't like to play into. Plus Bloodseeker, he's not having a fun time. Do they want to commit?
No. They're going to go bottom, though. TP bottom, 33. TPing right on top of Ace, Lasso. Your Surge has no power here. And the TP attempt, nope. 33, get that kill. Skitter looks on as all he sees is a burned up Darkseer. And that is another kill here for this Batrider, who's 4-0-1. Going into the Boots of Travel, this early Octarine core. So level 3 when he gets it on this Lasso. If he gets another cooldown item as well, it's just going to have infinite uptime.
9's still chasing him. He's thinking about it. Let's see if he commits with Scream. Tries to find where Quinn is. Quinn for now, hiding inside the trees.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
There goes the tower. So 8,000 net worth lead. I mean, this is tough 13 minutes into the game. I'll go and get Tofu. I mean, this is just running down another false promise. Trying to heal him back up. They go to the Rolling Thunder. Can they turn? Bumped up in the air. Techie.
Ooh, Sonic Wave missed.
Sonic Wave misses. That's a bit of an issue, but they've got the God Strength. They should be able to kill off Celery. They get the kill to Tofu. Now the blast off. Blood right down. Back him into the wall. And down goes Snake King and 9. 9, a lot of that gold going over to the Bloodseeker for the pounce. The Leash, Saksa, he's a 4 position, but he doesn't care. With the help of the Stormhammer, he's getting a kill, and there's the last one, taking another.
Yeah, they got 4 kills out of this one, but feels like they didn't need to get Queen of Pain killed, because he missed the Sonic Wave, wanted to get the kill on Coddle, and Saksa will steal XP rune from enemies. Big difference. Level 6 on Oracle. Slark is level 9. Techie's level 7. Still 1 XP rune to be picked up on their side.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
A little bit of help trying to de-ward here. There you go. Snake King takes out the Observer. And yeah, you know, that was a little bit of gold there for Duraccio coming through with that kill onto 9. But you see how much Skitter's got. And 33. Blink Daggers are going to come up nearly the same time for both these heroes.
This is the second XP rune that 9 picked up. 2 out of 2 so far. Level 12 compared to Pango, who's, you know, slowly catching up considering that he picked up none of these XP runes. He's about to be level 10.
Is that... when you're down 2 levels like that, is that really catching up? Or he's almost back down 3 levels again.
Considering how his lane went, I'd say he's catching up.
Rupture used on Snaking, but not chasing. Interestingly enough, taking a look at this matchup core. Swashbuckle, but the attention, it's onto the Oracle, and now they've got the lasso. They'll control, they'll throw down the wall, but is this going to be enough? The Sonic Wave, uh-oh! Now they've got the disarm for a second, but it's not going to matter. They get the kill to Quinn. The false promise was used on the Celery. He'll blow up, so Skitter's got a double kill. Blink forward from 9. Still hunting, still searching, but these heroes are already behind the tier 1 tower.
You see this overfarm Sven showing up into a fight. Mask of Madness, Echo Saber. Another catch on Dyrachyo.
Yeah, they've got the Dyrachyo kill. Saxa's got 6 permanent agility stolen. Like, they're just getting everything there.
I like how they're using Iron Shell on Saxa. Just, I think he was the one, like, that trying to be inside the team to try to deal some damage to the teammates, but not very successful, though. In terms of, like, combos that they have, Bloodrite, like, Vacuum into Bloodrite, maybe Swat Crash, and then Pango becomes super tanky with, like, 4 or 5 people Shield Crash, should be enough for him to survive, even through this, like, overwhelming damage. Also have an Oracle behind him. I think Gaming Gladiators, they need to risk it, because they're gonna get outfarmed so heavily. You are, in the end, playing against Tundra.
Right.
And Sven is massive right now. Going into BKB next, level 14.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Already level 14. God damn. They're trying to get the bottom tier 1, and... oh, they're down here. Can anybody set up to stop this? Not likely, as it's just both supports down nearby.
And also Tundra, like, they stole their stacks multiple times so far in this game. Celery going for the high ground.
Yeah, Pounce, Leash, Blast Off, but the rest of the team starting to run on forward to help him out. Is, again, like I said, it's only the supports that are here for Tundra, while the 3 cores continue to farm. When the attention's being taken off of getting gold here for Game Gladiators by the 2 supports, that's a big issue, because you see Skitter's farming, 9 farming, and, well, you've also got 33 who's farmed, so...
This is just the support we're talking about.
Yeah,
a lot of commitment to try to get a kill on Saxa. Yeah, as you said, they don't even get it in the end.
Going for BKB on 33 too.
They want to hit this early timing, double BKB, Queen of Pain going into what seems to be casual Belt of Strength, and then going into Ags. So it seems like he does not want to finish Kai Assange first, wants to finish off this Ags. This is a big rune. This is where you want to take a fight, most likely.
What was that build we saw Emo go on the Queen of Pain? Like
Bloodstone? Yeah, Ags into Bloodstone. Into Mjolnir. That's just emo things.
Hashtag emo things. That should definitely be a nice little hashtag. Hashtag emo things. You just look at the build and Fall Out Boy comes on. Quinn goes down bottom. 33 getting the kill there. They're chasing Ace. The wall was already committed, and they are really wanting Ace, as they've got the lasso ready to go if need be. There's the Stormhammer. False Promise comes through, and they're going to go for the rest. They've got Ace over the threshold. Celery's trying to run back. Fortune's End. And he's making some space, but eventually Skitter should be able to find him and kill him, and that's exactly what he'll do.
33 found Ace. Tofu. He bounced him back onto the high ground.
Ace running, mine exploding, Stormhammer at the same time. Tofu's dying 24-7. Oh. And again, stacks and ancient camps being taken. 33, still top of the net worth.
Boots of level 17, 19 minutes into the game. These are some
insane
records being broken right now on Batrider.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
91%. Yeah, Gabe and Gladiators getting some extra love in there. 9%. I think this one is, you know, down to that 1-2%.
A little love from Gaben. But it's going to be tough. I mean, I always say, as long as maybe you could
stay positive. I heard that voice line. It doesn't work that way.
Just be positive, guys. We're there. If they pull an LGD, dive the tier 4s, go into the fountain, it's doable. We'll see. 15k at only 20 minutes. Anything is possible. Quinn. Swashbuckle Stormhammer.
Stun. They're not gonna go for it.
Follow-up.
Blink Dagger has been cancelled on Skeeter. Yeah, anything is possible, especially if you lie.
Wow. Lasso, Rupture, and the Stormhammer with the God Strength. Wall down, 33 with the BKB. He starts to run, puts himself on the high ground, Rolling Thunder. Celery's dead, and they cannot touch this Bat Rider. On the back lines, 9 starting to go wild. Solar Binder not, 9 sticking with you. And they've got the damage on the Quinn. They'll get the kill. And Ace, he's been spotted by 9 too. These heroes can't even get back into their own base.
Bots
safety
on Bat Rider.
Oh my god. Just continuing to chase.
So Queen of Pain, let's say, blinks in, or Sven blinks in onto one target. Bat Rider will use bots to just have extra control with Flaming Lasso. Yeah. This game is
level 3 now.
Dunzo, and they just can't fight back.
Oh, Sark going for a solo kill by the Tormentor. He'll back off for a second. Just wanted to get a couple stacks on that Essence shift. He got 1. Yeah, what? Level 3 now on the Lasso. Going into the Blink Dagger next. Bat Rider. All he's hoping for now is another cooldown reduction item. And just, like I said,
we're only 21 minutes into the game. So that's going to take a while until we get the tier 3 items.
We'll get there.
Can we see the number of stacks that both teams did? Just to see, because I feel like Tundra's just stacking every single time they're playing like these outer rings near the Ancients. Celery.
A little 2-shot there from Skitter to get the kill. He's on a monster kill streak. Oracle also in trouble. They use the False Promise. They've got the Lasso. They have the control. The Blood Right doesn't matter. And Duraccio, well, he's got some help from Ace. What a vacuum, but into no wall. Duraccio, Celery, they fall. They've got the Pounce. There's the leash. The wall is down, but they break right on through it. May not be the Juggernaut, but they are walking through walls and getting these kills and taking out these heroes on the side of Gaming Gladiators.
Whew. Man, what a performance from Tundra. Coming out not just in the first game, but also the second one. This is a complete domination. What level is 33? He's about to crack level 20. Yeah, they're going to call it. They know that they have no business left in the game. 22 minutes and the Sonic Wave to finish it off.
All right. Well, 22 minutes, 47 seconds, 31-7. Tundra.
Yeah, I like the cute little thumbs up from 33. It's like, oh, Gucci guys, we did fine. 3 out of 5.
Very. Oh my God.
Wow, man, what a performance. Actually insane. The speed that they're playing. Like this mid lane, the difference, Queen of Pain against Pango. I knew that this could be a rough matchup for Pango, but I haven't seen it go this bad. And this is also with not a real help. Like they didn't come in really close to just kill him multiple times. It was like solo kill into another solo kill. Then Saxa comes in. Yeah, well, I don't know even what to say about how Tundra played in this one. Maybe Panel has some words to say about it.
Yeah, maybe they do. I mean, that was ridiculous. So it just all Tundra. No Gaming Gladiators. This is a one-team game. It was insane. Panel, take it away. Tell us what happened.
There's definitely going to be a lot of words said about this game because, my goodness, Gaming Gladiators thought that they could use Tundra's ideas against them. They thought maybe that would secure them the win, but Kezu, oh no, you can't use someone's tactic against themselves and not expect it to be punished.
Yeah, I think you can't, and you can see that they just knew exactly what they wanted to do. But apart from knowing what they want to do in the draft and later in the game, the way that they got out of lanes already is actually sickening. Like, I had to go in the game and watch how 9 dumpstered Quinn so hard, because this is the hardest I've ever seen him lose a lane, I think, in like over 2 years. And 9's...
Break it down for us.
He won the creep block. Every time Quinn was running in to get a last hit with like one of his spells, he would creep aggro so that the creeps would stay alive with 1 HP. Or if Quinn wanted to go and get a CS, he would play it so that he would take the maximum amount of pressure possible. And he just didn't get to his bottle fast enough, and everything just stacked on top of each other. Then Saxa on his Pulse for Slark. They get first blood because they don't know how strong Pulse for Slark is. No one does. Only Tundra do. And it's like, I don't know, everything stacked up. They just stomp you.
Yeah, that off lane absolutely decimated T. Like, I have never seen a lane dismantle of 5, like another team the way it did.
Yeah, it honestly boils down to this Oracle pick, in my opinion. Like this hero doesn't really provide much, and we said it during the draft in kind of both games. And in this game, it just hurt, right? Like you have the Slark, all he needs to do is just poke. Oracle's like, I can't poke back. If I chase you down the lane, you're just gonna pounce me, and suddenly it's Firefly on top of me. Like this Blood Rite isn't gonna scare off that aggression, right? Because Firefly is already active. It's not as if you're silencing future aggression. So yeah, this Slark Batrider lane, just thoroughly enjoyed watching it destroy the game. But also I love the fact that Tundra, after like winning their lanes, they kept going. You know, it's like they're diving the tier 2s. They're really telling gaming, like, if you want to take out a draft, we know that this draft needs like one item on each hero. It needs to do well in lanes. So we're gonna just make you bleed the entire game. Like it was really fun to watch, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, they know the weaknesses of a lineup that they just ran, and they were able to exploit that. Definitely cannot lump Tundra in the slow, want to farm it up category anymore. This Tundra is so action-packed. They are looking fantastic on this new patch. I love the versatility that they've been able to bring out. But MVP time, I want to say Salxa, I want to say 33. I actually don't know who though. Like, for me, it's probably 50-50 between them, but you honestly could give it to anyone, and I'd say you're so right. Ow.
Yeah, I don't think you could say it better. I don't know who to give it to. Like, close my eyes, point at a random guy on the screen, it will be correct.
I can do it. You ready?
Do it.
Skitty
deserves MVP.
Because he had
First
0
game,
deaths.
Yeah, that too, but also another thing. He went 10-0-10 in game 1, 9-0-9 in game 2. If this was a best of 5 and they won 3-0 or 3-0, he would have gone 8-0-8 in game 3. Nearly perfect scores from this player.
It looks nice. I'm down for it.
Yeah.
You want the screen to look good.
Yeah, it's pleasing. I'm down for it. It looks good.
It's so pleasing. Like how have you ever seen a carry player in the history of Dota decrease their kills and assists perfectly by 1 in a DPC best of 3 game 2 where they demolish Gaming Gladiators' previous back-to-back major winnings? I don't think so.
That's a lot of like stipulations around what I've seen, and I'm gonna say you're right, T. I have never seen that before, so that is exactly why Skitter deserves it there. But it was the whole team, how they worked together. It was phenomenal. I did have another point. Oh yeah, it's also like people in carry positions sometimes do want to sit back and they want to farm it up, and they want to, spend a little bit of extra time getting some more items for themselves. So I do also think Skitter, outside of the stats, deserves it because of how active he was. He was just running at it with his team, making sure they always had a numbers advantage, Kezu.
Yeah, I mean, he just played it very well in both games. I would say it's maybe not the hardest games for him to play because his team is owning, but him, furthermore enabling it and maybe calling for the Sven in this game. It's just... this is some TI level Dota that Tundra is playing. Like, I think now this is the closest I've seen them be again in terms of form as they were when they won TI.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And with the 2-0, with the Tundra victory, it's a winner's interview. And we've pretty much gone full circle on the team. So we are back with the Snake King interview. We do have Snake joining us. Snake, congratulations on the win. Hello. I want to straight up ask, how did it feel to see Gaming Gladiators pick your game 1 draft in game 2? Like, what was running through your mind? Did you expect it to be almost identical?
We obviously going into the second game, we knew they were probably going to first pick the Bloodseeker, so that we started understanding, preparing the lines that we wanted to do versus the first pick Bloodseeker. But then going to the second phase, they just picked the Coddle Darkseer, which we thought they might do, and they ended up kind of copy and pasting the draft. I guess it was actually and then with the Oracle, I don't forget the exact order, but we definitely had a good chuckle on our team. We were they're picking kind of the same heroes, but I think we were very ready with the responses we wanted to do. I think our preparation for this series was very good, mostly because this is a rather important series for us, so we spent a lot of time thinking about all the lines that we wanted to play, the trades that we wanted to make, and it ended up being good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, also, are you and Owie together now? I know the team's not boot camping, but are you at least with another person now? Is that him in the background? It is. Okay. That's what I thought.
It is Owie. It's just us two at the boot camp. All the other players are playing from home. It's a very long season, so we've been doing things differently this year. Almost everyone has been playing from home. Besides me, because I'm an American, and if I were to play from home, my ping would be really high. So I'm mostly solo bootcamp, but fortunately this season around, you guys joining me for the second half of it.
Oh, that's really nice. And are you guys doing anything, obviously outside of games, outside of Dota, or do you find that you're actually communicating more and coming up with more ideas and experimenting with this patch now that you are together in person?
We'll probably talk more in person once we go to Bali and prepare for it. But for the most part, we've just been chatting and talking about Dota 24/7. Even though we're online, it's just like it's TI season, it's crunch time. So like all the brain power, brain cells are used for this, and just like how Lacoste is dreaming about Dota, like that's what we do as well. We live and breathe it, and we embrace that.
Yeah, you had any epiphanies during your dreams lately about Dota that you want to bring to fruition in a game at all? You're trying to convince Ali every day, please let me pick this hero.
I think there will be some heroes that I haven't played before that we've been kind of talking and working, and maybe they'll become meta, and I think I look forward to that. I don't want to give too much away, but there's definitely something in the lines of the cook.
Yeah, perfect. All right, you've got me hyped for every future Tundra game until this patch changes. But T, do you want to go with your questions?
Yeah, sure. I mean, of course, you guys are crushing it so far. I just want to know, what's your opinion right now? What do you enjoy most about Dota in this current patch? Like from previous to now, like is it something that's changed where you're like, damn, I just love playing competitive because it's like this certain aspect or kind of feature?
What I kind of love about this Dota in general is like how creative you can be and how many different ways you can play the game. It's almost endless, and because of the complexity of it, you of course have to be like thinking and understanding the game at a very deep level, and kind of have to do it 24/7 because the meta is evolving as you're playing more and more games, and it sparks like the creativity inside of me to make me want to get better and understand the game more and just be the best.
And on top of that, then I'm going to ask you about blood grenades. Do you think that they're warranted, like a slight nerf? Starting with that many early on, or do you think they're in a good place and we shouldn't nerf something just because we're having fun with them?
I think blood grenade has definitely fundamentally changed how the laning phase is played, because the kills that couldn't really happen before can happen now because of this additional damage and slow. I'm not too sure if blood grenades be changed too much, because I think it's kind of people have gotten used to it and adapted to it very well. Maybe a slight nerf can be warranted, but I feel like it's only a laning phase item. If you were to nerf it, it might never be bought, because people don't really buy it in the mid game, which people could, but it's not that useful in the mid game.
Sure, fair.
All right, hey Snay, my turn. I'll bombard you with some questions once more. Let's see. So this season for you guys has been very good. I'm talking about DPC season 3. What's the difference from the first and second one to this one? Like, what do you think makes it so different for you guys sometimes, where right now I feel like you could play any game and you'd win it?
I mean, I think we definitely feel the mojo is coming back. I think partly is after our TI win. After such a big win, it's hard to have the same motivation and as well as like determination to keep going and train and play as hard as you did before, because it is rather draining and burnouts happen quite a lot and the seasons are very long. So I think after TI for this first and second season, it's hard for some of us to kind of keep going, and understandably so. But this season 3, it's like crunch time, like everyone is like feeling refreshed, understanding what we have to do in order to qualify. We have to do well at the last DPC, because it's now or never, and I think we performed pretty well under the additional pressure, and I'm happy of it.
Okay, that sounds great. Now, next question. First pick Bloodseeker. Why? So you guys started the series by doing it. Can you tell me why? Like, is the hero that good? Do the support picks later just cover any counters they can throw your way? Because now you guys just shat on it with Bad Rider. So what's the deal?
We obviously think Bloodseeker is an S tier hero. It's been first picked and first phase in many games, and we think like right now, he's one of the few S tier cores you can just pick blindly, and then you can always try to make it work somehow. And I think like you can always, there's so many supports in the pool, you can kind of adjust the support pick depending on what you see and what you need to make the hero work.
Gotcha. And in game 1, did you guys debate at all if they could have put the Bad Rider in mid after you opened your first 2 picks with BS Timber? I feel like them putting Bad 5 was a crucial mistake in their draft.
We as soon as they picked Void Spirit Bat Rider, I remember I told my team immediately this Bat Rider can still go mid. The Void Spirit can be hard carry because we looked at Duracio's Dota page and he's been playing some hard carry Void Spirit, but the probability was not very high because Void Spirit is the most played hero for Quinn. On competitive and in pubs, so we kind of knew most likely it was going to be mid Void Spirit and Bat Rider 5 because no one else on their team has played Bat Rider that we know of. So we kind of, as soon as the heroes were picked, we kind of knew where they were going. Of course, we didn't have other certainty until we saw more heroes later on.
Okay, that makes sense. Thanks for the answers. The only thing I need you to do for me is to tell Aoi he's a nerd, and that's it. Thank you.
I'll definitely do that.
Right.
Hey,
Well,
Aoi. I'll tell him later.
Okay. I was gonna say you're not free yet, because I do want to ask, because we have a little bit of time, and it's nice to know that what some of my panelists are saying are also things that you're saying about drafts. I wanted some information from you about our upcoming series. Okay, we've got Liquid and Quest Esports still to play, so I want to know from your point of view, Stay. You've already versed them. How do you think that matchup is going to go? Any sort of insight you could give us on those two teams?
I think Quest is kind of a quite formidable team. I think when they start clicking with their drafts and picks, they can play really well. And I think we've been scrimming a lot versus them, and I think they are a very formidable opponent and better than most people would rate them. And as for Liquid, I think obviously them being qualified at TI, Blitz is taking a break. Like they're not taking the season as serious as they need to, as they already kind of made it to TI. That's the end goal of these seasons anyways. So I think it would be a rather closer matchup than most people anticipate.
And who would you say is like the standout player on either team, especially on Quest? We want to know what's sort of happening in the back ends. Like when you scrim, like who do you actually think has been one of the biggest and most difficult players to really deal with on that team?
I think the most difficult player to deal with is actually their carry player, TA2000. I think he has some very specialized heroes that he's like master tier on, and he's very good on them. Some of them are like the Templar Assassin, the Morphling, and he really understands these heroes in and out, and he can definitely 1v9 if given the correct opportunity.
Okay, and I do know T has one more question he does want to ask.
Keep it brief.
About
Very brief. What's better, position 3 slot that we see Quest do, or the Tundra position 4 slot? Which one's better?
I personally am the bigger fan of the support Slark. I think the hero has many good qualities that people are maybe gonna figure out sooner rather than later. But I think this is a super underrated hero for support right now.
Sure. Cool. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, Snay, I appreciate you giving us a little insight on what's going on with Tundra, answering all of our questions, and of course giving us some now panel material for our next series. But I'll let you go. I'll let you tell Aoi that he's a nerd, and also enjoy your
Don't
win
forget
over Gaming Gladiators here.
Thank you, guys.
Perfect.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Snay.
See ya.
Yes,
See ya.
He's just turning around. He's like, "Owie, bro," because he called you a nerd.
Yeah, of course. He
And
better.
they're smiling about it. They're like, "Oh, thanks. That's such a nice compliment." They can have a really nice evening now that Kezu said this. Yeah.
I mean, they
He's gonna
know.
write in his journal. He'll be like, on what day is it for you guys? 31st.
Yes.
31st of
Wednesday
May,
the
yeah.
31st.
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
In 2023.
Yep.
Okay, it's the first for me in Australia. Okay, so that's why I had
Weird
to double check
flex.
that
All
you're
right.
still on the 31st. He's gonna write in his journal 31st of May. Kezu called me a nerd, and I loved it. Best compliment I've received in the past 6 months.
If you beat Game in 2-0 and then you get called a nerd, that's just a compliment. Like you did all the right things, so he should feel complimented, and he knows it.
The self-esteem has
Yes.
been boosted. Yeah. All right. Well, I don't think either of us, or any three of us, have too much more that we want to say here on this series. It was an amazing performance from Tundra, but our day
Debatable.
isn't over. All right.
Pretty one-sided.
Bit one-sided. Yeah, amazing performance from Tundra. Not over yet. Was only our second series. We do have our third series, Liquid versus Quest Esports, coming up, but it's going to be a little bit of a longer break. So make sure you guys go stretch, get some water, get hydrated, and we'll see you back in. I'm going to take a stab in the dark of 50 minutes. We're finally back after a little bit of a longer break. We finally have our last series. It is going to be Liquid up against Quest Esports. And Fia, you're joining us on the panel today. You're giving us a little bit of a treat for this final series.
Surprise, yeah. The first panel in Western Europe here. I always seem to have one guest appearance in Western Europe here on the panel, so tradition carries on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think Trish is going to carry on and it's going to be 3 games between these two teams, Fear, or the curse is broken after you had a 2-0 when you casted the first series?
Yeah, the curse is already broken. We already had a 2-game series early on, so you can't double break a curse, can you?
I don't think so.
But
I'm going to
reset
say
on the panel. That's the thing, because now you move to
I
panels,
see.
like,
now it's panel curse.
We'll have to see. I'm always down for 3 games, though, especially if they're long, very, very long games, like 60+ minutes. Lots of mistakes to break down. That's my favorite.
You have to say entertaining, all right? Surely you don't want to watch 60 minutes of one team just holding like a 90.
Oh, just farming? Yeah, of course not.
Oh, there we go.
There's got to be like 90 buybacks in one game.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right, chill.
Minimum 90 buybacks, 70 minutes, 3 games. That's the series that we want to be seeing out from Liquid and Quest Esports. But T, let's have a chat about Liquid. Let's talk about them first because they've been looking good. There's been a few moments throughout this DPC that they haven't looked the best, but as of recent, it's been really great. Only faltering to Tundra in these last few weeks.
Yeah, that Tundra series was incredible for its so after a game we get to listen into player comms, right? And not often do the players, when the throne is falling, do they say anything that informative. You know, it's like, yay, we won, you know? So boom, cool, great. But this time we heard Mickey say, Zai, why don't you just play carry? And then suddenly the rest of the series Mickey was buying auras and Zai was literally the carry on Deucer from the offlane. I don't know if that was just like a mini meme for that series and they had fun again. They're already qualified to TI, most relatively close to Bali. But it's like, I'm excited to see if they're going to continue that in this series or if it was a one and done, Zai, you got your Deucer carry games out of the way, you know?
I'm going to say it was probably a one and done because it only worked for one game and then they went back for it in the second and it wasn't as successful. You know, there might be a certain situation in which it works out, but for now, they might be looking at doing something different, maybe something a little bit more traditional. But a team that definitely is not traditional in their pick sphere is Quest Esports. I mean, we had that offlane Slark a couple series ago from them.
Yeah, I mean, not only that, Amar played the offlane anti-mage. He likes to play these type of heroes in the offlane. He's expanding his hero pool. We even saw him play Magnus for this time. He didn't win with it, but it still doesn't look that bad. I wouldn't say he was the biggest issue there. But Amar has been having an interesting hero pool to say the least, but it always has a clear purpose generally when he picks his heroes. And I think Noob is another player that live or die for Quest. I feel like he has really good performances some games, and the other games, maybe not so much, but their all-star player is going to be TA2000. He's the rock. He's the one that's stable every single game. He likes to play the hard carry, and this team likes to create a lot of chaos while TA2000 just farms the whole map.
Yeah, and it's a strategy that's worked up against specific teams. Like it worked up against Secret. It almost worked up against Hustlers. Is there a certain type of opponent fear that style works the best against, or you just think that that's just who they are and they're going to hope it works against everyone?
Oh, that's definitely just how they're going to play the game for sure. Against no matter who, they took a game off Gaming Gladiators as well. They can take games off the best, but they don't have that consistency. It's not like a strategy that we see going into every game. They're the clear favorites. Like, it's the Omar offlane anti-mage. You don't know what you're going to get. It's either going to feed and not do much, or it's going to own the game. That's just kind of like how this team functions.
Yeah, that's kind of my, not concern for Quest, but the thing that I think a lot of teams identify is Noob and Omar, like the POS 4. Like these guys, if they're able to like open up the map, make plays together in conjunction, then suddenly the game feels good because like Amar's playing like a greedier offlane that doesn't buy auras, and then you have TA2000 who of course is trying to scale. And it's like for me, it's like the real pressure point on Quest doing well or not is that POS 4, POS 2, because you already know like the rest of their players are very greedy in how they play rather than the current meta of buying like cheap items and enabling each other. So I think, yeah, I'm really looking towards like Nisha versus Noob in the mid lane, and then if Amar can maybe try and offset that matchup.
We'll have to see what Amar's going to play here as Quest. They end up picking the Magnus and the Void Spirit. This is a super popular combination nowadays since Void Spirit is universal hero. Mag is universal hero too, actually. So the power gives you so much bonus damage. Just seen time and time again with his Void Spirit just hitting for 600 damage. Same with his Magnus in the late game. The real question is going to be, who's going to play the Magnus? We've seen Amar play it one time, but TA2000 also has played it, so they have that flex potential. But the Void Spirit, it's going mid for sure. It's Liquid. We'll pick up the Bloodseeker.
I feel like, T, you're already on this, but has Amar been practicing that Magnus since the last time we saw it? I think it was week 1 we saw it, right?
Since the last time he played it, he probably told himself not to play it again. You know, it was a rough, it was a rough game. It was a rough game.
Yeah.
Let me have a gander. He played 3 days ago a Magnus game. So when was the last time he played Mag? 5 days ago. Yes, he's played 1 game since he lost.
Okay, I don't think that's enough to instill confidence that you want to be running it back.
Hey, this is a brand new Amar. I think he's playing offlane anti-mage. He's playing Slarks. I think he's willing to increase his hero pool just a bit. So we'll have to see. Give his Mag one more try. If it doesn't work out, then we can be. But have we approved the anti-mage offlane? Is that where we're at? But we are not okay with the Mag offlane.
I think we're kind of like
weirdly enough, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. We'll
we
have
have
to
the
see.
tier list. Like, okay, right now it's like his slug off lane in the right drafts, super annoying. Anti-mage I can respect against the Deucer. The mag, you know, it's like hit and miss.
First Bloodseeker especially, that could be a tough one.
Yeah. To be fair though, like the last time he played Magnus competitively, it was against T1 Hustlers, where they had like Spirit Breaker, Visage, Deucer, Doom, Void Spirit. Like I've just listed probably 5 of like the top 10 heroes right now across like bans and general picks from play. And then you have Quest doing some like Morphling Silencer Magnus draft. So it's like they're being very cutesy, very to themselves, whilst D1 Hustlers was just like, we're just going to lock in 5 of some of the best heroes. So I can respect Quest losing that game. And we'll give Amar a fresh go on this time around. This is a,
Right,
a
he's
new
got
Magnus.
he's got the pass, all right.
Yeah.
I am going to give him the benefit of the doubt, but Quest did also pull out the TA2000 mag against OG, and that one looked good. So, you know, I'm just saying, even though there is flex, I do lean towards it potentially being a TA2000, but how does it go, like, core-to-core matchup in scaling-wise against the Bloodseeker? Which also could be offlane, knowing Team Liquid.
That's true. No, so Magnus always, if he can initiate the fights and dictate what's happened, he plays against like any core to like pretty good levels, especially if he has the correct heroes behind him. Hence why Void Spirit's so good. Because if you hit that RP, you know the Void Spirit's going to follow up and help supplement the damage that you might lack if they have high armor and stuff. But I think a Bloodseeker, especially why it's so popular nowadays, it's like you throw this Magnus into a carry role. If you have vision on him, one rupture, now he's not skewering in the fight, harpooning people and like manipulating it. You can kind of like leave him to a side and then take the fight elsewhere. So yeah, I think this is probably going to be still a very good Magnus game. Like already got some Shadow Demon backup behind him as well, but you just need to be careful that you can dictate the entire game.
For sure, and this Shadow Demon oftentimes, I find this hero to be a debate most of the time. He's like in the game, he feels like he can do a lot of things. If he gets that Aghanims, he can break the Bloodseeker, all that cool stuff, but feels like he never really gets there, doesn't find his purpose early on in the games. Maybe if you lane him with the Magnus, you can get some cutesy skewer, back, illusion plays. Not sure about this one. We'll have to see how this one pans out, but if you're Liquid, you're probably looking to find some type of hero. There's Ember in the game, something like that can just like keep poking and get on the back line and kill the Shadow Demon. His defenses aren't super high.
You say that Shadow Demon is a little bit of a...
Oh, they picked Lich into Shadow Demon. Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to ask, like, what is the purpose of Shadow Demon in the early game? But now I want to know more about the surprise of a Lich into Shadow Demon.
Well, normally Lich is the hero that wants to give you that Frost Shield. Yeah. But you just purge that right off with Shadow Demon, so that gives Shadow Demon a clear purpose in the team fights already here. But if you look at Shadow Demon's spells like the Poison, Spam, Disruption, these type of things, they're not the strongest laners if you compare it to a Techies who's constantly harassing you, has total kill threat. You kind of lack that with the Shadow Demon in the laning stage.
Yeah, I'd argue Liquid didn't mind picking the Lich into Shadow Demon just because of how good the lane's going to be. And if you can push a Bloodseeker through the lane with a couple kills, it doesn't really matter about this like Shadow Demon ulting and this tankiness, because like your core should already be tanky enough that, well, whatever, you know. Like, of course, it's a key component, but this lane is so potent. I think if you really valued the scaling aspect, like you'd go for, let's say, like a Crystal Maiden here instead of Lich. Like if you respected the Shadow Demon for what he did. Like if these fights are so chaotic, can you reliably get Shadow Demon into the right position? Like there's a Pango plus the Techie, so maybe it's like their draft is very chaotic, they like it, but yeah, I can see it just for the lane at least.
What do you feel like Quest Esports are contemplating at the end of this sphere? What do they want to reveal, and what do they still want to really hide in that draft?
I think they're deciding if there's something important enough to reveal where this mag is going that they need to have right now, or if they're just going to pick their position 5/4 here and show up where this Shadow Demon is going to end up going. Something that can control Pango even more might be worth looking at, but I'm not entirely sure from a support position what that would be. This Pango's job is pretty simple right now. He wants to basically find the Shadow Demon and kill him. Even if you do make illusions to some carries, you'll have the Ags at some point on Pango to deal with that. So Pango is a really target for the Pango here, but do you have a way to stop this Pango if you're Quest? You're definitely going to consider getting something that can maybe deal with the Rolling Thunder or do some more damage. However, the Purge does stop Shield Crash yet again, so there's some definite value from Quest having this Shadow Demon already.
Yeah, I think also Liquid's bans have forced Quest's hand a little bit because they you don't see it too often, but really targeting the supports in the second phase bans. Phoenix for Koyori, this Silencer again for Koyori, Rubik for Amar, like incredible bans from Liquid to at least put Quest in a new direction, and because of it, they're going for a clock for the first time in this tour.
Yeah,
sure, pretty good against this Pango. We've seen plenty of clips of some random cogs preventing the Pango to cleanly get his way through a fight, and you throw out one Rocket Flare, Harpoon, Astral Step on top of that, like they're gonna have initiation for days once they get their items.
Yeah, I didn't want to dare say Bane to pick that as something that can disturb a Pango, but, you know, Clock, he can do that. It's the cogs, the hook shot goes through as well. You have some definitely ways of making sure Pango's rolls are annoying or hard to achieve, or you can just disjoint them if the shield crashes on cooldown.
We have seen one other Clockwork. It was Entity Fishman that played it all the way back in week 1. It was ages ago, but he is not favored at all in this region. Even really across all other regions, I think he still has a very low pick rate.
Yeah, I expect Quest to potentially look towards tri-laning, not too early, but like around like the 5-minute mark or so. Like once Mag's picked up his Vanguard, because Mag should be self-sufficient. He can skew away from that aggression. Sure, it's going to be given Bloodseeker farm, but you're never stopping Bloodseeker farming in this lane. So some disrupt into cogs running in, little battery assault stuff. So I'd like to see Quest have a carry that can also at least poke in that engagement, so then whilst Mag's AFK farming, you can kill on the other side of the lane. I think that was a big issue with Quest last time they played Mag. They went for this Morph carry, a Tiny mid. Tiny was kind of out of meta. Morph couldn't really get kills. Mag had to farm. So now you had just like 3 dudes chilling, and then supports who couldn't really progress the map. So hopefully they find another core to alleviate that from the Magnus.
Look, we're actually thinking that this is going to be an Amar Magnus because Faceless and TA banned out, so 2 big specialties for TA 2000 this tour.
And I think you do want to target him. If you want to put TA 2000 in a position where he doesn't have that perfect last pick, because you can't flex this Magnus all the way to the end here, as Liquid do have to reveal what their carry, or not their carry, their offlaner is going to be here in a second, unless they want to do the Pango offlane, but I don't see any value in that lately, just how good Pango mid is. So then TA 2000 could all of a sudden get the perfect last pick carry, and your lives become a lot more difficult. He loves to play that Terrorblade as well. If you pick something that is weak against that, Quest, as you've seen, they don't really mind picking all the carries. They played a game with Terrorblade and Anti-Mage earlier, so if it's available,
I felt like
they'll
that
pick
game
it.
was done very, very quickly. What about Bloodseeker laning into Magnus? What if Liquid are the ones that want to change it up and want to put the Bloodseeker in the offlane for you?
There would have to be good reason to do that, and they don't have that right now.
Yeah,
not right now.
No, because of the Lich, it's like that. Just I think what Liquid have shown, they've put Lich and Bloodseeker to position in the offlane, but BK still playing it as a carry, right? That could be an option based on the end of the draft and lane setups, but yeah, for this feels like you're trying to prevent the potential illusion carriers. And you might even be arguing that Liquid's trying to bait the Morphling pick from Quest, because like, sure, you go Morphling, it will be able to scale into this game with what you have, but can you survive like the Underlord laning phase with the less damage, plus the Pango Diffusal in the early to mid game, and the all-route aggression from the support? So yeah, this Underlord pick kind of pushes Quest in a certain direction. TA 2000 is laughing, so maybe he already has a pick. It's like, haha, silly fools, Liquid, they fell into our trap, but yeah.
I mean, Ursa kind of looks like that pick. He doesn't really like playing him too much. He does enjoy, for the most part, ranged carries, but you're playing versus Bloodseeker. You're also playing versus Underlord. Ursa could be good, but hey, this man doesn't care.
For it.
He just loves his Terrorblade TA every single game. He's laughing. He's like, I'm playing versus Underlord. It doesn't really matter that much to me. Still picks it anyway.
Yeah. What is TB really looking for to get online in this game, T? What's going to give TA 2000 the best setup at TB to be able to be either active or to have the aggression that Quest might be looking for?
That's good old-fashioned Terrorblade. You go for a cheeky little Manta, you treat yourself to a Skadi, you enter a big fight, you win it because you have Metamorphosis up and Skadi, and then after that, if the game's great, you can just go like Butterfly and stuff after. But pretty much it's against any Terrorblade, it's the break the map before he cleanly gets to like Manta Skadi or Manta plus that one big item. And if you can break the map before then, he's always like awkwardly behind on items and not really dumpstering every fight with his meta, because of course he's a long cooldown hero. So I think Liquid, they do have the correct heroes to do that. But again, 2A2000, he was like cynically laughing when he picked this hero. So maybe he's got like some master plan behind him.
And where are you aligning with these? Yeah.
I think Liquid's definitely got this one in the bag. You picked your TA2000 Terrorblade, it's fine and all, but you're playing versus an Underlord, you're playing versus a Pango at the end of the day. You have an Amar Magnus, he's going to farm a lot. Noob needs to get really far ahead too, but they're laning versus a Pango on the mid lane, and it's a niche Pango, so I don't think his lane's going to be great, and I think for sure Amar's lane should not be good versus the Bloodseeker Lich lane. It's going to be hard. You're going to farm all game on TA2000, but the only issue here is there's going to be tons of farm on Liquid to deal with this Terrorblade, even if he is free farmed.
Yeah, all right, we'll see. Maybe it'll be a battle of the farm, maybe it'll be a battle of the early game aggression, but all I know is it's going to be Liquid up against Quest Esports with Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you, Nat. And we know that it's going to be a bloodbath. You ready, Trent? You ready? I almost said you ready, Lyrical. I had like an identity crisis there. I don't know
ways to improve the cast. We will just clone you. Technology's not there yet, but we can dream.
Fair enough. Man, you know, I'll say that I like definitely the team fight elements that they got on Liquid and all the rest of it, but I see Empower with like these giant statty heroes, and I'm like, man, they're going to hit so hard if they can get to the late game. And think about how many stacks Shadow Demon's going to build, but maybe it won't matter. Who knows?
That is the question, yeah. And, you know, with the other support as well, of course, Kaori, we've been loving him a lot throughout this league, especially the Phoenix, but if I was going to see him on another hero that could really have a lot of high impact, I like it being the Clockwork, you know?
Okay.
We don't get to see her too much anymore, so I think it's pretty solid. So looking forward to see. I mean, it's a universal hero, so it has to be good, right?
Fair, true and right and correct. All good things, Trent. Actually, I don't know about that. I don't know if I like. So here's the thing: do you like Clockwork because of Clockwork or because of Kaori Clockwork?
The battle begins.
A little bit of both. I think that he's just shown himself to be pretty decisive in a lot of their matches, and I think that there's a difference between the players that are more accustomed to getting involved in the fight and making those clutch plays, specifically coming out of the supporting roles, you know?
Right.
Especially like he's probably like the most like game-winning 5, I feel like.
Yeah. He definitely like he plays like a 4 in a way. When you think about like, you know, his Phoenix and all that stuff as well. Oh my god, we're gonna curse him. He's already taken just a boatload of damage here from Boxy and Insania, who want to put the bully on. But I was gonna say that when I was looking at the draft, the entire second phase of bans was all his heroes. It was Silencer, it was Phoenix, it was Rubik. They were all taken away, and I was sort of wondering, like, all right, what's left? And then they end up picking this Clockwork. So we'll see how it does, and if he's able to make those game-winning plays. But looking across the lanes, is there any lane that you're particularly worried about at all?
Well, I mean, to go on that thread, I would say he's probably going to have a bit of a rough time, just because like losing that much HP early is really rough on Clockwork, because at level 1, you just want to be like running at their face right now and using your battery assault. That's like the whole purpose. And Boxy is just spacing and zoning. He's walking the dog right now around the pillar. Kaori is just like desperately
dude,
he's breaking ankles.
Oh my god. Boxy actually, you didn't see that first part of it, but he was putting on a bit of a clinic and even pulls the wave now. Damn.
Yeah. And there's just like nothing you can really do. It's just like, yeah. So maybe they can get a kill at 2 with the meta, but that's going to require Boxy to be pretty out of position. So I think that bottom lane's going to be pretty rough right now for Quest, and that's unfortunate. But we do have Noob here on this Void Spirit versus Nisha's Pango, and Void Spirit probably one of the best heroes we've seen in terms of just like the raw impact the hero can have, specifically when it's paired with this Magnus. So if there's any duo that you want versus Liquid, I think this is a solid one to go with.
Chase onto Insania. Gets it. First blood goes the way of Omar. So that all started with them trying to make a jump onto Omar, but he was able to dodge a blood right with the disruption. Took that level 1. Not something that you always see on the Shadow Demon. Pretty cool. As TA2000 going to back away from the harassment. A very spammy lane from Liquid in this one.
And still just level 1 there on the Clockwork too, so awkward. Even though he's close to Boxy, you can't really go for anything in terms of like a battery assault cogs meta damage, especially because we have the Firestorm as well. So it's like kind of hard to like play that in situation fight like that versus the techies. Like if you're trying to like run at the techies and just kill them with meta plus like cogs, then there's just Firestorm raining down on you. Not easy.
Right. No, totally. And, you know, it sort of is going to be a consistent thing that gets worse and worse the later this lane goes. So they're going to have to find those moments for the Clockwork to, you know, get an opening and try and go for a pick. Mid lane, we haven't really talked about it that much, but 14-1 versus the 12-3. So with Noob having a wave coming into him, he's actually doing pretty well here against Nisha.
Yeah, I think we can chalk this up to the, you know, we farm kind of lane situation.
Oh, bottom, TA2000, very, very low. He tries to get in range to help, but the big right clicks coming from Boxy was enough to bring down that Terrorblade, even through all that armor.
I honestly, with the thirst, I half considered Zai just chasing with level 2 in the Firestorm,
Yeah.
but I'll let him go. Give him a chance this time. Boxy going to be popping that Lotus, puts all his stats. So that is actually insane. He got rid of 6, what is that, 6 all stats, drops it, pops his Lotus, then puts them all back in. Now he's like back up to half HP.
It's pretty
Good
crazy.
old Lotus control.
Well, this is the move that they kind of have to go for. TA2000 trying to stay out of range and does manage to get the kill on a Kaori, and now turns to fight, wants the kill, gets one, gets two. But he will die for the trouble. So
honestly,
they managed to make it work.
Kind of good he died.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like, oh wait, no, he doesn't have his TP. Oh, not good he died.
Oh.
Because he has to walk the shave now. Yeah, not good he died. Nope.
That would have been big otherwise.
KO?
Damn.
Good that TB died. Yeah, all right. XP for Clockwork.
It's underneath this top wave at the very least. It feels like, you know, Amar's getting a good amount at the very least. But yeah, Terrorblade losing out like that's pretty rough. That lane is dangerous.
Precious bounty.
And they get a good courier kill up top, though. So Mickey will be a little bit worse for wear there. Didn't, I think it was finishing the wand as well as his Blades of Attack. So we'll at least relieve some of the pressure that they could be throwing onto Amar right now and give them an opportunity to try and pressure him for another chance at a kill. At the current moment, though, Omar's still just busy getting his own stacks up, of course, with the Magnus on the team. You're looking for that. But this is that setup. Easy disruption. Skewer's there in time. Can they get the damage?
Silence comes out. 2 stacks trying to build it up for Omar, but it's a little bit too much heat coming in from the creep wave and Mickey. So yeah, they aren't going to be able to do anything else to Insania there. But yeah, that's going to be the thing to watch, right? So many heroes that can take stacks in this game, and we want to see how many Omar can build up, as well as maybe even Kaori a little bit as the time goes on, because Empowered Void Spirit, Empowered Mag, Empowered Terrorblade, they all want to farm.
Is the net worth on Mickey is hurting here. Surprised it's so low. Surprised it's lower than TV's in this situation.
Yeah. I guess just a function of the kills that Terrorblade got. But yeah, not great for the Bloodseeker.
I guess he did rock a double. Yeah, it's true. Might have had a walk shade, but kills are still pretty sick.
Yeah. Nisha gets the haster in at 6. Noob also has his level 6 now. And it's just going to play around for, I guess, maybe a rotation if there's somebody diving on the other lanes. We'll have to see. But probably won't happen with their lineup. Mar. Skewer? No, just going to throw out some right clicks.
Were they? Oh, I guess he can't skewer until he uses the blood right? That the big brain play, right? Because if he skewers him, he doesn't blood right, then maybe there's not enough follow-up after. I'm not sure. Kind of like they were like just trying to outgame each other there.
Right.
Ah, Nisha though. Oh, these are some nice stacks, he says.
Yeah. Omar knows he's over here, but they're trying to play for the rune. So it looks like with Kaori taking the other wisdom rune, Liquid make the big move with the haste on Nisha. Couldn't get the disruption off in time. Now Omar jumped upon by Nisha. Amar skewer him underneath the tower. But they can't do anything. The haste rune too good at this point in the game.
At the very least...
that's an interesting use of the haste.
Yeah, come over to try and like support in that instance, maybe grab a kill. Because you know a support's going to try and come for that. But
right.
Nicely done there as they get a redemption kill in the bottom lane. Noob makes the rotation there. Boxy being chased as well by Kaori, but not able to catch up the feisty techies there as Blood Right will hit Amar up top.
20 stick.
He stands.
He just keeps standing there farming.
Ruptured, I don't care.
He does not care even a little bit. Thought about going for the RP, but just goes for the skewer instead. Still has it. Oh, can he get the healing Lotus off in time? He does. Stick charges, but not enough to stay alive. Vanguard, not that broken, apparently.
Now, 3 heroes and a rupture does make things pretty tough. You know, hard to maneuver your way out of that one, especially without a available rotation there from Omar. His TP was still on cooldown there after trying to make the Wisdom Rune play. So all of that adding up there to give them a free shot at getting that kill. Things still relatively even, and it's still the 2 carries that are the lowest on the board right now. But we have Bloodseeker who can farm pretty fast once you start getting points into your Blood Rage. Not quite there, takes a little bit longer, but TV especially, of course, well known for being able to head to the jungle at the earlier parts of the game. Won't be too upset, and there you can see Omar blocking it out here as his mag farms up these camps, and we lose copper.
Yeah, that is big. Taunted, Nisha, controlled, tries to throw it back onto Omar now. Didn't want to go for the full ulti. But with Zai making the move over, everybody coming through the gate, they come to contest. So it's only onto the hard camp. They're going to have to get out after this. So that still leaves the big, juicy Ancient stack there as Noob tries to jump, finds Nisha for the moment, still has that Rolling Thunder if he wants to go, and they are going to be able to get it used from him. So a nice play there as they were able to protect their Ancient stack.
That was a nice use of an early portal, too, there. Fiends gate in, help with the fight a little bit, pop back out, down to the side of the map, continue to control things. Big circles there from Amara saying, I want to control this space. I think he probably thinks it's warded in here as well. Yeah, because you can see they're running around with sentries now. It's not actually warded, surprisingly. But I would also be worried and nervous about it if I was Amara. I would assume they had a lot of vision in this area based on all the plays they've been making lately.
He is still playing very aggressively up there on the top side. Zai can do this a little bit more effectively down bottom because that tower is already taken. And Boxy making the move was right by where TA2000 is. Kaori also in the area.
Oh my God. He actually got another stack with the Shadow Demon.
That's crazy. That's going to be such a huge camp. But this is a nice play too. Finding this kill onto Zai for TA2000. Steps out for the moment from the Firestorm. Do they have enough slow to bring him down? They will. The rest of the team trying to come over to contest. They're not going to be able to do it. But yeah, they're going to take that big stack now. This is the big thing happening. Holy moly, is TA2000 TP's out. Oh, the fear though takes him down. Kaori, he's going to TP away. Manages to complete that one. But while that happened, that entire Ancient stack was taken by Quest.
Yeah, Mr. TB2000 here. Just making space for the real carry, you know. the Amara show. He's going to try and do his best to get huge in this one. Open up a little bit more there. And, of course, Noob sharing in that as well. He's going to be the hero who drives them forward here. 7 camps stacked. Just Omar doing the work here.
He's doing more.
Not a 5.
No. Interesting. Still, Liquid 2,000 gold lead. And I think, you know, losing all that net worth on Terrorblade definitely hurts a lot. Mikke is starting to like catch back up, and he's definitely surpassed TA2000. But we want to see, I guess, what it is that they want to do with this slight lead. Maybe try and make a move towards mid or something. We'll have to see where they decide to go, or if they want to just keep sitting back and farming.
Well, for now, it's Nisha who's being targeted.
Tries to get out of there. Rolling Thunder, 4 stacks. Can he get to a 5th in time? Pop of the ulti will get Nisha out of harm's way as Jump down bottom finds Kaori. TA2000 shows up, wants to protect his clockwork, and in fact does manage to do that. He gets 6. Well, do they have enough? No, they can't run down Mikke. Harry, a hook shot. Already used that one.
Noob getting busy here. It's still 1-0-0 though. I feel like he's moving and he's close to getting kills, but he's not getting involved other than the one when he rotated down bottom.
Right.
Out smoke there as the 2 supports will move. No hookshot for 25 though, and it's Wisdom Runes in a minute 30. What's the smoke for? They have 1 obs.
They might have caught sight of Bloodseeker on that one observer ward that's out. They're actually going to get him in perfect angle Who needs a hook shot when you just walk into him? Now Mickey in trouble, and I think they have enough to kill him. It's going to be close. Hook shot back up now. Needs to find the angle, but Mickey, he backs out and he survives through it. Oh, if they just had that hook shot, Trent, you were right.
I literally don't understand. Like I've been that clockwork. I tell you, I'm like, please no, I don't want to go right now. You can't kill him, guys.
Oh.
They got a ward down though, so that's cool.
True. And of course, as you pointed out earlier, the real carry is farming.
Also true. Yes, all that really matters. Wisdom runes about to come back up as well here. Wait. Okay, now on my screen, the watcher up top is colored green, but it's red, and then the one on the bottom is red on the mini-map, and also colored red. Okay, all right. Sorry, I mean, kills are happening, but this is clearly too important. Ooh, noob, nice!
Noob. They get him, though.
Not so nice.
Well played. Foxy doing a good job of getting that huge amount of damage out there. So, went a bit hard on Insania kill. Yeah,
but as 14 minutes happens, we're just chilling in our own watchers. Sorry, wisdoms.
Yeah.
And neither team really breaking away here as we start this game off. It's been pretty chill the whole time. This is like the largest lead we've had, pretty much, and it's just around the 2K mark at the moment. Part of the reason why I don't think it's like breaking out right now is that we don't really have. I mean, we have the Void Spirit. You can see that Noob is the one who's like trying to make moves.
Right.
Because he feels like he's pressured to just open up the map a little bit because he's a TB that's farming and he's a Magnus that's farming. Amar is, he's waiting for his blink before he really gets involved to make that 10 stacked games.
Dude.
Thank you, production.
Right before we ended up going live and that you sort of showed the player's face on the last pick, TA2000 started laughing. And I was thinking, what could he be laughing about? I think they were laughing because Amar said, I'm going to take all the stacks. Like, whatever it was that was happening, like, it's pretty clear that they're just giving all of that farm to Amar while TB's, like, on the bottom side of the map taking out that area instead. Holy moly.
Liquid are also taking advantage. I mean, consider, like, they have their stacks just spread out. It's about even. I think there was, like, one more stack total on the side of Quest than there even was on Liquid because they're at least spreading the load around there. And currently... they haven't lost, any towers, right? Yeah, Liquid still have all 3 tier 1s right now. So, keeping the lanes a little bit better pushed out. They've only lost the bottom one, to be fair, but that's what's causing T2000 to be a little bit more vulnerable here. As Insania, Boxy, and Nisha try and find Noob here, but tough connection. The Diffusal Blade is there, though, of course. So, this is where Nisha's a little bit more comfortable getting active. He is still pretty reliant on the Blast Off, but it's level 3 right now, as... that's going to give quite a bit of better initiation potentials. They're going to go for the hook, though.
Finds him right at the start. Nisha gets taunted. Noob, nice Astral. And now the disruption. He's not getting the ulti off. Nisha tries to back away, does manage to get out of there. He's so low on almost nothing. 30 HP. Mickey, he was the one that ran in and tried to make the move to save. A pretty good Lich ulti for a second, but then the creep wave came in.
Oh, what a fat bounce!
Going in even further. They find him. Nisha's gone. Unreal. So Zai chasing, and now they get the harpoon, the pullback onto Insania. What a sick fight from Quest.
Oh my god, he goes for the full harpoon because of all the space he's getting farming instead of stopping by for the blink. He just farms it all the way through and gets involved in the perfect spot for a fight. What a bad way for that to start as well for Liquid. Like, the hook shot's there, but it forces the early swashbuckle defensively there from Nisha, and that's so much of his damage right now because he has this fresh Diffusal Blade. And then it gets delayed and delayed and delayed as he's trying to Rolling Thunder his way there. And at least they're able to get something out of that fight with the kill onto the Clockwork, but obviously things going much better for the way of Quest as we get the replay.
Way scary. If they don't get that control out, yeah, these fights can only go the way of Quest, it feels like. You really need that Pango ulti, and a great job of layering those stuns one after the other, and nobody able to do anything the whole time. That Terrorblade gets the Sunder off.
He's just standing there, too, because he's ruptured, right? And this bounce is so unlucky. First it goes to the creep wave, then it comes back, and then it's right between the two of them, and it goes to the creeps again. He's, like, dissimulating. They're trying to dodge, but Insania got really unlucky there.
Well, it happens occasionally. getting to the best of us. It's a disruption to try and make a little bit of extra time before he dies, but they will manage to find that kill onto Omar. And Liquid, once they realize, hey, Metamorphosis is down, let's run in, let's fight, try and take back some of this map.
Yeah, keep in mind, they had finished up this Crimsguard a long time ago. Oh, yeah. Another one.
Damn.
Zai too late.
Can't get there in time. I mean, yeah, on the one hand, Crimson great, Atrophy Aura great against these like high stat gain heroes, but they find those pickoffs. Scary stuff.
I'm curious what Zai's going to do. Is he going to try and like disassemble and build? He's just going pipe. Okay. He's keeping it simple.
Yeah.
Because it's not really a great like Lotus game. I was trying to think of something that could maybe help them be a little bit like more involved in the fights with the Bloodseeker. But I mean, they have a Pavise. They don't have an easy way to get. Oh, I was gonna say the Solar Crest, but there you go.
Nisha, just gone. All it takes is a second. Omar starts with the disruption. Skewer, RP, now Insania in further trouble. And I mean, he's just gonna drop too. Another kill going the way of Quest. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, this looks amazing right now for them. They just keep this pressure up. Amar moving a little bit further in. Now, he has Blink Gold again, but he's considering just going straight for the raw BKB, help them control some like fights on the map, specifically trying to get that Roche. It is going to be 20 minutes soon, so of course then that's going to shift back to the Radiant side, which is what they're probably going to want to wait for. And then you'll have a full like 10 minutes of like safe Roshing. Liquid do scan it because they're also thinking like, yeah, this is like a prime time for them to Rosh, right? Like we lost a couple heroes, but why would you want to Rosh right now as Quest, right? Because don't put yourself in a situation where they can actually abuse buybacks. You're already going to have to contest with the Fiend's Gate, so even a Radiant side Rosh isn't super safe for Quest.
Yeah, they need to make sure that they get every possible advantage out of that if they can at all. As the BKB is done for Terrorblade, so he can sort of continue to hit away without fear. And what's crazy, again, I just want to reiterate this, because they're universal heroes, Terrorblade, out of all of them, has the lowest like damage gain per level at 4.0. As it's going to be a quick jump away, keeping Amar alive. The hook shot in the turn. Can he get out of there, though? Disruption keeps him alive. Nisha doesn't have anywhere to bounce back to right away. And now ready for the RP. The Skewer out. Amari's fine. TA2000 shows up. Power 8 in some trouble. Does he sunder his teammate? No. Clockwork is going to die. Clockwork goes down, but it's a lot used by Liquid.
Yeah, this ain't Duraccio. You're not getting that sunder. Yeah, 2000 needs to get some creeps to hit, all right? No time for those shenanigans here as Mickey, not in the fight at the start of that, or else that would have been great for them. He was TPing in, trying to get involved, as he did have Rupture ready. But again, they'll just sacrifice Kaori. Not too concerned about it. And we've got pretty much all the big spells up across the board other than the meta. So if Liquid want to make a play here, could be solid for them. They have 30 seconds till the rolls there. But, I mean, we still have RP. Everyone looking to just get healed back up at the moment, though. No major concerns for Roche. We got Wisdom Runes popping.
Right.
We got Tormentors on the menu now here, too.
They already grabbed the one for the Shadow Demon, so Demonic Cleanse online.
Mm-hmm.
He's trying to get into that Aghanims next. Might actually get some crazy farm if he can just start sort of disrupting those TB illusions and sending them out across the map. That'd be cool.
Those big items.
Oh, yeah. But Liquid, they're going to attempt their Tormentor as well.
They really want it for Insania. Oh, they get it. Very nice.
Very good.
I mean, Taggy's, of course, is kind of fine, but, like, I feel like the Lich one is just a huge part of why this hero feels nice right now.
Yeah.
This gives you so much potential. And we've seen so many solo kills from support Liches. It's actually ridiculous after the Tormentor. It's right in this sweet spot, like especially if you can get to level 12, because it almost doubles in damage. It goes from 250 to 400 on the bounce. So you get level 12, you just like smoke up and run around, and people can just easily be solo killed, even if they're pretty far ahead.
Right, and particularly like you're talking about where these fights are going to take place. You're talking about the Roche pit. There's nothing really to bounce to over there. So that's definitely one of those moments where, you know, you drop down that spire and everything can kind of fall apart quickly. And they're going to need that type of a play because you can see how spread out Quest is across the map. they are getting farmed on all of their cores. And like we talked about, even the Shadow Demon sending out these illusions. Insania runs into Amar there. Now he could turn if he wants to. Think about the turn and burns. Ice Spire down, Chain Frost, but the BKB. Amar, I mean, he's still taking a little bit of damage from that one, but he is going to be able to survive. Rupture, still fine.
Gets up with the high ground. Noob comes through the portal there. Finds himself a couple mines, but they were close to losing this spot. Ooh, the hook shot hits a creep, I think.
And Noob still looking for more. Does not have another Aether Remnant, missed on it. Has to back away. Boxy been hit by his illusions. Blood right down. Amar TP's out. They are chasing, going through the portal. Zai finds Kaori. He doesn't have hook shot, doesn't have mana. He's going to get disrupted, but eventually they're going to take down this clock. So Liquid making moves, and do they dare think about
I don't know.
Roche themselves?
It might be. It's definitely tempting. Because, like, you know the Meg can't be here. I mean, I guess he's already running back.
Yeah.
But he has no
looks like they're gonna have to go for
BKB.
it.
He does have RP, though. Because Liquid were setting up in this area, and that's why they started coming down here as Quest. They were starting to get their mines up. They're getting some wards. There was already some great vision laid down here from Quest earlier, but that has now disintegrated, so they don't see anything that's happening over here. And if you're Liquid, like, you got the wards up on the pillar, you just want to control this space. Because you know this is where Quest wants to play right now.
Right.
And you have to do this balance of, like, how much can we get T2000 farming across the map while still, like, tempting Liquid down here, you know?
Well, and, you know, like we just saw there, Mickey kind of on the other side of the map at the moment. Boxy, he's going to be the first one that gets caught. Does have a blast off if he can get out of here in time, but no. Kaori going to be there with the battery assault to break it down, and they can't protect that pillar anymore.
Don't you love it when you hear that force staff, but they don't move?
Yeah.
The old Shadow Demon.
Very annoying
Very
to deal with.
helpful. Now, they are going to want TH1000 if they want to do this. So he could clear this wave and go through the gate if they wanted to. That'd be a pretty solid play, I would say, right? Got 5 more minutes as being radiant. I think that's what they're going to do. Kaori actually pops to the top gate, as well as Omar. Pops up, throws a flare, goes back through.
right.
Very nice. It's cute.
Cool.
And here we go. It's Roche time. Everybody through the gate.
And they will take this very quickly with all these Empower heroes. Just crazy damage on them.
So they couldn't get it through the 5 minutes of daytime, but that's all right. They're able to still secure the space. Kind of perfectly timed as well, like how T2000 farmed his way up here. They were holding the Twin Gate bottom. And despite it being dire side, they're going to scan. They know they're in Roche, but it's too late. So they take a dire side Roche versus Underlord. That's going to feel really good for Quest.
Yeah.
And a pipe for Kaori.
Yeah.
Damn.
He's got the gold. They've been able to do it. I mean, I think that right now, Quest is feeling so incredibly strong, and Liquid do have some answers as this game gets later. You know, seeing things like that Halberd coming out for Underlord, which is going to be great to shut down the damage. But you see these jumps, and it's like everything feels so scary. They have a couple of different disarms, though, with the Techie's Reactive Taser, too. They're going to need to make really good use of those spells.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
But down bottom, banished. Nisha found.
Oh, the catch!
Pulled back in. Does he RP for it? Nisha is still going to get caught, going to get killed. And that Chain Frost, again, not able to do much at all. Quest continue to just be dominant around the map, and Liquid, they just have to split it.
Amara is playing incredible this game. The fact that he didn't RP there is so sick for them, because now they can continue to pressure with this Aegis with full strength, you know? It's not like a weak Aegis where you just feel like, oh, nice grab though from Insania, saves his life.
Doesn't have Chain Frost, obviously, but Rupture. Mar wanting to stand his ground, wanting to slowly back away. Now Skewer to the other side, still living. And now he's under the thirst threshold. They see where he's at. I mean, these weird fights, is this going to end up falling apart for them? The catch there onto 2. Mickey and Boxy dropping pretty low, but they turn and get a kill. Find another one. That's the Aegis down, but TA2000, he's shown up. Zai gets the Halberd, but it's BKB first. So Boxy is going to be the only one that's left behind, but that was meta used, and now as meta's wearing back down, Halberd back up in 1, they're going to find it. TA2000 not going to be able to do much damage at all. Silence controlled, brought down low. He does have Sunder available, but not a great target, and he bursts him. He didn't get it off in time. Oh, man. Liquid, I mean, they have to play perfect in these fights, and they're doing it.
Oh my gosh, those lucky shots were so good. Actually ridiculous. Ooh, that is painful stuff there. Man, that fight looks so good. Like, they were trapped in the cogs, such low HP, and then TA2000 just rolls up the big TB, but the disarms were there, the delay as well, and they got a little greedy, and I can understand why, because it feels like they're getting weak. You know, you get the one catch with Amar jumping forward to catch somebody, and you're like, okay, keep the fight going, but in the end, they turned what could have... I mean, that looked like a potential, like, tier 2 mid. If they wipe a couple of those heroes, and instead it's just going to be Quest unable to keep dominating the map now because they won't be able to really like pressure with his Aegis.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point to sort of consider, right? Is that all starts with Insania getting jumped, and then he keeps himself alive. And then the fight just sort of falls apart from there. Really interesting stuff, and I think we're seeing some of the thought behind this Liquid draft, like you talked about, those lucky shots, the Halberd, reactive taser that's there. Lich goes for the level 10 frost shield reduction. They have 3 right clickers on Quest and a lot of ways to stop right click.
They even have Nisha with the Defiant Shell.
Yeah.
That is so annoying. The potential for the lucky shot. Oh, we'll see. We'll see. He's going to start a roll from Invis. Oh, he's too fast.
Gets out of there. Man, Zai dropped that gate immediately.
Misplay there. And Noob now he's going to show him a little bit of Invis of his own.
Yeah, didn't stand a chance.
Oh, skewer back too.
One. Zai. Halberd. But in a lot of trouble. Still has Crimson Guard, still has Pipe. Force Staff gets him to the other side because he was right up against the edge. Pulls him back in there with the Remnant down, but it is going to be Zai falling, and they can maybe look for another one after. Although Zai, he's actually still living, trying to buy space for his team to get away, and he does manage to do that. So the rest of Liquid is going to retreat to their high ground while Nisha actually looks to maybe cut a wave here.
Man, they still have creeps coming in up top, though, so they can keep this moving. And still half duration left on this meta as well. BKB is up. What is your play here? Nisha doesn't have roll for 15. I think you're just... I mean, you'll have another glyph. So they might be able to save this top Brax. I think that you can stay as Quest, though.
You want to stick around 30 seconds until Zai's back up. And the Frost Shield going to dissipate with the disarm. There's a lot of illusions, though. Yeah, they're going to take care of business. So the illusions run on in and kill off that Rax. Thankfully for Liquid, there is no other tier 2 tower taken. So Quest going to have to back away now, but they are firmly in the lead of this game.
Jeez. Amar doesn't go for the jump, though. Doesn't have quite enough backup there with him. And Dota plus win probability, you can see there, 75%. I'd say it sounds about right.
Yeah.
Oh, great item choice in the nullifier here from TA2000. I think that's perfect. We already saw the saves coming out. Boxy trying to use that Force Staff to pull people away, disengage a little bit here, and of course dealing with the Lich too. Just and there it is, the Agnibs as well from Omar. So we got dispels up the wazoo.
That's pretty crazy. That is going to be a serious problem for Liquid. I mean, you're taking off all of these sort of defensive elements that Liquid really rely upon to make their fight happen, but maybe they can catch Quest unawares with this smoke play up to the top side. Hoping to find a couple of heroes, but they're already going through the gate. Wait, Mickey runs right into all of them. The RP is there. Okay, Zai drops down the portal. Omar, the bash. They got him caught. Or was that the hook shot? Oh, no, it was just a good one in. Caught him for the kill.
Yeah, Mickey just bashed.
Did they go through the portal?
No. We got a portal mid. We got a twin gate. We got them everywhere.
I'm not sure what's happening.
Okay, so this is the best case scenario for Liquid because right now they need a slightly late Roche spawn, right? Because they want this Roche spawn to be after 35. So get it during the 5-minute nighttime window. Have it so it's a dire-sided Roche. And if that happens, I think Liquid, like, they win that Roche fight and they're just back in this game. But they're going to have to hold on. Try not to drop too many heroes.
Catches, kills, and, well, Nisha, as soon as he swashed in, he was always going to die. So, not great for that one. And Taunting finding Zai. He is broken. He is trying to get the halberd off to stop the damage. TP's out. No, not going to be able to. The banish was there. And Zai, he is going to fall.
And those creeps are hitting mid tier 2.
They're doing it. Big plays. Who needs a Roche when you can just take buildings?
Looking pretty easy there, thanks to DD 2000 in that fight. Although I shouldn't really say that. It was mostly Void Spirit. Noob did almost 4k damage in that last engagement. Yeah. The Silver Edge, and he is just slicing and dicing everybody right now. I can't really call it an engagement when it's just a pickoff, but...
Fair. I mean, it's going to end up being a death sentence here in a second if Liquid don't have answers, and I think at this point, they really don't. I mean, again, Universal Heroes and a Terrorblade paired together with Mag. There's a reason people ban out the Void Spirit Magnus a lot, because it is way strong.
Yeah, they're holding out for a potential Roche fight, and they're going to get it. It will be Dire side. They still have that tier 2 bottom. It's pretty unlikely the Quest can end the game before that. Mickey has picked up the shard at this point as well, so that gets pretty strong in the later parts of this game here with the percent base damage. That is their big hope. They need a crazy wombo combo, right? They got to find some bounces that are happening. They need a good Ice Spire. Yeah. Nisha's just got to keep hitting these bashes and these rolls. He's got the blink to set up for the much better Rolling Thunders now as well. That's a huge deal, especially in the Roche Pit, of course. And now it's just going to be on Quest to try and get their own vision around that part of the map. Maybe as Liquid, Boxy could start prepping some mines around there too. That would be very helpful. He's already got a couple in the zone.
Yeah, wanting to take over this area. And again, they don't necessarily know that, Quest isn't in the Roche Pit right now, but as it's going to come through in 15 seconds, Liquid, they are going to be blessed with it being on their side. Scary part here too, it is going to be a refresh ward on Mag, but like you said, this Techie's positioning over here could set up for a really, really clutch save for them on this. We'll see if it ends up happening though.
It's a very good situation to be a Clockwork though.
Yeah.
You know, this is one of the things about this hero that always makes it strong. Just having this vision advantage, being able to flare. And they're going to do an old classic strategy of, if you guys want to try and defend Roche, we'll just attack your base because you're not here.
Right.
Pretty good concept. They do have an Underlord, though, so they're able to do a little bit of double coverage. Plus, again, they can always TP back to the Roche. This doesn't work as much as it used to. Old Dota, you could pressure this, and Roche was suddenly free for you.
Right.
New Age Dota, there are still some slight differences here. Amara goes for an instant jump in here. He knows they won't be full forces, so he wants a quick pick off, but he can't get it. That's going to put his blink on cooldown for a little bit here, as well as the skewer.
Yeah, and now the call goes, all right, let's head on out to the pit. I want to see how Liquid decide to play this, though. They obviously have to defend their base against these illusions, against all the creeps. But then, with that extra mobility of Zai, can they get there and set up in time to defend this?
Yeah, they also have the scan, too, so... But they're also just going to know by virtue of a lot of the mines as well, right?
Yeah. Couple of mines around there. See him hit?
So annoying, dude.
It is. It really, really is. Liquid start to move over. They smoked up with several, but Roche already starting to fall. I don't know if they're going to get there in time. And they see Mickey on a ward right now, so they know that he's over there. So it looks like Liquid are just going to have to give this one up. Although the pit, he drops the gate down, comes through Zai. In the midst of all of them, gets broken. Gets caught. Chain Frost. Oh, Kyori, great bump away. Keeps him alive. Zai starting to fall even further. The RP is going to be there. Nisha doing what he can with this roll, but they're all starting to die. They pull Mickey back in. Going to be able to find that remnant connection. The disarm is there for a bit, but Liquid, they are all dying. Will it make enough of a difference that they were able to take down Amar at the start? Not so sure. Nisha still running, still trying to escape, but Noob is there for the finish. All the buybacks come out, and broken Mickey, he is going to go down. Noob with the triple kill, as Insania also set to fall. Quest, take the Ultra on Noob, take game number 1.
TA2000 looking like a drought with the shard there, sitting on the high ground, just launching these frosty attacks left, right, and center while Noob dances and slices everyone else through that. Man, what a game again from the Void Spirit. Get up, slap hands team. They're feeling it right now. Quest, keep in mind, this puts them, if they win this puts them in very, very good chance of tiebreak. I mean, they do get tiebreaker to the major if they win this, like straight up, because they'll be at 4 wins. I mean, in fact, if they win this, they'll be tied with Liquid, which is just ridiculous on its own.
Yeah, makes the sort of region very interesting. And I felt like, you know, as much as this Liquid draft on its face sort of has like all these elements that sort of deal with what Quest does, that Shadow Demon pick one was super duper clutch. In terms of like setting them up for success, but then also just like the single-mindedness of like, we're gonna get all the stat-based hero and then give them Empower, and then Liquid's just gonna explode.
Oh yeah, they just go to the major if they win this, don't they?
Yeah,
they'll both be at 4. That's nuts, guys. They're 1 win away from going to the major. Quest, 1 win from the major. Whew.
Now, we have been here before last season. Don't want to jinx it, but just, you know,
or do something.
We'll see what ends up happening as we head on back to the panel. Get ready for game number 2.
Whilst I hate to do it to Lyrical, it's not 1 win. It's tiebreakers if Quest do win this, because there's a potential for Hustlers to make their way in. But either way, it's going to be a massive feat for Quest. It puts them in a fantastic position. And I've got to say, Via, I think maybe Noob's back's a little sore after carrying on that Void Spirit like he did.
Yeah, he had an amazing game. I was a little worried at first. Nisha, he had his pick of the litter of what to play against this Void Spirit. He chose the Pango, but that didn't slow Noob down at all in this game. Made every great rotation, went to the bottom lane, ended up killing Zai. He got to play with the Magnus, so he kept his farm up, got them power, and he just was murdering this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I also want to put a bit of a shining light, T. We saw the Amar Magnus return, and this time it did significantly better than when we saw it the previous time he picked it up. What was it, 8 days ago, 5 days ago?
Yeah, it was some time ago, but I think this game from Quest just showed a lot of discipline between farming and knowing when to fight. Because like this highlight we just saw previous to this one, it's like Liquid are looking to be aggressive, but you catch this Pango, and then suddenly the Terrorblade enters the fight, the Mag enters the fight, and the Terrorblade, he goes from like 7,800 net worth to 8,500, like going from like 4th or 5th up to 2nd. And it's like those, after the laning phase as well, I think TO2000 was super aggressive and trying to like get that 1 kill. Sure, he dies, but he's continuing to farm. So it's like you got Amar AFK farming one side of the map, then you have Terrorblade constantly pushing up bot and looking to fight mid, and then Liquid, they can't really get this kind of ball rolling of, yo, let's go kill everything, because every time they're running into kind of nothing, because all the lanes are already pushed out.
Yeah, would you say, Via, that it was a little bit of uncharacteristic that Liquid were getting picked off this way, that they were slow to react, or that's just the nature of their lineup? And unfortunately, Quest was significantly better with the 4 heroes outside of TB to capitalize on that.
I feel like this is kind of the Pango mid issue, when you don't have a good game on it. You don't have that good setup here. Like Zai, he's the Underlord, he can't really do a lot of control. Nisha, he wasn't really connecting with the Rolling Thunders, and I feel like when you're playing a hero like Techies, you want to have that hard initiation that can lock him down so you can jump on top of it. They were kind of missing it this game, but I was really surprised by Amar this game, and how well he did in the top lane. He owned the top lane as well, really getting Omar into the game here. Once it got to like later into the game, you had this SD Ags online, you had Nullifier, you had Silver Edge, you have all these break mechanics, dispels against, you know, you have Frost Shield, Shield Crash, all these passives from the Underlord. Everything was just removed from them, and they were just defenseless as the items came online.
Yeah, the SD was able to get to the point in the game that you liked, Fear, but you're always worried about, oh, does a Shadow Demon ever actually get to that point? Well, apparently, just have a Amar Magnus in your lane, and that's how you get able to get to all the items that you needed. But was Amar good enough that we're going to give him MVP, or is this still very much Noob on Void Spirit that you'd like to give it to?
Who's picking here?
You can
take
it.
Mutual.
Nah, give it.
All right, you take one.
All right, so I'm kind of sick of giving Void Spirit MVPs. They get it every game because the hero's like OP. So let's give it to Amar Magnus. I think he deserves it. Not every game the Magnus gets the MVP, and he did really well. He won the lane he probably wasn't supposed to win. It was a Lich Bloodseeker, so I'm giving it to Amar.
Yeah, what about this lane works so well with him? I almost called you Kazu T. What about the Amar in the lane? Was he able to do, but also the Shadow Demon help him?
I think Amar is just a player that as soon as he gets that one item to make himself tankier, he knows exactly his limits. Like, even though he died in that lane with the Vanguard, it took a lot of resources to do it. And I think that's why Quest are enjoying Amar exploring his hero pool, because like he plays the Slark to push the boundaries and to annoy you. He's playing Magnus if he can get comfortable with like how the mechanics go and how he can be aggressive with it. He's always going to be the thorn in your side, right? So I think Amar as a player, he suits the Magnuses, the Timbersaws, the Mars, the Slarks, these just nuisance heroes. So if Quest can find a way to like reliably get him online with them, then it's going to just be an annoying team to play against, right? So it's been the issue of Amar and any other team. They've not truly understood how to get him into a game, but Magnus right now, because it is so broken, if he's comfortable with that playstyle and also how to farm the first 15, boom, it's going to be like first phase pick or ban probably for this team here on out.
Yeah, and I also feel like it's just Amar just maturing in a lot of ways, like coming from OG, going from team to team, now on a team with, I wouldn't say they're lesser known players, right? A smaller organization, feeling like he needs to build up from ground up again, and I think he's doing a great job so far.
Yeah, he practically took the words right out of my mouth there. You know, he's played a number of roles now, definitely has a lot more heroes under the repertoire, so it's great to see. We're going to see what change-ups are going to happen for both teams in game number 2, but first, we have to go to a break.
We can purchase, it doesn't matter, we can purchase shit.
I give it just.
It's feeding, guys, it's feeding.
I give you... Look,
Nice, flat.
Look, everyone again. I patch Seeker. I patch Seeker. I think Pango here.
Pango.
Seeker buyback. All buyback. Kill some.
Kill him.
Seeker on me.
I don't have mana again. Yeah.
Give me rampage! Where's my rampage?
Nice.
Easy game, guys. Good job.
be our final game for Wednesday here. We're halfway through week 3, so, you know, a little bit of bittersweet fear, but it's not fully over just yet. Liquid could make a comeback in this series against Quest Esports, but they're going to have to do something about the laning phase, about their draft, about dealing with the aggression Quest Esports brought in Game 1.
I mean, definitely. I think, however, though, this is going to be Quest's moment to finally show that they're consistent. Take down Liquid 2-0 here, just in styling fashion. This is the problem Quest has had throughout this tour. They've been winning, they're looking good, but they're taking games, and the next game I go, where was the Quest from last game, right? I want to see them just going strong here, get a quick 2-0. Of course, 3-game series is nice to see, but I want to see more consistency. I want to see more competition.
Yep, I wouldn't mind seeing that as well. It obviously creates a great narrative for what's happening in Western Europe, but I think it's nice to see that there are ways to deal with teams that we've perceived for so much of this year as the top 2, top 3 teams. So we'll see what they're able to pull out. And I believe, is it a change up in pick order? Yes, I think Liquid had first pick, and now Quest have first.
Liquid had the Techies first pick last game, I believe.
Yeah, they've swapped it over.
Yeah.
So in that regards, what is left in the pool? There's still the Seeker, there's still the Blood Seeker. There's still, of course, Void Spirit, the Mag's banned out.
I guess you lose a little bit of value there with the Void Spirit if the Magnus is gone, but they'll still pick it up anyway. But I think Quest is pretty happy that Mag is not also going their way. You don't get that Empower. We saw what Noob was able to do in that late game. Once you finish that Manta style, you have Empower on top of you. You just assassinate supports. Poor Insania in that game. I just saw him. He one Astro Step, a couple clicks, and he was just deleted. Doesn't want to go through that one again. And yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, not really, no. He was playing in some nullifiers, purges at some point. Even your last-ditch effort is just to throw a Frost Shield on your cores, but even that wouldn't work. But those are painful memories of the past. Liquid want to move forward. They want to take away the Void Spirit and apply a little aggression of their own this game.
Taking their time a little bit here. Because they pick up the Void Spirit, maybe they're a little bit hesitant to want to go for the Bloodseeker as well. Because then you're kind of revealing 2 big punchy cores straight off the bat. And, you know, Quest can probably just close the phase with a Terrorblade, but no. Of course, they aren't going to do that. So they deliberate a little bit longer. They go for the Oracle. You know, Oracle in lane. I think, unlike the other picks of Oracle that we've seen today, this is probably one of the better Oracle picks, just because you already see the Techies lane, and you know Oracle's going to help deal with the Techies nuisance, with the, you know, the damage mitigation, the healing. It's not like it's going to go, an Oracle go into some, like, big beefy lane where he's not got a purpose. Like, at least in this draft so far, with only, you know, 3 picks, he has like a laning purpose, and that's the main thing I want to see in an Oracle game, because if you don't have a laning purpose, you're kind of griefing your team a little bit.
Now there's forgot about that one. Huh?
Yeah, exactly.
I was like, we're missing something here, and that's it.
They got banned in Game 1, and it getting let through.
Yeah, Namar will most likely pick that one up for himself.
And
I'm not sure, does Noob play it? Yeah, I don't even know if Noob plays this at all. And when you do have Amar on your team, he's more than happy playing into pretty much any counter pick with this hero. And that's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to be playing in some counter picks here. So it's going to be up to Liquid to see what they want to pick against this. Bloodseeker is still in the pool. They banned out the Monkey King. Bloodseeker, Ursa, Monkey King, some of the big ones that Timber generally doesn't like playing against.
This would be the cool part, though, of the draft, sorry. Because it's like, you get to now see exactly what Amar hates to play against as a Timbersaw, and like what he's able to play against. Because like, this is like, he's pick 8 Timbersaw, these 3 bans, you could argue that 2 or 3 of them should be towards giving him purpose. So now we get to see like Amar's thoughts on Timbersaw in the counters, or if he cares about them.
What I was going to ask to you is just a little bit of follow-up. You liked the Oracle when we'd only seen the Techies. Now that it's most likely a Timbersaw Techies lane, do you still like the Oracle? Is there still that amount of value you were placing on it beforehand?
It does sour it a little bit, because Timber's a hero that obviously doesn't really need help once he's hit like level 3 / got like his Vanguard build and just being annoying. So Oracle will help with the Techies deal. You need to pair this Oracle with the Monkey King, the Bloodseeker, that type of heroes that Quest are currently banning. Otherwise, you are going to have the issue where, sure, Oracle maybe helped against Techies for 3-4 minutes, but he's not going to do anything after that. So your carry needs to kind of cushion himself. So it could also be the unraveling of this safe lane, unfortunately, for Liquid. And my early enjoyment is already kind of going down the shitter, as we say in good old England. So.
And what about the timings for Oracle as a support fear? I know that you had qualms about Shadow Demon and what he needed to get online. Is there still the same sort of stuff that persists when you see an Oracle support and not knowing what its leading partner is?
It's going to be a little different. Like, Oracle as a hero can either do a lot in the lane or do pretty much nothing. You want to play with something that can get heroes slow, because the way that Oracle works is if you don't finish your opponents off, they're just going to heal right back up, so you want to get them within that burst range. So as mentioned before, the Ursa, the Bloodseeker, the Monkey King are all options for doing that. Ursa can be a little bit scary sometimes to lane into, and they're going to go for the route of just pure magic damage, trying to burst down the Oracle here. Or sorry, the Timbersaw. They're not going to burst the Oracle. Well, Amar wants to burst down the Oracle, and Team Liquid with the Skywrath want to burst down Amar here. You need some magic damage to deal with this. But the only problem I see with picking Ursa, and we don't see it a lot nowadays, is it's a pretty awkward hero to fit into laning stage. Ever since Battle Fury is no longer made with the Ring of Health, you have to go for that Cornucopia item, which is much more expensive. Sustain becomes a real issue, and Oracle doesn't really help you with that much. Oracle's known as a big healer, but he needs a lot of levels until he can start doing healing. He doesn't really heal you in the laning stage.
I think you need kind of like level 4 to be happy with that, and that's kind of post laning.
Lane's
stage.
already over.
Yeah. I think you could maybe argue that Oracle can go like 1-on-1 build, but yeah, it's very situational, and I think the Oracle's game feels good based on who he's with. But also, go back to the Skywrath pick, it's like, I like it as well, because if the lane is bad, you know, Fizz already mentioned in the kill threat of an Oracle with levels, you pair Oracle Sky together with a Void Spirit, you should be able to kill most heroes that show on the map. A lot of magic bursts between the three of them, especially if you get the 7-minute Wisdom Room and actually kind of keep pumping levels into your supports. But if the lanes don't go well, of course, they can't really do anything on the map. So this is a support duo that really lives or dies by the laning phase and the first Wisdom Room, I feel.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I believe both these supports, they're going to need some beefy heroes in front of them. They both want to stay in the back line here. Team Liquid, if they get off to a good start here and you can't get to the back line, these supports do a ton. But if you're able to breach the front line or have some heroes that can get into that back line here and get on top of this the Skywrath and the Oracle, it's going to be quite easy. But what heroes do we favor in this patch that can actually do that is the question I'm thinking.
To just stand in front?
Back to Pango again, alright.
Here we go. Yeah, I feel like for noob, for the backline jumpers, it's always Void Spirit, Pango, Puck are his big three, and then like the tier below that is like Ember and Tiny. I mean, Tiny's probably even like 2 tiers below that, just because of the hero not being good. Noob's a very good Tiny player, but of course right now, not so hot. But no, Quest, it feels like Quest, this lineup now, you're going to be offering up Amar Timbersaw like the entire time. Like, I feel like Amar needs to go Lotus Orb relatively early in this game, rather than going for like the Octarine Rush, because then he can like offer himself up, and then behind him it's going to be the Swashes, the Rolling Thunders, the Disrupt Saves, the Techies, Taser with Shard, like all these like amplifying things. And Liquid, they pick up a Void, sure, time dilation is going to be pretty good in this game, but it's very much a withstand the brunt of the aggression, and then you wombo combo them at the later portions of the game.
5 seconds remaining.
You don't seem to be too much of a fan of it, T, the Faceless. Is it just not really what you wanted, that even though the Chrono's there to try and bring the team fight together, it's just like, what else is going to occur?
Me and Fear have been mentioning a lot about carries that can threaten the Timbersaw in lane. Void can annoy you with like the dilation, but it leans more on having like the Enchantress style support to then push out the Timbersaw. So I'm a little bit worried that Liquid's safe lane is going to be more reactionary in the laning phase, and then everything that we've been mentioning about the XP, you're going to be starved, and then we're not going to see that aggression coming from the support duo. So pretty much whatever Zai picks needs to like pack a punch and give Sky a game for the whole draft to feel like it's got kind of movements to make.
Yeah, and I would agree with that. And I think on their own, Faceless Void plus the Oracle are not going to do super well versus the Timber. But if you add in +1 hero like Sky Rotations, or if Void Spirit's free to leave his lane, this time dilation makes it so the Timber can become very easy to kill. You just need to bring the damage to do so. So something that Zai can likely just stay alone with, that way Boxy can make these rotations, could be really good.
Oh, I'm honestly down for some like offlane Venom or something for Liquid. Get him just a little bit online. His ult then does percentage damage, so you can threaten the Timbersaw to some degree. It gives you, like a nuisance factor. It's maybe not your big aura buying punchy offlaner, but it should be self-sufficient enough with the Plague Wards to prevent like SD and techies like wrapping around on him.
Yeah, it definitely could be good.
Yeah.
They want to see their matchup first, I imagine.
Exactly.
But if Veno becomes good, they will pick it. I will say about the Void pick, that might be a little difficult for them. They have Sky Void, which is traditionally really good, but you're playing versus Shadow Demon, so we'll have to be very careful on positioning Howie Chronos, because you can get some good saves off here on SD.
Yeah, for me, like if I keep leaning towards percentage damage, the Venom that I already mentioned, or you could go even a bit more left field and go for like the Winter Wyvern. Like that's probably
Juggernaut.
Honestly, like Winter Wyvern kind of goes up in value. Like I didn't even want to mention the Juggernaut thing. I'm trying to ignore it for a minute, collect my thoughts, and then I'll come back to it. You know.
We've already seen it once today, and it did literally nothing.
Give me the.
I've always considered Juggernaut to be unplayable versus Faceless Void. It's a really rough matchup. And then you got Zai, who's gonna pick whatever he wants. Oh, just you can pierce through everything Juggernaut has. The spin, if he Omni Slashes, oh, I'm out of here. Time walk as well. You really can't do anything. You can't man fight him. Everything about this matchup is Void favored, which makes me wonder, why do they have a Juggernaut? What is the plan here?
I mean, so
what is it even good against?
If you ignore the draft, because like if you ignore the draft, that's a really good thing to start a statement with. But like Juggernaut, of course, like Omni Slash, you're not killing any of the voids, right? Sure. But like Juggernaut historically, maybe like a year, 2+ ago, it was always the momentum style carry, right? Where the rest of your lineup's going to do well. So you just buy kind of cheap items and kind of join your team.
So it's a healing ward.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, that's old school stuff I'm talking about here. Like, it doesn't
I've been
great. There. Yeah, I've watched enough of these Fear Jug games. This is kind of what I'm leaning on right now. Am I inspired by it?
The sample size.
Not so much. I think it gives Liquid a really promising window to go, boys, if the game's hard, we get to like minute 30, we're chilling. You know, it's like it gives Liquid insurance of the late game.
Oh, that's rough. I don't like it when you essentially tell me that a team is on a timer. It means that the other team is going to play safer. They're going to have a lot less stress around them. But Fear, do you really favor Liquid that much? Or are you expecting Quest to have something up their sleeve? They kind of know what they're doing, or this is that inconsistency we were worried about?
They had an idea, but in the last game, I gave Liquid an edge too. I thought Liquid do better in the laning stage. You can win any game of Dota if you win all 3 lanes. I'm pretty convinced on that. However, if the game is even, you're playing into a Marcy now as well. Juggernaut, and one of his biggest strengths is to use the spin. Run in there. You're spinning against an Unleash, Time Lock, and of course, Oracle, he can just use whatever spells he wants to save anyone from that. Really worried for TA2000. He's going to have to play these fights like a rat and kind of come in at the very last second, split push a lot. And it looks like very difficult draft for Quest to pull off.
He'll be renamed to the Janitor if they do pull this one off and if he can get some kills in the team fights. But it's game 2. It is, by the sounds of it, Liquid's to lose. They have a good draft at the moment. We'll see how good it is in the game as we head on into it with Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much, Nat. Trent, we're going to see if they can curse Liquid again. They did it last game very well. It might happen a second time. Who's to say? Jug. Crazy.
I think they're associated, right?
Who?
They merged back in 2015, according to my records here. Liquid and Curse. That's a boomer joke. Long time ago game.
Oh, okay. I don't actually even remember that.
Yes, many moons ago.
Are they the strongest early game team? Is that what you're telling me?
That's pretty much how far back we're going. Yes. Well done. Speaking of curses, there's a Marcy.
Trent, you put the onus on me. Oh God. All right, I'm done. I'm sorry. Yeah, there is a Marcy though. That's true. What do you think about that hero? Seems good against Jug, for the lane at least.
I think they got a lot of things that are good against Jug. Might just be the Jug's not that good. perhaps that might be the metric of what makes someone not that good, is when there's so many heroes that you go, that seems kind of good versus Jug.
Well, so this is the thing that I'm curious about, because I've seen a couple of those clips. Was it that was spamming the Juggernaut recently? It was some carry player.
That was Yadro, I believe.
Yeah, Yadro. And this like Blade Dance lifesteal talent seems kind of crazy. So the one thing that I'm seeing that might be interesting, they go all in on the Jug, disruption save, Omni slash back to full HP. Is that what TA2000's thinking? Is it good? Who's to say? Who's to know?
Just don't die, and then take their objectives and don't let them get farmed, and you can win with any lineup.
I like that.
Have they ever considered that?
That's a good point.
Yeah, just don't die. I mean, Omar back on the taggies. Seen this one a lot. He's played great on this. I'd say it's probably one of his more notable heroes. He starts chucking out these. Unfortunately, though, up against, of course, Insania, Oracle, the Oracle player right now, as we had Snake King with quite a game earlier as well. He was like a 10th pick Oracle.
It's pretty hype.
Yeah, harder to do that for Insania for sure.
Well, Boxy decided to stick around bottom and just bully the crap out of him as much as possible as in towards mid. Noob already has the wave underneath Nisha's tower. Interestingly enough, was able to spam that first wave out pretty well. But you can see that they're trying to set up Mickey for success here. They wanted to shut down a little bit of that early aggression, and Mickey basically got a free first wave.
Meanwhile, up top, they forced the early disruption of Kaori as they were going to pressure with both Zai and Boxy, and then Zai just hits TA2000 with the dispos and punches him a bunch. And you know what? He's going to do it again. Dispos.
Take that. Although they have spin now, Boxy. Slowed. Ooh.
Ow.
There it is. That's still something Jug can do. You can't kill Marcy. Fine. Kill the support.
Well, it turns out that one still works. Oh, super solid to grab early kills on a Juggernaut. Just a hero again that, like you said, Yadro was definitely making it seem cool. He had quite a few threads popping up, being like, yo, check what Yadro's doing. This hero's still sick.
Right.
8,000 going to take some inspiration here, perhaps. But yeah, early kills, huge. Huge. Because, again, we are certainly looking at an early game timing, I would think, for Quest. Looking at these matchups, looking at what you just saw from a Faceless Void, from a Void Spirit, and then adding that on top of Faceless Void into Jug, it just seems like everything looks amazing for Liquid this game. So I think that Quest need a ton done early. Liquid going to get some revenge up top. T2000 not able to do much about that.
Yeah, keeping this bullying going, and a little bit of a departure from a lot of these other heroes that we've been seeing recently. Marcy not going for the first item, Vanguard right out of the gate, picking up that Bracer instead to go for the battle build a little bit earlier. You can see down bottom, Mickey, time dilation, very annoying to play against his Timber Saw, and probably to some extent Techies as well, who wants to be spamming these sticky bombs constantly. But Zaya is very low up top here, while Boxy spams out constantly against TA2000. And an early healing ward used. Boxy moves in. He's able to get the punish, but does he get punished for this himself? Oh, disposed, but Zai does have a rebound. Maybe gonna have to use it? No. Holds it that whole time.
Yeah, the stick helping out all these stats. Again, universal hero here. So doesn't have the Vanguard, but has a Bracer to tank up, but you're still getting that damage bonus to help you out in case you need to fight back. So very good there from Zion. And of course, even having the full wand completed now too as he works towards that Vanguard. So hoping not to die too many times. Certainly vulnerable when carry hits 3 though. It's a big spike up in the damage from Shadow Demon if you get a couple stacks onto somebody. So it's gonna be hard to get aggressive here. And there's the level 3 right now, but I carry a little bit too low on mana to capitalize on it.
A little bit scary to make that move. Interestingly enough, too, this is the second game in a row that we're seeing Quest opt to pick up the Shadow Demon, but swapping the positioning. So, last game it was a position 4. This time it's the 5. Still feels like it works very well and can set up for some really good stacking if he wants to, even over in his own jungle. So Quest getting wins on this highly, or rather starting to be a newly prioritized hero for them.
Yeah, and how much value does the hero have this game offensively? It's got some decent ones, right? I mean, we're going to have the sidekick. That's pretty helpful. Being able to disable that. Of course, the barriers to the Void Spirit. That might help you out a little bit.
And the Oracle, taking off all that healing. The Purifying
Flame. Yeah, you can get that on the ulti. Yeah, that one's huge if it works out for sure. Much more classic counter there. So Omar and Sania here. You just see trading some nukes back and forth. Still holding that level 2 point right now for Omar, just in case things get dicey.
No, in case he needs it. Another disruption. TA2000 not wanting to commit the Blade Fury, and likewise Zai not using rebound until he has to. So keeping that sort of get out of jail free card for the Marcy. Wow.
They've just hit the point now where like the wands and sticks are just so stacked up too that it's hard to really gauge exactly how long it's going to take to wear someone down to a killable range.
Right.
For both teams. I mean, we got 4 sticks up top, so.
That is a lot. Not easy to go for those kills. Do also have the Lotus get picked up too there. But nonetheless, down bottom, Amar keeps on trying to keep this like pressure for Mickey, spamming the Whirling Death over and over, but he isn't really doing much to this Faceless Void. Still 27 and 8, but of course Amar does have that piggy bank being built up by Omar, where the Ancients are getting stacked up every now and then over to the side too.
Ooh, Boxy just busted Kaori, warding. He's gonna know that it was going for a block. He might not know if it was an obs or a sentry. It might be up on the pillar, but whatever he drops, he'll probably be able to catch him. And Kaori puts a defensive obs down. He might have also been hoping to do some sort of a wraparound and then behind the towers for the Wisdom Rune at 7.
Ooh.
Instead, though, he tries to get there. Whoops.
Yeah, I mean, he wanted to come over and contest the rune, but that's just going to be an easy kill. So DD and gets the bounty rune after for Nisha, and on the other side, you know, this is Pango that is going to have to walk back to base for Noob.
Doesn't look like anyone's going to be in position for the Wisdom Runes offensively. I think that just going to have to give them up in terms of, you know, everyone's just going to get their own. Very likely here. Zai in trouble up top here. Has a rebound, but nothing to jump to.
Does have a healing Lotus. Oh, gets the 3rd stack, but can't quite finish it off. So Zai opting to not go for the Vanguard and going for this Helm of Iron Will instead. It keeps him alive, though. Meanwhile, Omar in position, wants to go hide, has the blast off ready. Is he going to be able to do it in time for Insania? Yes, he will. So it's going to be a trade-off there of 1 apiece, but it is Liquid that move in and find the kill. So they take a little bit of retribution there. On the other side, Kaori going to die. Zai, 3 stacks. Does have enough regen, I think, though, to survive through it.
All right. Well, he came a little bit late there for the Wisdom Rune. That was a bit ambitious. Maybe hoping to find something there. And yeah, I'm surprised. I mean, I said that they weren't going to go offensively for the Wisdom Runes, but they just beelined it immediately after I said that with Boxy and Insania, but still grabbed by Omar on the techies, but loses his life for it. Everything pretty even Stevens finds a ward up near the bottom rune, so Omar going to be happy about that. Does need some help scouting it, though. He's going to wait for a courier at this point.
Level 6 TA2000. He is going to have Omni Slash to turn this, though.
Dude.
Cornucopia, is it going to be enough to keep him alive? Doesn't have enough mana left over for the Blade Fury, and the punch comes through. That is a big kill.
Didn't he have spin TP?
Maybe he thought he dies to right clicks. Yeah, it's a tough one.
Yeah, I mean, Zai was so close to 6 as well. I mean, he gets it off the kill.
Yeah. Jump in, mid, finds Nisha. Quest. Even though they lose their jug, they find a kill mid. Very big.
Yeah, Nisha had a couple of deaths last game. I mean, this one obviously is a little bit more understandable since it's like 3 heroes running mid. You're disrupted into stuns and stuff, but still. Not a great series so far for him as they get a lot of pressure on this mid tower.
Right. And winning all 3 of their lanes, at least in terms of the last hits department. In terms of net worth, obviously Zai having a pretty good time. It's not a huge disparity, but that kill, not what Nisha wants to see.
His phase boots are now done as well, so you can really put some pressure on with this ulti. Interesting to get phase boots on a universal hero, right? It just shows how important it is on Marcy, specifically, to just like have that bit of range, because obviously you can see a lot of the value in treads being universal, but you don't necessarily need the attack speed because you have the flurries of the attack, so in the end, just adds up better for her. As defensive disruption here, still a lot of damage out of this.
Nisha has another astral step up as TA2000 hits but can't punish this Void Spirit. Still such a strong hero in these games as Omar chases Boxy around. Boxy back in no man's land, but there's enough room in between these towers that he gets out of trouble. So runs out and away. Omar can't do anything. Is Nisha going to go back in
flies. Again? You know, doesn't run.
Okay, that's fair. Good point.
I want to be clear here. It's for the audio listeners. I don't want them to think that Skywrath Mage just like hopped down and started jogging.
I feel like he'd lose some of the grace if he does that, you know? He's sort of...
What do you think burns more calories for him? Like,
ooh, that's a good
probably
point.
The flying. It looks harder.
Yeah, those
of course, I've never
links are
done
heavy.
flying.
Oh, disarmed in the Chrono. Still enough for the kill. Noob rolling. That doesn't burn too many calories. Surely, Zania gets down to the low ground, and just like that, they're out of trouble. Liquid, some good fights as Zai gets away from a Mar TA2000 show. Mar thinking about
a lot
chasing
of heroes
this.
mid though, with like 2 astral steps, a sky. Like, I see it.
Ready to
It just
go.
feels like someone's gonna die.
Harry, disruption.
Oh, nice.
Saves his life. Boxy tries to back away, but Noob is there. Quest, make this move onto Liquid. They say, bring heroes mid. Fine, we'll fight.
They're just outplaying him. Call an ambulance, but not for Quest. I
go
can't
for
believe they
more.
lost 2 heroes. I thought that was going to be such a free setup for a double dashing Void Spirit, but he's the one that ends up low, still targeted.
Oh my god, Noob, right on to Nisha. Has a jump back up in a couple seconds at the shield crash, but no. The Astral Step doesn't want to commit for it. Damn, dude.
He's still at 17 charges, dude. He's just clowning.
That's, this is all starting to go the way of Quest. The panel has cursed them. That's clearly what's happening here.
That's what we do.
But will they be able to close out this game? They will get the deny onto the top tower. And Zai's option after going for that casual Helm of Iron Will is to go back for Aghanims on Marcy. So opting for this as the Faceless Void sends his Curry over to him eventually and has the Hand of Midas done.
I think Zai's probably doing my patented build here, where you go Helm into Shard, so that you can jump off, you can throw your Centaur to stomp them.
Got it. I like that.
Yeah, it's very rare. You've probably never heard of it because it's so good. People are afraid to reveal it before TI.
Yeah, they even changed the shards that we can't do it anymore. It was too busted.
Yeah, it was too much. So that's why they had to change it.
Yeah, exactly. It makes sense.
That's why he had to change his build. He got confused. He was like,
exactly.
"Oh, I was gonna do Trent's build, but they changed the shard to enemy rebounds." So yeah, no, it's tough.
Tough out here. Noob, in the meantime, has been able to finish off a Diffusal Blade. So, in spite of the fights seeming like they went pretty well over the last couple of minutes, Liquid definitely, looking strong in some regards. If they can pull things together with like a Chronosphere, but with a Midas on Faceless Void, like they really don't have that much damage.
No, they're mad chilling right now. They do have the matchups though.
Yeah.
The matchups look solid heading later into the game. So if they can just like chill out and not run into too much trouble. You think about the actual pushing power of Quest, and it's not that high, right? Like, I'm not too worried about like losing my tier 2s too early.
Right.
Unless you feed. Obviously, that's the whole point of Quest, is that like they just want to like get to the back line. Like when the blink's up on Noob and they start approaching the towers, and they just like blink in, Rolling Thunder, chain stun from the blast off, and Timber's just there nuking you. They're not going to hit your towers. They're going to try and kill all your players first, then take your towers.
Right.
So that is the one concern. Is you have to play it a little bit defensively. But if they overextend, of course, that's when the good chronos come out. Because it's hard to force really good chronos unless you're playing defensively.
Yeah, and you do still have some of these like high damage heroes that are going to be around and able to throw a good amount into that. You know, Boxy on support Skywrath, Mystic Flare, hell of a lot of damage. I mean, Oracle too. These heroes will burst you if you're not careful. But it looks like Quest, they want to make the move to try and secure the next of these Wisdom Runes. So smoke up with so many heroes. Jai shows for a moment. Omar, though, the blast off. Oh, he disposes him out of the air.
Interception.
Get the hell back here. I didn't even know that was possible. That was sick.
Tips?
Oh, we got to see a replay of that. That was awesome.
Oh, my goodness. He's not Zai, he's Zangief.
There it is.
Guys, he's just suplexing.
That was really cool. All right, 14 and a half minutes is the battlefield. Here it is, the replay. All right. He's like, oh, I'm going to get this root.
I'm getting that wisdom root. I like how it was the root and the toss. Like it was the full combo there. The guy's just going nowhere.
Absolutely. Well, as we approach this 15-minute mark, TA2000 picks up the other wisdom runes. So quests do still get one, but not on their other support there. Man, and those supports net worth really hurting. Can see quests in the lead right now in terms of win
out of control. 54%, baby. It's over. Pack it up. GG now, Liquid fans.
I don't know what's coming.
Oh, that's for Lacoste right there. The highlighting of the spark of courage. I know that he's going on and on about this. So
I like that idea.
Pretty good when you're farming with Battle Fury to have 18 damage, wouldn't you say?
That's pretty insane.
Yeah, that adds up fast. Because, you know, it's like you've got 54 damage.
Right.
If you do the math.
If you do it. I don't know about that.
I don't know why I tripled it. It doesn't really make a lot of sense.
Because
I guess I'm assuming there's three
right?
heroes in three in most camps on average.
Yeah, that makes sense. I like this. Well, Shadow Demon gets exploded upon as they will, on the side of Liquid, manage to take down that tier 1 tower top finally. Quest making the counter move. They are going to pressure in mid. Nisha shows for a moment. Are they going to go on this guy? Noob. Rolling, but not finding anybody.
What's Arcane Rune as well, so we're just kind of fishing there, hoping for something nice. Liquid are doing a great job playing the map. Considering the situation, I think that they are not really interested in fighting. They have a Midas Void. They just want to chill. Supports are stalking Mickey. They're just hanging out, waiting in case they try and make an aggressive maneuver. It might pay off here, but again, keep in mind Kaori's going to be here with the disruption. So if they go for the Chrono, try and drop Mystic Flare, not going to be connecting thanks to the defensive capabilities. And Amar has come back to his home. You know, he went off abroad to study in the top lane, but now he has returned with more knowledge and more power to take back the bottom half of the map.
And he has got some trinkets from faraway lands as well, getting into that Lotus
souvenirs.
Orb. Exactly. He's got a lot of net worth. Ooh, this is an interesting move, though. Oh, TA2000, he gets the spin off in time. Nicely played. Meanwhile, mass TP's coming in. Boxy will TP away, so they force Quest back over to this side of the map. Well,
he TPs, but the other two run.
And Kaori, okay, wants to chase, rebound in, finds his man, gets the kill, but can Zai get out? They're bringing in more. Meanwhile, in the river, they've also been able to find TA2000, We'll find the Pango here. Looks for the turnaround now, finds Omar, finds Boxy, Mystic Flare down, but dead. And Nisha, he has to Astral Step to get out of there. Madness as they drop the Chrono down, which connects onto Omar now. So Mickey will bring him down. 3 fights happening simultaneously. And in the end, it is Liquid that come out on top.
Yeah, Amar just ends up chasing Zai and Insania up there and can't latch onto anyone. I mean, he's still in the space, though. Still going to be getting this farm. It's not like they can really punish him either.
Right.
Unless they bring more rotations. What happened to the rune here? Oh, it's down bottom. It's on the mine. I see. Shield rune. Okay, for noob.
So we should probably talk about this Marcy Aghanims, because I think there's some people that probably haven't seen it so much. So, you know, you get the cooldown decreased. You get a basic dispel, obviously, when it's cast. And then also all of those abilities get the pulse as well. With silence. How good do you think this is in this game for Marcy?
It's really good if it's catching Kaori, because you're a bit of a shorter range save, right? Especially compared to someone like the Oracle, and he's not going to have an early dispel, but he's trying to counter that by getting the Blink Dagger on Kaori. So obviously tends to play a little bit greedier for a lot of his first item picks, and this one's really going to pay off. They also, again, are picking up the Lotus Orb that you had mentioned previously too for Amar. So that's already just going to be solid versus Boxy, but it is harder to just keep dispelling the Marcy stuff, though, right? Because it's going to be like multiple silences. So it's not just like a single thing that happens.
That's a good point. Yeah, so maybe might even force some of these heroes that don't want to build it to get into a BKB or something.
Yeah.
Well, time will tell what ends up happening, but for now, at least, it's a slight gold lead. We haven't really had that big battle coming out yet. As Faceless Void gets his mana burned by Noob, Kaori nearby. Let's have that Blink Dagger at the ready while Mara's holding on to mid and pushing that one out against Nisha. Jump. Bottom. Mickey. Disruption down. Can they get enough for the kill?
Oh, it's close.
Oh, and they just barely connect onto him. Zai moves in and finds the follow-up kill onto Noob, as the rest of Quest just sort of looking over at Zai now.
Oh, no save there. That's really bad for Quest. I mean, you're ahead and you're giving away the kills, right? Not really a great trade.
Vanish, Boxy, Lotus, out, damage, doing it. Kaori tries to back away. Boxy going to fall. Dies to his illusions of Kaori.
Trades one back. But when Noob's dying like that, that's why they can't take these towers. It's really hard to take tier 2 towers with this lineup. Again, like they have a core Pango and a core Timber. These heroes just do not hit structures.
Right.
Unless you get the flamethrower.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, that does feel like eventually it's what's going to happen. And of course, as we can see, TA2000, while the rest of his team is making space, he's going to be off farming, trying to become that like unbeatable carry in the late game. And we'll see if it happens, but obviously Chronosphere is always going to be a tough answer for them.
Although they don't do too well versus structures, Liquid also don't do very well when they're one versus structures either. And they're a little bit better, I think, because like just like the Marcy and stuff. But Roche is going to be a very interesting conundrum for both teams, I think.
Sania.
Oh my goodness!
Did not manage to pop his ulti or decided not to do it nonetheless. Amar jumped upon. Silence there. Connects onto 2. Mickey looking for anything at all. He does have that chrono ready if they need to use it, but Amar lives through so much of that, and then they just solo chrono Kaori, but I think that's still worth it, Noob. Thinking about turning now. TA2000 does have Omni Slash at the ready, but again, this hero doesn't feel like it can do that much, but if you burn the mana, then it definitely does. Dispose doesn't do anything. Zai going to fall. Quest. They come in with the exclamation point from TA2000.
That was such a Marcy play.
Yeah.
I got you. It's like, what is Dispose now, man?
Damn.
I don't know. It does not feel like a save, that's for sure. I don't know if we should be chucking allies right now. That is tough stuff there. Just ends up getting caught in the Omni Slash as well. So that's a couple of deaths in a row here. Down bottom for Mickey.
Yeah. A tough moment also thinking about like the way that starts with the Oracle just dying, trying to walk on up and ward a cliff or what have you, and they take full advantage. Just didn't think that Quest were still in the neighborhood.
But although they're bad at pushing, what I was going to say before that fight started is that Quest are okay at doing Roche. I just thought they would have to wait until it was back on Dire side.
Right.
Because I don't want to take that fight versus any of these heroes. Like, they're really good at fighting in the Roche pit because you have big AoE abilities from Nisha, from the Chronosphere, all the coverage, you got the mobility of the Marcy, plus that AoE pulses that we're talking about. Did not seem like a fun place to fight. So they weren't going to be able to just, like, openly encourage Liquid to fight them there by just, like, forcing the Roche. But because they get that kill and that fight at the tier 2, the best thing down here for them to grab right away is Roche. So I love that decision-making here from Quest. And they put themselves in an excellent position here in Game 2 to possibly get themselves to the Major. And at least guarantee tiebreakers again here, depending on the outcomes of the OG matches. Sorry, the Hustler matches, rather.
It's tough to watch. Yeah, I mean, it would be a really big win, to be honest, for either of those teams, whether it's Quest or D1 Hustlers making it into the Major. Would be pretty big, particularly coming out of the European region. Noob explodes in a moment. They're not ready for it. They are not ready for it. If they can
So that was the exact situation we talked about. Because he has the short save distance, he needs this Aether Lens now, because that silence caught him while he was mid-cast on the Disruption.
Now another silence used onto Jug. Does have that Manta style if he needs it. Nisha tries to back away, doesn't have any of his abilities up right now to save himself, and Sania, he's just gonna die. So Liquid finding a couple of moments there despite the 5k gold lead where they open stuff up. Now Void Spirit doesn't have a TP. So Nisha's just stuck down here for a little while.
You know, my favorite feature on your stream is that bot that tells you every time that you don't have a TP.
Oh, yeah.
And then always makes sarcastic comments.
Yes.
It'll be like, congratulations, you got a TP after 180 seconds. Like, you're terrible, dude. You are so bad for getting TPs. This guy's on the road to 6K. Can't buy TP, though. And then if you die, it still says it. It says, congratulations, you got a TP after 3 minutes from dying.
God damn it, Trent.
It's savage, dude.
Listen, all I see is that Nisha's courier just died without him having a TP, so this makes him the most relatable player to me, okay? That's the big
That's
thing.
what I'm seeing, too.
Well, Silence now tries to get up to the high ground, still chasing Omar, finding him, saved. Is he going to be enough, though? No, the turnaround. The chrono only connects on Omar. Now, they're going to have Jux jump in just a moment. Zai saved, turns upon. Do they have an Omni/out? TA2000 just threateningly running into them as Zai will die. And now, Ori finding more. Nikkei, no chrono at the ready. Simulate, Isha jumps, gets himself out of trouble. But Quest, they win that huge fight with chrono used.
And what do they do now, though? They still have Aegis for 2 minutes. Another blink disruption here in a few seconds.
No flamethrower. Nikkei jumps, time dilation. And TA2000 starts the spin. Do they have that much damage to deal with him? Silence now onto the jug. Disruption, keeping him fine and dandy. He's just going to drop that healing ward down and keep the pressure going. Now, the disarm is annoying, but they have spin for after the fact. And
He's going to stay. Zai's coming back up, though.
Still have a good amount of damage on it. TA2000 starts to die. The invisible Mystic Flare, and then the jump pulls them back into the base. It still does so much damage, though. TA2000 disrupted. Will have a lot of strong illusions, but they cover his retreat, and Mikkei is gone. Now, a glyph to try and keep this base alive as Liquid. It's going to be a little bit of time before they can really even take the fight, it feels like. Insania gets the blink back, tries to get away from Noob. Zai pops the ulti, turns to fight, has to rebound, saved by Insania. But they need his damage to get back into this one to try and stop this Rax from being taken. But Quest, they got what they came for. They take the Rax, and now they can retreat away.
TP from Nisha to mid? He's considering trying to catch there.
They want to force this if they can. It's still 30 seconds till Roche, but they feel like they're strong, and Quest might not be. Amar, silence. Oh, but the Lotus, it gets him out of trouble. Able to back away again. Boxy went all the way in there, but just ran into a scary-ass Juggernaut. Zai, it's caught by the stun. And we'll have to dissimulate away onto Nisha, but Noob still chasing. Disarm. Lower in the mana.
He's taking him away. Again, though, no TP. Although, I mean, it's obviously cool that we saw TP to the tier 3 anyway, but he's just trying to buy as much time as he can. All of that push down the bottom was so huge when they killed Mikkei on like when they went back for the after taking the tier 3 and they want the Rax. The kill on Mikkei was huge because even though Zai was up and had the Unleash, which I think is still very hard for Quest to deal with, his BKB wasn't back. So he didn't want to commit the ulti and see the BKB. Then Mikkei dies. And then he gets forced into waiting for his BKB, fighting without it. They get pressured. Like, Quest are just sniping these perfect moments where Liquid isn't quite ready for them. And it's a hard push for them, so they need these little moments. Right. Doing a great job recognizing them as they send in Nisha.
Jump in. Mystic Flare, but the Force Staff from Omar. Not enough for the save. Nisha gets the kill. Quest trying to get out of trouble. Mikkei has Chrono back up again. The scan is there. Liquid smelling blood in the water. They want a battle right now. This is when they're strong, trying to force something in Quest. They're not giving it to them, but they are under a ward. A great Liquid ward, seeing all of these heroes.
Such good
they
chance.
Run immediately into Omar. Silence is there. Try to bring him down with the, well, they get him. Okay, TA2000, they're still under this ward. It's gonna wear out pretty soon, but Quest realizing this, they're gonna retreat away.
Yeah, that guy's got a shield rune. Retreat. Bag it up. Unless you're getting the Fortress End on there.
Damn.
Relax. We saw the smokes picked up as well for Quest, so I think they're looking for like the ender, you know? They want to get a couple kills here. They want to really try and finish out another lane of Rax here and take a huge economic advantage in this game. Liquid, they're going to be looking for the smoke out plays. Boxy's level 14 now. He's got that big damage in the Mystic Flare. They can catch someone without the save being there from Kiari. They can definitely get those kills, but remember, he does now have the Aether Lens in combination with the Blink, so his range of save is huge.
Yeah. And it
great
feels
ceremonial
like
robe game.
What was that now?
The ceremonial
yeah.
rope for Boxy. That's huge. They're like that. Those are the kind of items that you need in this situation. Like you just need that little bit of boost that with the net worth disadvantage can make up for it. It's like buying a veil, getting that
Right.
little bit that can really push you over that little hump.
Right, and they also have like Solar Crest, like we talked about already, having the sidekick ready. If they can find a way to catch this Shadow Demon, I feel like Kaori becomes such a high priority in these fights just because of the save potential, and then of course the purge that he has, taking away so much of that damage from Liquid.
They also still have a very sneaky ward inside the Radiant base that's been lasting for a while. It's like spawning Insania, spawning Nisha right now, so hard for them to get a good smoke out on the map, and that is the one thing that they really need right now on the side of Liquid, is to get it with the smoke and try and find some of that backline vision. Try and predict the next place where they want to get offensive as Quest, get wards down in that area so you can try and find Kaori.
Right. But of course,
and that was
Quest.
That was a lot easier for Quest with the clockwork last time too.
Right. Quest are already, though, setting up for what is going to be that next big objective, which is Roche. So they have a giant minefield all the way from the base of Liquid into the area where they're going to want to play at. And Liquid, they're just trying to get their lanes sort of sorted for the moment, but every entrance to this area is kind of blocked off now. And Roche going to be 40 seconds away.
I just want to see like a hexagon like around the outpost. Okay. I just want to see mines around it in case they actually go for the Roche, you know, and they try and TP back in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, there's the smoke up from Quest, though.
This is a bold play. Not into their... I mean, I guess they do have the vision in the base.
Zai. His BKB?
Zai controlled. Oh, but they didn't catch vision of him. He got pushed over to the side, and now Zai saved by Insania. Maybe a little bit prematurely, but does allow him to get the blink out. So no BKB and no Unleash. That might set up for Quest to feel comfortable to go to the pit.
Yeah, I think they just immediately run for it. They were hoping for a kill into Roche, but they're not going to know that it's back up. Was that like an instant spawn?
40 seconds.
Oh, okay. That's pretty fast.
Yeah.
Because I don't think they had illusions or anything in there, but they're going to get in there. They're going to say, oh, hey, Roche's up. That's convenient, guys. And what is Mickey up here trying to buy? Nothing in particular. Buyback in 300 gold. That's really what he needs. Yeah, for sure. But Radiant scan, they know Roche is happening, and I'm sure they know they cannot do a damn thing about it. And then they're going to shove down mid after, says TA2000.
Right. Misha, he's going to try and get some split push going in the meantime. With Mickey in tow, they do have a catapult. So we'll get some good damage onto this as TP's coming in. Kaori is there. Nisha spots him. The jump, the blink forward aggressively. Noob is nearby too. Hexed. Does he have a way out? No. Mickey just gets brought down. Timbersaw with that Hex completely destroyed Mickey.
Oh, look at these Liquid cams. They're not looking too pleased right now. You know, this isn't some happy-go-lucky, oh, whatever, you know. I mean, this is not good. Again, there is the chance they get into tiebreakers potentially to not go to the major. It is certainly possible at this moment. And they're fighting back. They get Noob.
They need more hits like this.
The big blow-up.
Mar does have that Hex at the ready. Saving it for the moment. Bazai shows up. The taunt's there. The damage is out. Amar saved. Kaori, does he have enough to bring him to save his buddy? Looks like Amar's getting out of there with the Lotus, but the silence comes after the fact. Liquid backs up against the wall, find two key pickoffs.
That's them going into the Aegis of Quest, right? Like, I mean, they're showing top, they're pushing with his Jug, and not able or willing to get back there. No TP on that Juggernaut. Not sure if it got canceled or what, but not there for the assist.
Liquid, like you said, got their game faces on now. They do have an Aghanim Scepter done on TA2000. He's trying to synth it up so he can get his boots on him. But Insania will run into him there. Gets the blink away. Does immediately get caught with no TP ready for him. That's going to be a dead Insania. But Liquid.
But he used the Reign of Destiny.
True. That is a good point, Trent.
Can you die?
I don't know. Oh, Nisha. Kills off a courier that was scouting him. He's disarmed. Has Dissimulate. chooses a direction, backs away, Remnant down, Noob caught,
He's
has
really good
another
at that.
step. And Manta backs out. Low on mana, though. Has stick charges. Wants to get away, but there is nowhere left for him to jump. Meanwhile, mid lane, they find TA2000 too. Used the chrono on him, but couldn't get the kill. So Nisha goes down while they use the chrono, and TA2000 lives.
I mean, Nisha knows he just has to do some crazy stuff. Gonna try and make some space for the team. And Noob gives him the tip, sees what he's doing, but he just let him do another creep wave to push through. Boxy way deep mid. Mikke as well, like you said, tried to make that play, but that means that high ground is free. No chrono for 2 minutes.
Ready to
How
go
can they
in.
fight? It's all on Zai, I guess.
It's really tough for them. The silence is there. TA2000 rooted. Immediately taken off again with that demonic cleanse. They can go for the disarm plays. Mikke right in front of him. All he's got to activate, though, is a Midas. Side jumps backlines, try to find Kaori, gets the silence now. Onto Noob, good damage out. Is it going to be enough? Yes. They get that kill. Now the silence onto TA2000. Still has Aegis, still has Omni. Turn now, Hex onto Mikke, starts to die, is going to fall. That Omni Slash does so much. Double kill from TA2000. Insania tries to escape. Not going to happen. They have Nisha back up, but Quest, they want their shot at the major, trying to take down Liquid. And on the verge of forcing some tiebreakers here, they're going to connect. TA2000 still untouchable in this game.
Team are just playing so far back since he has that Aegis. They don't want to give any multiple options here for Liquid. They just want them to have to focus on TA2000, so Insania will.
Yep.
Just try and slow him down.
50 seconds less on this Aegis. Nisha jumped upon. That's that first one used, not the real Omni Slash. And, well, disarm for the moment onto Zai. Tries to do what he can, but has to rebound out of the fight. How can they find some more? Kaori buys back after Nisha was able to go for the jump and find the backlines. He gets away, and TA2000 starts to fall, but another Lotus Orb, but they jump in. It's Sania. He catches him. That was just the Aegis.
Yeah.
But still, might be enough to give Liquid a little bit of breathing room. Chrono back
they're
up
thinking
in
about
10.
the chase, too. They smoked up. Yep, they're going to try and set up from this chrono. This could be good.
Silence, jump, taunt, catch. Does they have enough? Thought about the chrono, but doesn't go for it. They have to find Kaori. He's silenced at the moment. Can they jump him? Can they find him? Mikke!
Oh, it's good!
He gets the perfect chrono! Catches that Shadow Demon right on the edge! What a win! Can they get any more? Omar tries to get out, will manage to get the TP completion.
Them creeps, they're
Holy
wobbling on the
crap,
tier
what a chrono.
4s. That was so sick. I mean, yeah, he catches his allies too. They're like half running into it, but again, it doesn't matter. Like you point out, he got the Shadow Demon. That's the real thing that's going to be there. You have to just throw that when you see it, because they need that kill on TA2000. It's cost them a lot, but it didn't cost them all the lanes, right? They still have 2 racks left. Okay, maybe 1 left, because that melee rack's taking a beating.
Yes,
I'll get there in time.
Jeez. I mean, again, they're... Oh, whoa, 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 whoa! Boxy kills Umar.
Nice board.
I mean, if we take a look at the way that this gold swing has swung, it is definitely turned around a lot in the last couple of minutes here. Down to just 7K. Still a huge lead right now for Quest.
It is indeed. And of course, we're getting to some of these bigger levels there in this game too. Like 25s will be coming up soon here for Quest. And, you know, you come back, have that with you. Juggernaut, not like the craziest, honestly. He, you know, compared to some heroes,
right?
These aren't that nuts. So I guess it doesn't make too much of a difference to him, really. The bigger one would probably be the Timbersaw, but Amar's not quite as close.
Right. That's going to be a little bit of time still for him, that second chakram. I mean, for Liquid, I don't know.
Noob needs a dispel. That's the real thing, because he is getting owned in these fights by Zai. Like, he has just gone so greedy this game. His dispel has just been buyback. Like, I think in like 2 or 3 fights this game, he just gets silenced to death, and he just buys back and like tries to make his way back into the fight.
It's kind of insane the way that that's working. Yeah, I mean, the Zai Aghanims has definitely, like, given them so much of this catch potential, that AoE silence, super hard to deal with. And now the gold lead just down to 5K. The big problem, of course, for Liquid is going to be their wave shoved in. for Quest, you're in this weird spot where it feels like you're so close, just on the edge of being able to take Mega Creep's dominant control of this game. But if you force it, you can definitely lose this still.
Oh, the flamethrower's up. It's go time. The help of the Tormentor. A smoke now, though, being popped. And by a smoke, I mean ninja gear for boxing. Never mind.
There it is.
Yep. Yes, laugh at me, game. You got that, dude? I don't know who that was.
Gotcha.
Someone's laughing.
There it is. Perfect. Man. 40 minutes in, and Scotty completed for both of the carries. They're looking for a Hex for Boxy. It's still going to be a ways away for him, but that's one of those items that it sort of speaks to the issue Quest might have if this game goes later and later. They're going to have hard lockdown on Liquid with this Chronosphere ready, and maybe even eventually a refresher or something. We'll have to see.
Nullifier there as well, now picked up too. So somebody to try and help up with the, again, Force Staffs being useful.
Right. 40 minutes. Roche going to be spawning on the bottom side of the map where Quest are already set up on.
Oh yeah, they probably had a mine here the last time Roche spawned too, right? Yeah, I guess they always know when Roche spawns.
Smoke
up.
Okay. The one that's leading the charge. Radiant scan ahead of them. Can they find anybody? Mickey's going to run right into Amar. Jumps in. Finds him with the Hex reaction, but the save. Insania there. Omni Slash for round 2. Mickey jumps away. Zai able to find on the backline this Texie's. Omar in some trouble. Kaori, he's jumped upon by everybody. Shadow Demon dead, no buyback. Wait a minute now. They still are going to have that Chrono at the ready. TA2000 caught for the moment. Buyback's coming on out. Waiting for their moment. Mickey up on the other side. Just getting jumped upon. Amar tries to flamethrower, but at the same time, Noob, he's getting ran at. Mickey, disarm, still chasing. Backing out of there. Nisha goes invis with the silver. I mean, okay, no Zai, no Shadow Demon. Things getting weird. Things getting very weird with the invis. Noob, he's found. They jump him. Disarm. All the mana gone. Oh, Nisha doesn't have mana for Noob. Get a Lotus.
He blinks away.
Boxy gets brought down by TA2000. They're playing
Where are we fighting?
The damage. Oh, it's way too much. Nisha's in trouble. He needs to get the hell out of there. Omar shows up and they kill off the Void Spirit. Oh, they didn't have the mana. Diffusal Blade's so hard to deal with. Dude, this is chaos.
What an insanely spread fight on every level. Just like completely pulled apart. No one knows where anything is going. We got Noob and Nisha just doing some weird 1v1s. We had a couple heroes just disappear invis between the silver edges. Alongside, we had a Trickster cloak popped off there too, which is how he managed to slip away in the first place there on Noob. And then Nisha, like you said, just out of mana. He just had nothing left.
They know about it, right? Okay, yeah. They're like, who got the axe?
Guys, team.
Mark goes and picks it up. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. That was one of the weirder fights that we've seen in a while. But now, Quest, surely now they can close it out. Aegis in hand with an Aghanim Scepter on this Timber Saw.
Dude, he's buying a Javelin. He's going for it all. He's almost in the Monkey King bar.
Trying
Give me the
desperately.
procs.
Jumps in, finds him. Mickey stunned, saved. Chrono down onto 2. Save could be there from Kaori, but Zai, he jumps, finds Omar, tries to bring him down. Mickey is still hurt so badly in this one. And Zai wanted to chase, but can't find that Shadow Demon. The blink is too strong. Zai is gone. Quest, they blow open this game off the back of a chaotic fight and are going to claim Mega Creeps. What a huge win for them. One last glyph being used by Liquid, trying to buy whatever time they can. Nisha, they jump, they find Amar, taunted, controlled, but the silence was there.
Lotus.
The silence means no Mystic Flare, no damage out. Quest, they will not be denied. Boxy wants to find that kill onto the Shadow Demon. Will connect with the Mystic Flare, but there is not enough follow-up. He is disarmed. He is killed. On to the tier 4 towers. They will continue. Insania tries to stop this one. The well-playeds are flying, though, as they know they have enough. Mickey jumps back in, cheese eaten, dodge away. Isha gets out of trouble, but eyes on the prize. Throne starts to fall. Mystic Flare, what damage they can, but the Universal Hero Noob is just going to turn their sights onto it. Take the game 2-0 over Liquid. Quest, they want to go the major.
Oh, they're up. They're jumping around. And capped off the no BKB left off Mickey into the Aghanim's Ancient Seal Lotus redirect. So he silences both Sky and Faceless Void and gets out because of it. Ooh, they're just so far ahead. That really just shows, like, at that point, you just got such better options than your opponents. And Quest Esports, I think we asked him in the interview, like, about preparing and stuff. And like, we just think about, like, one opponent at a time and, like, prepare for the next game. Well, damn. Yeah, they prepared for their next opponent. And, wow, what a humongous victory for them. Again, this completely ruins the bottom, or, like, the middle pack of this table here for the 4 slots. We got 3 potential teams that can be fighting for it here if the Hustlers can secure their last games. Liquid may have just potentially, depending on how the other games go, put themselves into these tiebreakers. And Quest, oh God, they're so close again.
I know. I mean, that's the thing that's really scary about this the most, right? Is that Quest is on the verge of making it, but they've been here before. I mean, they've taken care of their end of it, right? Like, they've taken care of business. They just need a little bit of help from the rest of the table. But the fate's still going to be in their hands, because at the very least, they would have to play tiebreakers then. And then we get to see them at the major. This team, after the disappointments last tour of just being on the cusp and then being denied, would be huge for them.
Yeah, and we have 2 more days of matches, and I guess that's for our panel, huh? They're the ones who are going to walk everybody else through what's going to happen.
Let's head on back to them as we end off the day.
Thank you so much, Lyrical and Trent. And yes, we'll get to that. Obviously, this is a massive step towards the major for Quest Esports picking up a 2-0. But we can do all that maths later when we look at the leaderboard, how everything's shaping up, because we got to break down this game, T. I mean, you wanted Ahmad to go that Lotus. It had impact all the way from the start of when he picked it up.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Quest, this Juggernaut pick, on top of the Ahmad Timbersaw, it really was just we want to move together and just progress the game, and it happened pretty much. You know, they get the first Aegis, they keep taking the fight. You see Liquid kind of running around. I mentioned the fact that the supports, they need XP early. They were scrambling for the Wisdom runes. Zai took one, they didn't get the other one, so they were kind of starved early game. We didn't really get to see Liquid kind of connect that much, and Quest on the other hand, it's like, look at this, just damage for days.
All right, I have a 2-part question for you, Fear. I'll ask the first part. First of all, how does a Juggernaut dismantle a lineup like Marcy, Void, and Faceless Void? Like, what is he doing so right in these fights and throughout the game to have the impact he does?
Well, it's going to start with the laning stage, first of all. We noticed Poxy, he started in his safe lane to begin with, trying to get a little bit of extra pressure to help him out. Uses his TP to end up into the off lane, but then he dies immediately after and has to do the walk of shame all the way back to his lane, giving him a really good laning stage, complete free farm on the Juggernaut, and that just gave him the start that they needed. And I talked about it before, you can win any game of Dota as long as you win all 3 lanes, and that's exactly what they did in this game, to answer part 1 of your question.
The part 2 of this question is more about the items that we see from the Jug and why he goes that way, because we've seen Jug picked up 4 times. I'm not saying his build's crazy out of meta or anything, but when we saw Duraccio pick it up earlier today, he went for a different sort of build. So what exactly about this build made it work against this lineup?
Well, it was the other build earlier today. Unfortunately, did not see that series.
It was,
if you remember,
Nullifier, Sanj, Yasha, and Battle Fury and Blade.
Okay, so he's still on Battle Fury.
Yeah.
All right. I was going to say Nullifier first. Interesting.
Yeah,
he did it in that exact order. Nullifier, Sanj.
No, that's just off the top of my head. It was not that order at all.
I think you build this serial based on what you're playing against. Battle Fury is your farming item. Manta, you don't want to get time dilated. You want to keep those spins rolling. You want to be able to get the healing ward back on cooldown. And then I'm not entirely sure why he built the Diffusal this game. That one had me a little puzzled as well. But it gave him that immediate power spike where the Diffusal Blade was online. They had the double Diffusal, so maybe burning the Void Spirit's mana, maybe the Void's mana. They had the double Void that game. That could help him out. That was probably his train of thought since he already had the Manta available. Lots of early stats. And then straight from there, the Butterfly. He didn't want to get hit in the Chronosphere.
All right, that all makes sense. Thank you for answering that two-parter. But T, now you get to answer the most important question, the question everyone wants to know the answer to. The MVP of game number 2.
I mean,
choose carefully.
Oh,
Oh,
I need you to calm down there, man. I'm probably going to go with the Juggernaut. I think, of course, the Amar Timbersaw was an easy contender as well, but I think just the Juggernaut to get the kills in the lane, to show how it can be good with the team subscribing to the idea of Jugs. I feel like Jugs type of hero that if your team doesn't really understand why you're picking it, it can just fall flat. You don't have damage. Omnislash is getting kited out. It's just a weird hero. But I think if your team knows what its strengths and weaknesses are, and you're also kind of pushing it into the game, you are going to have these one-off games which has 10-2-9 scorelines, high kill participation, very good damage compared to all the other cores. Like he was doing more damage than double of Mickey's damage, double Zai's damage nearly. Like he had an incredible game, but it was a kind of like a team effort to put him there, I feel.
Yeah, and it's finally the first Juggernaut that we see picking up a win in Western Europe. We've seen it picked up 4 other times, but he made it work there. Fiat, is this the consistency from Quest Esports? We've seen it back-to-back now. One series, they just take it 2-0. Like, we're not going to see them anymore. Unfortunately, that was their final series for this tour, but there is a chance that we see them at the major and or in tiebreakers. Like, is this the beginning of that consistency?
I think so. Normally, Amar, he can be hit or miss, but for the most time, he is hit. TA2000, super stable, but for me, Noob, he really stepped it up in this series. And normally, when they're doing well, Noob is doing well. Going 2 games against Nisha, outperforming him almost every metric in both games here. Very impressive showing.
Yeah, all 3 of the cores stepped up today in this series, game 1 and game 2. And we have one of those cores joining us for our winners interview. It's going to be TA2000 that we get to have a chat with. TA2000, congratulations on this win. Hello. I want to know a little bit about this Juggernaut, because we've seen Western Europe pick it up, have some failure, but you guys had a lot of success on it. And what drove you to pick it, and why do you think you guys were so successful with it in game 2?
We just didn't find better carry, and we had idea to destroy them on lane. I thought it was only Jagger who can. We was picking carry into blind. It was 23 picks, so I think it's just a good hero in general against them with Shadow Demon. And we wanted to play fast because Timber had free lane, Oracle Void, and with Healing Ward we go and push, take Roche fast, and that was the idea.
Were you worried at all that Zai might pick a bit of a quirky offlaner and you would have a matchup that you haven't played before or that you weren't used to, or you weren't too worried about what they were picking and you were really confident in what you guys were drafting?
Oh my god, I didn't understand the question. Can you repeat, please?
Just like, we've seen Zai pick things like, Ogre or Wyvern offlane before. Were you worried that something weird like that would come out, or you didn't care too much about whatever he was picking?
We didn't care about it. We just ban bad heroes for our drafts, and that's it. In first game we banned Wyvern. We was scared about, a bit, but in second we don't care about his heroes.
Okay, awesome. T, if you want to go.
Yeah, all right. Congrats on the win. With Amar joining the team, how do you feel you've had to change or adapt as a carry player to accommodate like his unique hero pool or his farm needs, his greediness? Like, do you feel like you've had to adapt or change much for this?
Yeah, I had to adapt, but it was easy for me because I play in pubs like 9 out of 10 games not on carry, so it was easy for me.
Fair enough. And follow-up again, I'm asking questions about your teammates. With Kaori, I see he buys very greedy items sometimes as well, like this Hex Rush on Phoenix. And is that something that you're... I guess you obviously think it's very good, but do you feel sometimes in games it's like, oh, wish we had a 4-staff mate or a Glimmer, but like what's the feeling of this like Hex rushing Pos 5 that he tries to do a couple times?
Yeah, most of us games with Phoenix we just had no stun, and he creates this build with fast Hex. I like it. It's greedy, nice. But it's very unexpected when Phoenix dive you on minute 25 and Hex you. It's always cool. It's surprising everyone all time.
All right. Is there any surprising items that you like to buy to surprise your opponents? Because if Kyora can buy a Hex, what's your surprise that you can bring to a game?
Amulet, Shadow, I guess.
Great answer. All right, Fear, off to you.
All right, sure. My question's going to be towards you guys beat Liquid. You took a game off Gaming Gladiators. They're doing really well right now. Did you expect going into this season that you would be this good, or what were your expectations?
I have always good expectation. I want always to win no matter what happens. So I don't know. I always want goals 7-0, but it's very hard. So, so yeah, something like this.
Fair enough. Maybe next season you can go 7-0. But next question is going to be, what is the most important thing for a carry player in this patch to do?
I think you now you should understand better when you should leave lane, because these gates always can surprise you a lot of heroes, and you shouldn't die a lot on it. I think this.
All right, thank you very much.
Awesome. Well, TH2000, we won't keep you too much longer. We'll let you go and celebrate with the team, but congratulations on a victory and a great 2-3 for you.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Yes.
Some good insight into what's going on over at the side of Quest Esports, what's happening with TH2000 as carry, and the advice. Was that the advice you're expecting, Fia? Are you ready to make your return, your debut, come out as...
Oh, yeah. Definitely after that advice, I'm ready to go again.
I know it. I know
Bring
it.
the mouse out again. Let's go.
Yeah, all right. I look
Not the
forward to it.
keyboard, just the mouse.
That's it.
Playing Wraith King.
That's all you need.
Yeah. Hot topic right now. Fio's retiring from Talent, and he's going to be coming back as a pro player as +1. But let's carry on with closing out this show and having a look at the results from today. We started off with D1 Hustlers going up against Entity, 2-0 day. Another 2-0 for Tundra over Gaming Gladiators, and a third and final 2-0 for Quest Esports over Team Liquid. Yeah, it's all 2-0 days. All 2-0s today. That's the sentence I was looking for. And I would say two surprising ones, D1 Hustlers and Team Liquid T.
Yeah, I think Quest, of course, stepping up, and I think Amar and the lads. I say, well, you know what? I'm not even gonna say Amar and the lads. Let's say TH2000 lads, Noob and the lads. I think they are just morphing into what they want to be as a team, and I think any team that does take Amar into their ranks, there are going to be kind of the awkward initial phase where it's trying to find that mesh, and I think they are now kind of finding it, but they're finding it at the right time because they are putting themselves in top 4. Most likely, some sort of tiebreaker, be it either placement at the major or in the groups, or if D1 Hustlers do well. But I think, yeah, Quest really are, surprising everyone. And as we see the leaderboard here, it is pretty much Hustlers have to dictate everything with the tiebreakers.
So Hustlers have only played 5 series out of their 7, so they still have 2 more left, which means they could go a 4-3 scoreline, which is the same as what Quest has ended on. And for Quest right now, it's best case, they're going in the major. Quote unquote, worst case is they'll be tie-breaking it out to try and go to the major. But either way, they're going to be sitting in that top 4 area for at least the next little bit. Tundra, obviously 6-0. We knew coming into today that they were already going to Bali, Gaming Gladiators, and Lick. That's going to be pretty spicy of how it ends up for the remainder of the season. And then Entity, OG Secret in that weird spot no one really wants to be, where you don't have that many games left, but there's also not that many series wins between you and the teams below you or just above you, Fia.
Yeah, for sure. And these type of teams, they need to get their wins and they need to get it quickly because time's running out. We have, one more day left of action here?
One in a bit.
Yeah.
One in a bit, yeah.
That's right. We had the bonus Sunday for our final week, which is going to be OG Hustlers. Bit of a spoiler if you guys hadn't looked on Liquipedia yet, but our Friday schedule is in front of us. This is going to be our last full day of
yikes.
2 or 3.
This is such a rough day. Oh.
Secret have to play Tundra as their last match.
Yeah,
Oh, no.
and they're already only having 1 series win, so it's rough for them. OG going up against Entity. Right now, those 2 are at the bottom as well in that little cluster of 3 teams with only 1 series win. So one of them will be putting themselves in a position where they might not have to play tiebreakers at all, really dependent on whatever happens with Secret and Tundra. And then, of course, Hustlers and Gaming Gladiators. That is really dependent for if we have tiebreakers at the top end of the ladder between Gaming and Liquid, or if we're going to be having tiebreakers between Hustlers and Quest. So a lot of these series have the decider of what tiebreakers are going to happen and how important those tiebreakers are going to be to.
The beauty of the final penultimate day of DPC. It's like the first series, Secret, they lose, boom, you're out. Sorry. And then, the final series, Hustlers lose, boom, they're not going to the major. We know our top 4. Like tomorrow, or not tomorrow, but Friday, it's a hype day. Every series matters, it's super important. Bada bing, bada boom, 3 weeks, we've done it. We got here. Now we get to have the best day of it all on Friday.
Wow, best day of it all on Friday, huh, Fear?
Yep.
You don't think that today had something shining moments that today could almost be coined?
Answer correctly, Fear.
Oh, God,
I mean, if we're just going to compare just one day or 2 days for the whole season into 2 days, either yesterday or I say that yesterday, I'm living in the future, today or the tomorrow, tomorrow being Friday.
Oh no,
I would say Friday's game will definitely be more entertaining because all the dust will settle. We'll see where everyone's going, who's going to the major, who's going back to Div 2. I said back to Div 2. I didn't mean to say that, but I might be sure.
Damn!
I'm not trying.
Inadvertently shooting some
let's
shots
just
at
say
me, huh?
that'll be a tough series for some.
Secret Captain Trays, let's just say it, Pierre. But you're right. We just want to get to our Friday. We want to see how it plays out. And the only way we can get to Friday is if we close out today. If you guys do want to watch some more Dota, though, I do believe NADPC is either happening on right now or very soon. That's over on twitch.tv/PGL_Dota2EN2. And for now, we will see you guys in 2 days' time for that penultimate day of 2 or 3 Western Europe.